Welcome everybody to the Games Done Quick Hot Fix Oops All Zelda Weekend. My name is Jiggy and welcome to 2 days of nonstop Zelda action. We got speedruns, we got randomizers, we got nonsense, we got Pictionary. I do know what that is. Believe it or not, I do. We got some awesome shows coming at you all weekend here on the channel. My name is Jiggy. Again, thank you for being here. I very much appreciate you. We have some really cool runs that are going to be starting off here this weekend. Definitely check out the schedule if you're interested in knowing what we have going on today. Today we have ourselves Zooter Pictionary, Breath of the Wild All Dungeons, A Link to the Past roguelike, which is really cool. I didn't even know that existed. And then we're finishing off the day with Skyward Sword any percent. So I hope you're all excited for some amazing Zelda content here on the Games Done Quick Hot Fix. All right, I want to get us started with video games. So we got ourselves Nuclear and Vidya. How are you?
Hey, hello. How's it going?
Excited for doing?
Welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend.
Oops, I'm Zelda weekend.
Oops, I'm Zelda weekend.
Oops, I'm Zelda. But maybe I got the wrong memo.
So tell me a little bit about Pictionary, because I totally know what that is.
Yeah, so as you definitely know, when we make this is Ocarina Time randomizer, so all the items are flip-flop, ship-shopped around. But when you do that, it produces what we call a spoiler log, which will show where all the items are. So like, let's say you don't finish your run, you can kind of go back and look at where things are. For this, we're going to be utilizing the spoiler log. I'll be playing the game, and Vidya has a lovely little whiteboard here where he knows the spoiler log. He has access to the spoiler log, so he's going to kind of direct me where to go.
Yeah.
Only using pictures.
So I'm not allowed to talk to you about anything in terms of like grounding and stuff. Like I can still talk and stuff. We can still like, I'm not going to be silent the whole time, but anything to do with like where you're going in the game, I can only communicate by drawing stuff. And I'll make sure to show it on stream as well, so you can all see what I'm trying to communicate. And we'll go from there. We'll see how it goes. Might be fun. Might be interesting.
Yeah, I got a drawing earlier, and I kind of
eventually pieced it together.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Say we're ready to go.
Ready to go?
Awesome.
All right. I'll go ahead and give a countdown here to start in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, that's a spooky spot. All right. Back. The windmill. All right, we're going to the windmill. I probably could have started heading straight to CAC, but my intuition was to go and check the hint stones. Yeah. For those of you who've never seen Ocarina Time Randomizer before, the gossip stones give you hints that kind of help you know where to go. And I'm so trained to go look at those initially.
As you guys get started into the run here, mind giving everybody at home just a little info on who you are and what you do.
What is that? It's yeah, oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm Nuclear. I do a lot of Ocarina Time Randomizer on my stream, as well as a lot of other Nintendo. I really like Nintendo games. Trying to get a little bit of indie content in as well. But you can find me streaming most days at twitch.tv/Nuclear. Very, very wholesome, maybe a little unhinged community. I should grab that first, eh? And what else about me? I used to be on here quite a bit. It kind of feels weird being back. I used to run my own hotfix show, 2 of them. So it's nice to be here on the other side of things. And yeah.
Hi, my name is Vidya James. I've known Jiggy for about 10 years, and I've enjoyed working for him for about a week or so, you know. The rest has been kind of a no.
Yes, I hired Vidya. I hired Vidya about a week ago, you know. This is paid content. I had to pay people to be on the show. For legal reasons, this is not true.
So,
good time.
I have been a part of another charity marathon called Zeldathon for approximately 10 years. This is our next location.
Okay. I'm guessing that's Dompe because he's got a little halo. He's dead.
Yeah.
Dead Dompe hookshot.
Yeah, the idea behind Zeldathon is we get a bunch of nerds into a hotel for a week, and we play through all the Zelda games and raise money for charity. It's a lot of fun. And yeah, Jiggy and I have been working together through Zeldathon for a very long time now. And since then, I've kind of like delved more into, competitive Zelda racing, speedrunning, and that sort. And I specialize in Majora's Mask randomizers, as well as Ocarina of Time randomizer. But my true love will always be for MM.
Okay.
I figured that your true love was specifically Blue Dog. Only Blue Dog.
Oh, I love
Only Blue Dog.
Specifically Blue Dog.
Yeah, if you're a fan of Majora's Mask and you like the dog race, Blue Dog. Maybe should you talk about this actually? Yeah, you know way more about it.
It is possible for the Blue Dog in Majora's Mask to win the race, but only through an obscure glitch. That's all you're getting. If you want to learn more, just look up Majora's Mask Blue Dog. I have the knowledge on all of that.
And you just recently did like a charity.
Yeah, I did a month of raising money for St. Jude, who is basically every dollar I received that people donated in, I would do one race with Blue Dog in the hopes of winning. I've done 1,200 races. I still owe another 1,900, so that'll be fun.
You did 1,200?
At 1,200, I still owe 1,900.
I feel obligated to talk to him, even though
Just
I knew it was trash.
He's lonely.
I actually have.
See if chat can figure out what this is.
I know what it is. I want to see chat's guesses.
We got some love for Blue Dog. Yeah, there's a slight math error in the dog race code that makes it so there's a very like a pixel thin line on the racetrack around halfway through. That counts as the finish line. So if a dog ever happens to land on that magic pixel, then it's considered to have finished the race early. It's only happened 3 times in known history, but my goal is to get it to happen with Blue Dog and finally win the race, because he cannot win normally.
How many races have you done, and how many do you owe for that charity?
So I've done 1,200 races so far, and I owe 1,900 more. So I got the rest of my year set.
How many hours is Blue Dog?
Oh, I mean, every race takes about a minute. So you can do the math there.
Well, the seed's being pretty generous here, putting.
Oh wait, no, we're not doing that yet.
No. Now I'm in a position where I don't know where to go. I do want to see what's in here though, since video's doing a little drawing. We haven't even really talked about the settings here. So dungeon entrances are shuffled, as you saw. That is not normally the Ice Tavern. It is today though. Every dungeon we enter is going to be a little bit different. I'll go grab some songs maybe while you draw. The songs are always useful. We do have Bolero, so that's a free song. Hopefully this doesn't screw out your routing, but... Serenade, another warp song, good to have. The river. I'll take a health. Or don't. I don't think of how I want to play Prelude at this time, and then head over. I am a little worried. Okay, maybe. All right. Because I'm like, there is the ledge there. See that?
I can teach you the setups. I don't have to Pictionary that.
We're gonna live learn how to get over there.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So for anybody in chat that does not know much about Ocarina of Time Randomizer, Nukes, can you kind of run them through the basic of this premise, besides it being random? Because I assume they know that.
Okay, I love Ocarina of Time Randomizer, not just because I love Ocarina of Time. It's so super customizable. So genuinely anyone at any skill level could get into this. There's so many different win conditions you can create. For this one in particular, we're aiming to beat any 4 dungeons that have dungeon rewards. So Fire Temple, Forest Temple, Deku Tree, those types, not GTG, Gerudo Training Grounds, or Ice Cavern that don't give you a medallion or a stone. And then we go kill Ganon. But you can do things like Triforce hunts, where they randomly put a piece of Triforce, and you gotta look for them kind of like a needle in a haystack style. I should have just gone child, to be honest.
You make this jump.
Nope.
I got a gamer setup for you if you want to learn it.
You got a gamer setup for me?
Yeah, it's actually
not
from
that?
Yeah, it's actually from the other way. You can try this one more time, and then I can teach you the gamer setup.
I've actually only ever played Ocarina of Time Randomizer once, and I sat down, and Link was Sans from Undertale, and then I stood up and walked away. Who
set that up for you?
That was Family Jewels.
Of course. All right, so you want to get up over to like that ledge over there.
I don't know how I feel about live learning a trick on GDQ.
I mean, I could Pictionary it for you if you want. Oh my god, the big one. All right, so you want to go against the wall and like sidestep, so you grab the ledge and then climb
this
back
wall?
up. Yeah, and then sidestep so that you just want to grab the ledge right there, and then pull up and then hold Z. There you go. And now backflip, side hop.
Right or left?
Left, side hop left. Sorry, and then press A. Press A again, and then you do the B1 skip. We pause and then you hold up and A.
Oh wait.
You know the B1 skip where you pause and then you up and A on the same frame?
Oh.
Yeah, you do that. And not go to the right. But yeah, you got everything right.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, B1 skip, I kind of go to the right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
I hold like a more diagonal
I see. Okay.
angle.
There you go. Yeah, you're in Canada. We say Z here.
Vidya actually taught me a Majora's Mask trick the other day.
Walk me through this?
Yeah, so get the ledge grab, and then as you climb up, you want to hold target.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or you can just shield turn, or just 180 here.
The other way.
Yeah, like that.
That's not right though.
Yeah. So just again, hold target as you climb up. There you go.
There we go.
Backflip, side hop left, A, and then up and A on the same frame. So you can and then just hold hard forward. There you go.
Okay, and then we can just jump.
Yep.
Free. Okay, that's not that bad.
Yeah.
All right, and then we're also.
Yeah. That's spoilers for later. Like the other one.
Okay, this is also one that I don't know how to do without.
There's another gamer setup.
Do you want to click the bow for me on the tracker?
Yes, I can. There you go.
That's okay. Genuinely though, a reason I do like doing this game as well is I think the tricks are very learnable. Like,
yeah, it's very, very easy.
As you just saw right here, like we're just walking through it.
Okay, so get into that corner there by the wall.
This corner?
Yeah, and then target the actual wall, not the
wall?
the other one.
This wall.
Yeah, and so you're gonna backflip, side hop left, and then press A and let go of target. And then target again, press A.
Oh, press A.
Press A, and then climb back up. Target. A.
While holding
Yeah,
target?
yeah. Just press A and then let go of everything and then just hold straight down.
What?
Easy.
Wow.
Oh.
All right, next order of business.
All right. Are we going? Oh,
Wait.
yeah.
Where is that?
He wants me to go back into Ice Cavern here, but I probably need to empty my bottle, yeah? Or I have a bow. I have the bow. You're right. Yeah, so another little fun thing in this, earlier you might have noticed we picked up what looks like ice arrows, but fun thing about OT Rando is there's a lot of quality of life things you might notice on screen here. We have a D-pad that's designated to Ocarina. Also, we'll put our hover boots and our iron boots on there, so you don't have to go in the menu and it's all slow to put those on and off. Another fun thing you can toggle on and off is instead of having ice arrows, which are absolutely completely useless, I should say, in this game, we have blue fire arrows. So with magic and a bow and blue fire arrows, we can go through Ice Cavern here really quickly.
Okay, all right. Here's the new one.
We just want to get the song "No Treasure." There's a few checks in Ice Cavern, and again, now that we have this ability to just take out an arrow and shoot something that melts the ice, I can skip pretty much all of Ice Cavern to just go get the song, which obviously is going to be important for us beating this game. My guess might be that it's like something like ZL, or maybe it's Desert Access, Epona, or Requiem. Maybe Nocturne would be the one.
So the Pictionary element is that I have a whiteboard here, and every time I want to communicate something, so I know where everything is in the seed, but I'm not allowed to say anything about where the items are. All I can do is draw. That is the only thing I can do. That's my only way to communicate how to play the seed. And Nukes is going to have to play through this entire seed. With that in mind. And yeah, the as mentioned earlier, the blue fire arrow things is kind of nice just because like normally ice arrows and OOT are just completely useless. Like you can use them for a couple niche things, but they really don't give you any like functional use that benefits any like getting items or anything. It doesn't like hard lock any bosses. It's not like MM where you need ice arrows to clear Great Bay Temple, but yeah.
We're just gonna wow!
Look at that.
Easy.
No need for it.
Yes, and if you're just joining us, welcome to Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is Oops All Zelda Weekend. We got all kinds of different Zelda fun runs coming at you all weekend, but this first one being Nukes NVIDIA playing Ocarina of Time Pictionary.
He's been showing the drawings on stream, yeah.
Yeah, it's just,
maybe can show it a little bit longer.
yeah.
I thought the last one was Music Box. That's so Nukes is way better at Ocarina of Time Pictionary than me.
I think there's like, there's an element of this here where like you gotta recognize the places in this game. Now, I have played well over 1,000 hours of this game, so hopefully should be able to interpret.
The issue is the big gate to that, the blocker to that, is that I am a terrible artist. So we'll see. So far, I've gotten my ideas across pretty well, but we'll see how that progresses throughout the seed.
Oh, can you really? These guys are so rude sometimes. Hello? That's not correct.
This right here is a technique called a ground jump, where if you interrupt picking up a bomb with something else, like putting away sword or something like that, it puts Link in this weird kind of glitchy state where as if you try to backflip, he'll just backflip straight up. And it's very useful as like this kind of like not really intended jump that you can do, and it allows you to grab the ledges like the room in Ice Cavern there.
right, it's going to give us song.
All right, next order of business.
All right, when we play Prelude and oh god, and go little. We're gonna go little. ZL. Yeah. Zelda's Lullaby is probably one of the most important songs in this game. It blocks a lot of checks. All the fairy fountains need them, and then there's a few dungeons that, like Shadow Temple, that hard require Zelda's Lullaby in order to defeat it. So definitely a song we want to find early on here. Which, if I wasn't doing Pictionary, probably would have put off going to the Ice Cavern for quite a while. There's a big meme in the OOT rando community about rushing ice, and just like normally doesn't pay off, but would have paid off today. All right, we're gonna go to Lon Ranch. We're gonna check the chickens, and we're gonna check the song.
Is that Cow Planet?
Cow Planet. Yeah, aka Lon Ranch. Cow Planet.
Cow Planet.
It's nighttime here. I do like your cow.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's a good cow.
When I was really little, I would draw, like, if I were to draw like a dog or a cow, and it had like 4 legs or whatever, I would draw it like this.
See it though, because
Yeah.
they don't. Yay! No, it makes sense.
Okay, I'll show this off to stream for a little bit. That's how I would draw my cows.
You're just laying down,
The head,
you know?
yeah, it's like from a top-down view.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But then the head is like from a
I've seen
side
the vision.
perspective, like a
Did
profile.
you play a lot of top-down games as a kid?
No, I played
No.
Ocarina of Time.
Oh. Spider cow. All right. I always love to give this little fact about this game. That was a horrible setup here. So in this little game, and it's hard to see, so I don't get it perfectly, but there is a tell for which chicken is the correct ones. And they peck a little bit deeper into the ground. Now they're not always pecking, so like it's hard to see, and it's a very like small visual change. But there is a way to see it.
Oh, that was wrong.
That was wrong. You just wanted me to go do
I
chicken.
just wanted to do this fact about the pecking.
Video's playing a little chaos here.
Now I can't trust my drawer. I'm
This is
developing
true,
trust
dude.
issues.
Vidya has all the power. Like, he can send you
True.
He
anywhere.
could make me do any check right now, and I'd be like, all right, yeah. All right, we're gonna play. We're playing Minuet, so we can go get the Saria song check, and then we're gonna immediately go and play Bolero. Probably go into the dungeon there. Song of Storms. Nice.
Yes, once again, if you're joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend on the GDQ Hotfix. We got all kinds of different fun runs coming at you. This one, of course, being Nuclear NVIDIA playing Ocarina of Time Pictionary, where Vidya has all the power.
Yep.
I'm also trying to figure this. I'm trying to figure this one out.
We want the chest between the spiders here? Yeah, this one? That one. Love the boots. Complete it. All right, easy. And this is nice. So with that knowledge, there's like extra rooms here that normally I'd go in and check some items, and we can just bypass all of that. Hopefully video's not lying to me. Now I'm like, now I'm a little bit like, just a little sus. Another fun, we just saw the use of ground jumping in Ice Cavern. We're gonna do the same thing here with the bombs. Same setup. Oops, I don't have a sword. You can do it as a stick for this, yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That setup does require you to use a stick. I could have saved a flame, but oh well. And again, another really easy trick to learn. It's just following a step of instructions, RB, AZ, and you too can ground jump at home. Maybe not in real life. I don't know. You could try. I don't condone it if something bad happens. If something bad happens, I didn't condone it though. All right, and we're gonna go. You know, Vidya, I could have thought this as an adult.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
We have access.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And that I could have showcased Basement 1 adult skip.
Which is just
the hardest trick.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
These names, adult skip. Yes, let's just skip being an adult. We'll Peter Pan this, you know?
Also, fun thing to talk about here is, so as kids, and maybe some of you still think this today, Deku nuts, completely useless. You got it, and you're like, why would I ever use a Deku nut? Well, this is a reason. And this is a reason.
Easy. Yeah.
All right. Next steps are we're gonna play, blah, 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 you know.
Good job.
And then we're gonna go adult. We're gonna play Minuet, and we're gonna go to Mito's house. And I only knew that was Mito's house because that's what Vidya drew during the practice. And I looked at that and I was like, what in the world is that supposed to be? All right, so that's one of our 4 required dungeons. I have 3 more to do.
Not a letter, it's a button.
No writing.
If I had colored pencils, I'd just draw the color of the song.
Yeah.
But
Just draw the arrows without the A in it,
yeah.
and then you do like a line.
I could do like a staff and draw the circles, like a music staff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a long boy.
Long girl.
Oh, girl, excuse me.
Oh, bless. Also, hi everyone, if you're just joining. I'm Nukes, this is Vidya. We're part of Oops All I'm Zelda weekend here. And we're doing some Ocarina Time randomizer Pictionary, where my bud Vidya is drawing out where I'm supposed to go. He knows kind of how to route this by looking at the spoiler log. He knows where all the items are, and I just have to trust him this whole time, which has definitely been going very well.
I mean, I think you guys are doing great. Like, you're just going, you know?
We're just going.
We're just going. Oh.
That's the beauty of it.
See, now this is my favorite part of Ocarina of Time because it's the only fairy fountain I know in the game. So
Yeah.
I play that song a lot.
That's a useless fairy fountain.
Yeah, there's no
What do you
checks
mean
there.
that's a
Checks there?
What he's saying is, yeah, he's bad at the video game.
No.
I, in fact,
Alright.
am not good at video gaming.
Ooh, long boy. All right, we're gonna play Nocturne. And then we're gonna go into the composer's grave to get the song, not the treasure. Vanilla music.
Yeah.
What? So
I'm the only hints you need.
Is it a flying saucer? I thought that was a Majora's
It's not a
Mask.
flying.
That was a Majora's Mask. You want me to go and fight the aliens?
Yeah, just switch to Majora's Mask right now and start fighting the
Boot
aliens.
up the other video game right
This
now.
will go a lot differently if I was playing Majora's Mask, I will say. I played through that game twice.
It's not enough.
That's also how many times I've played through it.
Oh, yeah.
Done two times altogether, and both times Vidia's had to walk me through the ending of the game.
Actually, low-key would rank that, I think, as the best. Like, if you're playing just like casually a Zelda game, I think Majora's Mask is the best one. The story and the characters are so just... It's so good. You can tell there was a lot of heart that went into that game.
I always make the joke that you have two types of people. You have dummies that like Ocarina of Time and doctors that like
Oh, like
Majora's
Michelle.
Mask.
Yeah.
And I'm definitely in the Ocarina, and I don't even like Ocarina of Time, so I'm weird.
What?
Yeah,
Then
no,
what?
I'm
Do you like Spirit Tracks?
no, I don't like Spirit
What
Tracks.
people like Spirit Tracks? I don't know where I'm going here. We're leaving. We're walking out of here, and oh no.
Let me try this again.
You got him.
I
You
don't know
got him.
where you're wanting me to go here. Into somewhere. You want me to go in the dungeon?
Maybe.
I don't
That's what I was trying to draw there. I don't know.
No,
I drew a hook shot. I drew the like tree branch.
Did anyone in chat get that?
I doubt anyone in chat knew what I was going on about.
I was confused on your routing there because I was like, why is he making me come back here and walk away? Spirit Tracks does, okay, I will say I do listen to the Spirit Tracks overworld music a bit because it is pretty fantastic. All right, well, Vidya kind of draws out here where he wants me to go. I do have on me Ferora's Wind and a long shot here, so I'm gonna go ahead and move over here. So probably help with routing. I might be making bad assumptions, but if we have to lower the water in here, I can very quickly get back to this point by planting Ferora's Wind here.
I don't think I have two weird Zelda takes. My Zelda takes are I like Breath of the Wild and Wind Waker.
Okay.
Camping?
We're just gonna go. What is
It's a tent, right?
one door? You want me go maybe?
Wait, it's a map. Is it not a map?
It's.
Might be a
I'm
map.
trying to interpret this map though.
Right side of the...
We're not
which
going
door?
down to the bottom. We're going to the second one. Maybe is what. And we're gonna play Z. Going down the bottom. Go under the water. And then we're gonna go in this door, maybe. The big thing is playing ZL up here, though. Yeah. Key. All right, we're getting key here. And then the door. I'm banking on it being this door, and no. All right, well, I'm doing this. I feel like we're cheating with the head shaking, so I'm gonna go ahead.
See if you know what this is.
That is the NES part.
The Legend of Zelda.
We're gonna play Legend of Zelda.
That's tomorrow. We got JSR.
Listen, video. I don't know that game very well either. I don't know. This gave me a key, so I feel like this is not the worst thing that I'm doing.
Let me make this bigger, actually. This is going exactly as well.
Video doesn't have any power at all.
No, I don't.
You. Are you drawing an N64 controller? Okay, you wanted me to save so we can reset. Okay. One of those moments, I thought it was a map, so I was trying to figure out here, like, where in the water temple looks like that? But we were saving. Oh, I probably wanted to go to the middle. And then this one?
Okay, Ganon 11 had the right idea with what I was trying to draw. It was not an NES cartridge, it was a floppy disk.
It was a floppy.
I'm trying to tell you the same.
I'm too young for that.
I still remember floppy disks.
Ow! Why did we go get that other key? That's okay. All right, we got there.
The magic of Pictionary right
The
there.
magic of Pictionary. We're working. We're doing it.
I absolutely do remember floppy disks. They exist.
So honestly, though, my only experience with floppy disks would be as a save icon for sure. But
so wait, you don't remember like in, I don't know, middle school or even like high school, you like find them and it's kind of like a treasure trove because they're like,
oh no.
Oh, to me, like I would like find them around the school and it'd be like, whoa, what's in here? I'd have to like go to the library, find an old computer just to see what was on it. It was kind of like the real incarnation of a Zelda chest, you know?
Apparently, some very young people will see the save, like a floppy disk icon, like they see the save in like Microsoft Word or whatever, and they'll be like, that looks like the Honda logo. Like it looks like an H to that.
Honda logo. That's wild. All right, we are going to go back, child. We're going to play Requiem, and I'm assuming go inside the dungeon there. Or maybe not. Maybe the fairy fountain?
Nah, that's Minish Cap.
That's Oh.
Yeah, you got to start playing Minish Cap.
We got it. Gotta play Majora's Mask here today. Zelda 1, Minish Cap. Minish Cap is a banger.
It is. I couldn't get a run of it for
no.
For
I saw
Oops, All
someone
Zelda.
in Twitter like, "Where's Minish Cap?"
Yeah. Next time, you can submit your run for Hotfix. And submit Minish Cap if you play Minish Cap. Let me know.
That's actually another rando that I've meant to. So I played obviously a lot of Ocarina of Time randomizer. I've dabbled in Wind Waker rando. I've heard that Minish Cap rando is pretty legit too. It's been on my list. It's one of the many things I keep saying for years that I'm going to try out at some point and have failed to do so.
And then you play Ocarina of Time.
And then I load up the same game from 1998.
Nukes, I tell a lot of people to do this, but I think you should yoink my Zelda wheel concept. I just think it's a lot of fun.
I low-key have wanted to, but I didn't want to take your thing. I love that concept. And
no,
it's
please take the thing. It's fun.
In 2020, I did a playthrough through every Zelda game in like release order, which was a lot of fun. But I think that'd be a fun way to do that. But you know, it's just keep it spicy the whole time.
Oh yeah, like there are days where I'll play like 5 or 6 different Zelda games.
Oh boy. Okay, wait. I have to like. Oh shoot. Okay, you can show them. We are going to go to this chest here. A boomer! Alright. Oh, I don't have a skill. Fish! Go to the fish! Alright, this is gonna be a little bit of a journey. But, sorry, we've been really bad about putting things on the tracker here today. It's when I do this, like one of the big things for randomizers is like figuring out your routing and where to go kind of based on your items. And this is just taking away all that brain work for me. So I'm forgetting to do things. Like normally I take a lot of notes during these and, you know, as I said earlier, checking hint stones, reading gossip stones. So I kind of know which direction, how to route the seed. And now I'm just like, just pushing the buttons.
Just waiting for video.
Just waiting for a drawing.
Which could or could not be correct, you know? May or may not be good. Or not good, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I should just start misdirecting you.
Just start, yeah. Oh, we probably want a chicken. You rock, company man.
Ow.
I do want to also take a moment here to shout out, I'm in Toronto right now because I'll be participating on Tuesday, Lady Arcaders, which is an all women's speedrunning group, is taking part in Toronto Games Week, and I'll be doing some Ocarina of Time randomizer over there. So if you want to support some women in speedrunning, definitely check that out on Tuesday, twitch.tv/Lady Arcader. I will not have video drawing hints for me there, but he will be commentating. I really wanted to bring the chicken all the way over here.
Yeah, I'll also be at the Lady Arcaders event. Not running anything, but I'll be there. I'll be hanging out. Yeah.
Gotta remember, move King Z. Sorry, King Z.
Thank you. Respecting my country's culture there. Bring the whiteboard and draw stuff while I game. Well, we're not doing Pictionary there, but that'd be pretty funny if I was just drawing.
You're just drawing. No, thank you, Ophelia, for linking that. Ophelia will be there as well.
Nice.
Hosting.
Very cool.
It's very cool.
Good people. Love to see it. I did remember to grab a fish. Very essential. All right, I'm going to assume at this point that this is vanilla Jabu Jabu, which kind of unfortunately ends up being the case a lot of the times during these dungeon entrance randos, just because Jabu Jabu, they do lock you to like make sure that child has access to child dungeons that can only be beaten by child, and you cannot beat Jabu Jabu legally as an adult.
Yeah.
The Hyrule cops will just come and arrest you.
Yeah.
You'll have to go to trial.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The rando cops.
The rando cops, yeah.
Yeah. So, there is a way to use Boomerang as adult, but it uses a trick called the Quip Swap that a lot of randomizer races do not allow, and it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to get consistently. By the way.
No chests at all. We're gonna get to skip all the checks in here, which again, really nice that I don't have to like go into extra rooms here.
So no chest, only.
But we do want to
motorcycle.
get the,
The motorcycle. Is that what you thought?
Huh?
Yeah, it's the
Jiggy saw a
master
motorcycle.
A motorcycle.
It's the
With
master
a
cycle.
crown. I thought it was like a really fancy crown, and I was like, King Jabu?
Okay. So this is what I drew, and Jiggy said motorcycle.
It looks like the
See it?
master cycle from Breath
See,
of
I
the
see.
Wild.
See, it's like one of those like really like modern futuristic ones.
Yeah. It's the you can use Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Zelda can ride on the hog, you know?
Another Deku Nuts, really great in Jabu as well, makes all those bubbles instantly pop. There is, if some of you remember, there's a room in here that is just full of those bubbles, and it has a chest in there. Just go in there, throw a couple Deku Nuts down, and easy. Easy. Probably as a kid, you did not do it that way, but I know I didn't do it that way as a kid because Deku Nuts were useless as a kid.
We have a few new people in here, so welcome everybody to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We're going to be running a whole bunch of different Zelda games this weekend with fun categories and crazy stuff. Currently, we have Nuclear and Vidya playing Ocarina of Time Pictionary. You guys want to do a little shout out to yourself again? That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm Nukes. I'm the one doing the gameplay here today. You can find me at Twitch
Tweech
TV
and Zelda.
Nuclear. It is spelled a little funky, and that is why I pronounce it nuclear, because it is spelled nuclear. I get people all the time being like, it's nuclear. No, it's not. That's not how it's spelled. I do a lot of Zelda content over there as well. Got some really wholesome, unhinged vibes over there. Very welcoming. If you want to stop by and say hi, I stream full time.
Hello. My name is Vidya James. Either works. I'm happy. You can call me whatever you want. I'm a Zelda speedrunner, streamer, parody marathon veteran of 10 years, mostly involved with Zeldathon. But I also stream on my channel, do a lot of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask randomizers. My Twitch channel is just Vidya, Vidya, clean and simple, 5 letters. And yet still, some people think there's a J in there. There's no J in there. There's a J in James, but there's no J in my Twitch username.
Vidya, you know?
Vidya.
Yeah, I guess there's Some people pronounce it that way, but I promise you it's Vidya.
You can follow both our runners in the title. You can click on their names right there in the title. Give them a big old follow.
I love Jabba Jabu's Baba.
What's crazy to
Jelly's
me
belly
is that Nukes is currently fighting the uvula, and you've been through what, like 3 dungeons so far? Maybe 4? Did I lose track? Might be 4, right?
We've this will be our 4th if we're counting. Oh no, we did go in bottom of the well as well.
Yeah. 4 dungeons.
We've touched a number of dungeons. We've touched them.
Yeah. And we're only 50 minutes into the show.
We're only 50 hours.
Yeah, we're only 50 hours. But like, to me, I wouldn't have even touched a controller at this point. I don't even know.
You would have been stayed on just chatting mode for at least the first hour 30.
Maybe there would be a tweet out. Maybe.
Well, this is games done quick though.
Yeah.
You gotta be going.
Yeah, so to explain the concept for anyone who's new, Nukes is playing the game right now, but she doesn't know anything about the randomizer scene. I do. I have the spoiler log. I promise I'm not like on my phone not paying attention. I'm trying to open the spoiler log right now, but my phone is telling me none of your apps can open this file, which is great. So
that's exactly what you want to hear in one of these.
If anybody knows of a phone app that can open a JSON file, please let me know. I know a guy named Jason too. But yeah, I have a whiteboard here. Nothing's on it currently because Nukes is just doing the round. She knows what to do in this dungeon. But this is how I communicate the spoiler log to where I'm not allowed to talk. I'm not allowed to talk at all about the status of the scene.
We're gonna try that again.
How many times did the blue dog win? 0. Man, I wish I had even one win. We saw Gold Dog lose once.
There we go.
We saw
a little too slow the first time.
It better happen, Jiggy.
Is Gold Dog the opposite of Blue Dog? Like, does Gold Dog statistically
Gold Dog has the
more?
opposite stats. It has the opposite stats. It is the most likely dog to win. We've seen it come in last exactly once, and that was like the biggest event of the month.
A couple of suggestions in chat. Open it up in Firefox browser.
Firefox browser, thank you.
Thanks, chat. All right. I failed y'all on the mini boss there, which is the easy one to do, but maybe we can showcase the Baronade quick kill at least, which is a little bit more exciting, but also coming up here is a fun little trick. Normally you have to climb up all the way to the top to hit a switch, but we have a nice little setup here where we stand on a little blotch right there, line up. Oh, I need my boomerang out, line up my head, look up, throw, and side hop, and that nails it. Saves quite a bit having to climb up all the way and deal with the jellyfish.
Very cool.
It is very cool. That's one of those tricks that, I don't know about you, but there's certain tricks that just make me feel good every time I do them. That's one of them. All right, this is Baronade. Again, another thing where Deku Nuts are very, very powerful. During the fight, Baronade is gonna ploop out these little jellyfish, but very quickly just nut them with the Deku Nut, and there we go. Cuts down on like the whole beginning of that fight pretty quickly. The timing for those, for like getting them close to Baronade is a little tight. That's like probably the hardest part of the quick fight here is, it is a tight window, and if you miss it, then you gotta sit there and wait for them to kind of spin around, and he'll be invulnerable for a little bit, but easy peasy, done.
This dungeon always grossed me out as a kid.
It is pretty, I didn't like it. Yeah.
The looks even worse in BC.
It's just breathing.
I really hope you understand what I'm saying
God.
with these drawings. Get the whole whiteboard in here.
All right, we are going to go back adult. We're gonna go visit Mr. Potato Head. And we're gonna go get the heart piece and then go in the dungeon by Mr. Potato Head.
Is it a Goron? It might be a Goron.
It's not Goron.
King Zelda. King Zora.
You guys like my
weep,
King Zora?
Weep, weep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like your King Zora though. And we're actually nearing the end of. We've got. Hopefully, I don't know if Jiggy. I don't know if Vidya is leading me to potentially to my last dungeon here to complete. Is a possibility. We still need our light arrows though, because you absolutely need those to beat Ganondorf. We are gonna have to grab those somewhere. Could be leading me to get those now, but I'm gonna guess that this is just going to a dungeon and we'll complete it.
That's not good.
Oh no. I will say, I don't think I'd be any better at the drawing portion of this, so.
They said, I am not an artist. I promise you that.
I think you're doing great, Vidya.
Thanks, Jiggy.
Yeah, you are. Aside from a couple ones that I clearly struggled with, like, I think we've been going through pretty well. All right, you go see Mr. Potato Head. Yeah, it really makes, like, I think it's better if you have someone who's not an artist doing the drawing.
Definitely makes it funnier, at least.
It does. Good stream. It's, you know, at the end of the day, what makes good stream content is all I think about. It's 24/7. It's like, what is good content? What is the value? And sometimes the value is following along with Bob Ross on MS Paint. So
If I'm anywhere near Bob Ross tier, then I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. This is definitely unhinged.
oh boy, yeah, you show that to chat while I go ahead and.
So right skull is better than left skull.
I'm gonna make a guess that once I go into this dungeon, I might have a better idea. You want me to get an extra shield?
No, I drew an X there.
Oh.
But the heart piece was just framing. It was theming for setting the stage of where you were going to be.
Oh, okay.
Although I think you probably could have figured that out from the King Zora thing.
Listen, I'm just following the instructions
Yeah.
as I interpret them.
Everything I draw is important, clearly.
It's like an
hello.
ARG.
Exactly.
Alright. Yeah, let's see what's in here. Oh. Okay. I'm guessing this means I can skip this first chest. And there is going to be later on here, there's like a chest that's between two Skulltulas. Or by them, kind of. Yeah. between them, by them.
Let me redo this.
Oh boy. Maybe not.
Maybe I should go one. I'm trying to do like 3 things in one. I really should not do that.
All right, I'm going to go at least. There is, now we kind of joke too a lot that Forest Temple is kind of the snooze temple here. You gotta walk through the whole thing every single time. All right, yeah. So we have to go do this regardless. So he was trying to draw the 2 Skulltulas, that way, or not Skulltulas, sorry, Stelphos here, that we're gonna fight. And we'll want to grab whatever item this is here. I also might want to heal myself a little bit. I would love... Okay. You know, I would really... They're rude. Rude attack. Alright. What's our next, we're gonna go get the...
Nice bonk. I didn't even remember it was on Bonko.
That's the first one. We've been going for like almost an hour here. That's the first one. I do play all the time, with no exceptions, what we call Bonko, which is where if you bonk on the wall, Link dead. That's it. It's fun. It's a fun time. Anyways, we are definitely gonna go get that chest that is over on the ledge out here, is what that is telling me. Yeah, that's 100% an important one. You do need the boss key. This is the part where video tells me to just skip down and don't do the rest of the dungeon. You're gonna wait. All right, we are going to hook shot up here. Push. We're gonna push down the button and we're gonna go into the door by the Deku Baba. And we're gonna get the treasure from the Deku Baba. Not the Deku Baba, but in the room here. In the room where it happens. In here. The fact that I don't think that's right. I'm grabbing this. It looks important. Hammer. We're gonna go into the maybe the well. You want me to go get that one? All right. Also, welcome gamers if you're just coming in. Hi, this is the start of Oops All Zelda All Weekend, where Vidya and I are doing OOT Pictionary, or sorry, OOT Rando Pictionary, where Vidya is doing nice drawings to show me where to go, and I have to interpret this, and you want me to hit the eyeball switch and open up that chest. That's what I am... Maybe?
I don't know this one. This one you lost me there. I know eyeball switch is
Oh, that's a thing, isn't it? Hold on a sec. I forgot about that. All right. Well, we got a lot of time, so.
Wow.
All right.
All right. Now I'm lost. We have no strength. Yeah. To be fair, I also didn't like notice that we were missing that. Oh, you want me to? All right. We'll put Feroras in here. So yeah, good idea.
Just forgot a step. It's
Yeah.
okay. It's no big deal.
Yeah, we're missing strength, which we do need a strength to be able to move these blocks, and without that, there's nothing else we can do in this dungeon. All right.
Would this be a good spot to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we get strength?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
would be a
let's do
really
it.
good spot.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay,
Go
so we're
ahead
going to take
and-
a quick break here. Meanwhile, before we go to break, everybody, if you want to join the official GDQ Discord, you can add the hotfix role so you can keep tabs on all of our upcoming events. Just do !Discord in the Twitch chat right now. We'll be right back with more Oops All Zelda here on the Games Done Quick hotfix. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix Oops All Zelda Weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I'm your host here. I'm going to be with you through the entire rest of all the different segments, all the runs here. We are about to get back to Nuclear and Nvidia playing Ocarina of Time Pictionary, but I do want to do a quick shout out that we have SGDQ coming up at the end of the month, and prize submissions are still opened. They're still open until literally tomorrow. So if you have anything that you would like to contribute as a prize, please go to gamesdonequick.com for more info on prizes. All right, we're gonna go back to Ocarina of Time Pictionary. Nukes Vidya, how are you?
We're doing great.
We're cooking.
I'm looking forward to SGDQ. I'll be there.
Hey.
It's going to be fun. It's in 2 weeks at this point, almost.
It'll be
Yeah, tomorrow will be 2 weeks. Yeah.
Wilds.
it'll
Coming
be
up.
my first SGDQ and GDQ event that I've ever been to.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it'll be fun.
You're gonna have a blast.
I'm really
All
excited
right.
to meet people.
Good time. All right. Do we want to? Well, if you're just joining us, hi. Let's give a little we're doing Ocarina of Time randomizer Pictionary. What the concept of that is, for those who don't know, Ocarina of Time randomizer. All the things are shuffled. We got a tracker on screen that shows what we've collected already. Our ultimate goal is to beat any 4 dungeons and then go kill Ganondorf. Before the break, we were in Forest Temple and realized that Vidya, who has been instructing me where to go based on the spoiler log and only communicating through pictures, forgot to get me my required strength. So he's got something brewed up here where to go.
This is what we're doing.
We're doing whatever that is. So I'll go ahead and give a countdown for our tech crew here to restart in 3, 2, 1, go. I do know from that I am going to go child. Looks like we're going to go to, I would interpret that as Hyrule Castle, and then go visit the fairy fountain fairy.
Do you like my great fairy?
I do like your great fairy a lot, and your bomb drawing there too is
Okay.
that's all good. That's all really good.
Good, because
That's
drawing the
together.
bomb took me 6 tries to get it to not look terrible.
Just sitting here the whole break, trying to draw that.
How do I communicate this properly? Because you need to blow up the boulder, and I just drew a circle. I'm like, that you're not going to know what that is. And actually, I'm gonna.
Got there.
All right, I want to know what are Nukes? What is your hottest Zelda take? Like one that
God.
you know if you say it, it's gonna make somebody in chat mad.
is the worst thing I could say right now, is that Ocarina of Time is not a good video game.
Ooh, biggest high five. I want to high five you so bad right now. Vidya, high five nukes for me. Thank you. I'm a known,
like, really egregious for me to say, considering how much time I have dedicated to this game and will continue to dedicate time to this game. It's not a great video game. Especially if you were to pick it up casually, and I think we all look at it with some rose-colored glasses because of nostalgia. That being said, it has a great place in my heart, and I will continue to play this game. Why did I play ZL again? I will continue to play this game over and over again. And I love it personally, but I know it is not a good video game.
Yeah, I think especially now, like, if you're just playing this game casually, I don't know how much you would get enjoyment with all the advancements. I mean, that's just natural for a game that is 25 plus years old, right? But I still think this is one of the most, like, easily one of the most complicated, intricate, and interesting games to speedrun. There's just so much tech. There's so many different ways you can speedrun it. Like, a lot of people think it's just, oh, you just work to the credits right away and that's it. But the reality is, like, the history of this game, all the, iterations that the run has gone over, there's so many different ways to play it, so many different categories you can run, and a lot of them are really, really interesting and have a lot of exclusive tech. That's true for rando too. There's tons of tricks that are like rando exclusive. You never use them in a speedrun, but they're still really, really interesting. So
yeah, I was like, I love this game because of randomizer and speedrunning and tricks and all the things Vidya just talked about. But I definitely have talked to people who have played Ocarina of Time for the first time as a grown adult in recent years, and all of them are like, the majority is like, it's not a good game. It didn't age well, which I think is a fair criticism.
I think it's one of the worst Zelda games to start with. I think, to start with. Yeah, like if you've never played a Zelda game, I always say, this is my second question, but we'll go to Jamie, we'll go to Vidya after, but like what I always tell people is like, if you're on a hot date at Chili's, you're at Chili's on a hot date, and the person you're on a hot date with has never ever played a Legend of Zelda video game, what
you don't
Zelda
go on a second date.
No, it's not a second date. You're there. You're already on the hot date.
They're not getting a second date because they've never played a Zelda game.
You already ordered the margaritas and the chicken crispies and all that stuff. I'm saying, like, what game do you recommend? Like, what Zelda game do you recommend at Chili's?
At Chili's? Oh, God. Wind Waker.
Wind Waker's a great one.
Right.
No, that was Jiggy did not like that answer.
No, I think it's interesting. It's just I'm interested to know why specifically Wind Waker.
Because it's the best one.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna go. We got.
This one I don't know. This one I
do know that you want me to go to the eyeball switch over here. I just don't know, because I just got that chest from the I don't know what that. Oh, you want me to get the chest in that room? Okay, that's what that is. I keep on looking at that like it's a mushroom on the wall, and my brain could not move past like a mushroom is growing on the wall there, but.
Okay, Vidya, hot date at Chili's. What game?
What Zelda game do I recommend?
Yeah, they've never played a Zelda game.
Honestly, I think if you're just starting out, the Switch remake of the Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening on Switch, I think.
That's a, yeah.
That actually, I do like that answer a lot. Actually, I think that I think my answer was wrong.
And you were talking to.
But I'm not ever seeing that person again.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, so you want to screw them over? You want to? At that point, just tell them to play the Oracle games. Yeah, go play Ages as your first Zelda game.
You're
Also-
talking to the world's #1 2D Zelda hater, so you know the fact that I would still say Link's Awakening tells you a lot. Like,
They took me on a first date to Chili's, and then they told me they never played Zelda. Like, this date is not going well, okay?
They got good margaritas. You know, Chili's isn't that bad. It's pretty bad.
It's pretty bad.
we don't have Chili's, at least in my part of Canada. So this anecdotal contextual scenario doesn't really work for me.
I have to come up with something
you're on a
else.
date.
Does anyone like Chili's, though, is the real...
I don't know. You're on a hot date at Switch Chalet. What Zelda game are you recommending? You're a hot date at Tim Hortons.
Oh, no. What is... I need to pick better dates. That's a me problem, I think, at that point. Now we're just, like, repeatedly being taken on bad first dates. Listen, Oracle games, I love Oracle games.
Do you?
I didn't
okay,
love them
oh,
until the second playthrough, though. First playthrough of those games, awful.
Okay, all right. Do you really like the Oracle games, or do you just tell yourself you like the Oracle games?
I
That's
do really
I
like
feel-
them.
I've talked to a lot of people that consider themselves fans of The Legend of Zelda, and anybody that says they love the Oracle games is usually lying, or they're saying it for clout. They don't really like the Oracle games.
I like Oracle as seasons.
Okay, that one's sure.
I think I might be in the minority on this, but I like Ages better.
I think Ages is actually a better Zelda game than Seasons, but Seasons is more fun. But Vidya, what
I'm
was
guessing
your
at this point we're just going through. Yeah, he drew a check mark.
what was your hottest take thing? I know I
My
skipped
hottest
that before
Zelda
'cause I got on the Chili's thing.
Oh yeah, we kind of went on a whole thing.
We
For the
ADHD'd
longest
over-
time, I was a big Wind Waker hater. I thought everything about Wind Waker was done well except for the gameplay. Like, it's got great art, it's got great music, great theming, probably the best story, best characters. But it's like the actual like dungeon maneuvering and gameplay and that. I don't even hate the sailing. Like, I think the sailing's pretty chill. I think Wind Waker has some of the worst dungeons in 3D Zelda. So for a long time, I really didn't like Wind Waker that much. I've kind of come around it on, but I'd still say it's probably my least favorite 3D Zelda game. But I think it has like straight up like the #1 Zelda soundtrack. Like, the music in that game is like unbeatable.
Yeah. I see that's so personally for me, Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda. But I agree, the dungeons are bad. It's just like the atmospheres are really, really good. And as a kid, I spent a lot of time just sitting on Dragon Roost Island listening to the music. Like, I would just go there and bop around as a kid because good music.
I think what's the Tower of the Gods, I think, is one of my least favorite dungeons in any game.
Oh wow.
For real.
Yeah. I don't like that 2 of them are escort quests.
Yeah, not great. I think Twilight Princess has Temple of Time, where you kind of like maneuver a statue around in kind of a similar like concept to, I guess, Tower of the Gods, but I think Twilight Princess did that idea a whole lot better. As soon as you can learn to move really fast with the statue, it becomes really fun.
It's really interesting to compare the 2 GameCube games, you know? Like, when you look at
I don't like Twilight Princess.
Ooh. Can't believe
Do
this.
you know who you're sitting next to? Twitch.tv/Vidya, aka Twilight
That's
Princess Master.
It's been a while since I've really. When I first started out at Zeldathon, Twilight Princess was my the game that I ran, and then I kind of came around, and now I'm more OOT and MM. But
Yeah, I actually didn't know that about you.
yeah, Twilight Princess was my game for years. How do
I
we
think it's a
ban
good
the
game.
streamer? Which one? You can ban me if you want. We got to keep nukes around though. He's the one playing the game.
They're probably talking about me. I'm causing drama. You know, first show I gotta cause a little drama.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say though, the Zant fight at the very end of Twilight Princess is the best boss rush I've ever experienced in a video game. So I will give it, that is beautifully done. But I think overall the game's kind of mid.
All right, Jiggy, what's your hot Zelda take?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Nukes and I have more or less the same hot Zelda take. It's that Ocarina of Time is a pretty rough video game. And it walked so every other Zelda game could sprint.
Yeah. Like
I will never say
essential.
Yes.
It's essential.
Yeah. Like, I will never say this game is a bad video game. I just think that every other game in the franchise did it better. Except for like Phantom Hourglass and the Oracle games, but like other than that, you know.
Like I would never. I don't think I could, in good heart, suggest someone play Ocarina of Time if they've never played it before at this point.
I think so. If they, what I always say is, if you already played it, because I met a lot of people that played Breath of the Wild or TOTK first, because you know, new current modern big boy Zelda game, and I say if you beat that game, yes, go play Ocarina of Time. I think that it's a great next game because it's kind of, it's not the roots, obviously Zelda 1 and all that, and Link to the Past, but
what?
I taught you something yesterday. You want to try?
You want me to do? Oh God!
do it.
I don't know. This is all right. There's, we'll see if we can get it. Yeah, so that's visiting video here in Canada right now. And with that, we've learned taught me a trick yesterday, and it's actually a little difficult. Let's see if we can get it. Oh God, I'm like forgetting what I'm doing here. I need to change my hookshot here.
Buttons.
This is the hardest part. You gotta do like yeah, that's gonna take a few times. Basically, what I'm doing is lining up the hook shot here. And this is not allowed normally, but we're just showcasing it. I have access to the boss here. And you have to backflip and then press the hook shot button pretty quickly in succession. This is probably the hardest part of the trick.
The idea is it stops your momentum in the air, so you just, there you go.
There we go. So we got position here. I'm going to take a left, drop down, walk into this chunk here. We're going to line up, line up Link, so we're like kind of in the center here, and then we're going to jump into the void. So you can do this upon entering Forest Temple and skip the whole dungeon. So that's your fun little. Normally, I've never done that trick on stream before, so my chatters, you're welcome. Look, I learned a new trick this weekend already.
And I drew something really cool, and then I just erased it out of habit.
Oh no!
Now I'm gonna draw it again. It's not gonna look as good. It looks about the same. It might have not actually been that good.
But yes,
also, I like to when I do these fights. A fun thing that I think people don't realize for this Phantom Ganon fight. So there's two Phantom Ganons kind of galloping out of the frames, and the tell. There's two tells for it. One, which is kind of hard to hear on a CRT, so I didn't know this until recently. That you can hear the galloping one is the real one. And also the lighting on the real one is brighter, which are two things that growing up playing this on a CRT, you maybe didn't notice. There you go. We also like to position ourselves pretty close to Phantom Ganon in this fight, because it usually cuts down on how many times he'll kind of back and forth with you.
Sometimes he does that annoying attack.
And sometimes he does that annoying attack.
It only comes out when he's at super low health. So.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, positioning yourself underneath Phantom Ganon makes it so like the frame window he has to like hit it back is a lot less because you're closer to him. And it helps when he's like lower to the ground, but usually when he's at low health, he loves to like fly really high up, and then you end up having to hit it back like 3 or 4 times.
A little more complex.
Yes, if you are just joining us here, welcome to the Games Done Quick Hot Fix. We are doing Oops All Zelda Weekend. Currently, we have Nuclear and Vidya playing Pictionary. Mind going over what you guys are doing?
Yeah, so I'm playing through the game. Vidya has access to the spoiler log to the randomizer, and is kind of routing me where to go based on pictures only. That's the only way he can communicate. So right now we've got, he wants me to go back Child Zelda, or Child Link, and we're gonna play Nocturne to go talk to Anju, do Anju's chickens.
See, I read that as
0.
What did you read it as, Jiggy?
Minish Cap Math Chicken Woman.
Math, yeah. You guys like my chicken? Screaming on you. But she's got her hands up like that, right? Like.
Oh, I thought she was like this.
No, let's go take a look at her. She's got her hands on her face.
I can't believe I would make the mistake on GDQ of calling Link Zelda.
Wow. Okay, so this NPC that everybody refers to as Anju, in this game is not actually named Anju. It is Cuckoo Lady. That is her canonical name, but everybody calls her Anju because that's just her name in MM, and nobody knows what her name is in this.
There you go, I helped you. Hey! So with that, we do have the power to go fight Ganon, but we have a little bit of extra time. We gave a little bit of wiggle way on the estimate for this because it is a randomizer, and we didn't have this vetted. We don't know what we're doing. So I think it'd be really, really fun for us to go and play the treasure chest mini game, but which is the 1 in 32 chance when you don't have the lens of truth and can't see where to go. And we're gonna use chat and Jiggy to guess if we can get the 1 in 32 here.
Yeah, so the code is always going to be a 5, like it's going to be 5 different guesses. It's either going to be left, right. So you do like LLRLL or something like that.
So we'll let Jiggy, we have to wait for nighttime, unfortunately, here, so we do have to sit a little bit. But Jiggy, I'll give you the honors of the first. Give me a combination of 5 lefts and rights.
Ooh, I think it's gonna be left 4 times and then right once.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we do have some guesses in chat. I don't know if you want to write those down and we can just kind of go through them. So if you want to throw down your guess in chat, Video will go ahead and write some of. We probably won't get all of them, but we'll go ahead and write some of these down here and see if you can be the lucky winner today and what your prize will be. Because I don't know what your prize is in the treasure chest minigame, but it's definitely going to be some type of treasure of some sort.
I really hope it's just left all 5 times. It's just, it
happens.
Oops, all left.
All right. Hello? Thank you. All right, so first up, we got Jiggy's guess of 4 lefts and a right.
All right, here we go.
All right, first left. Okay.
Gaming.
Second left.
Ooh,
oh,
okay.
First try, I will throw up everywhere. Jamie's like, please don't.
Wait, what? Wait, what did I do?
This is the left two, right? Yeah.
It's left one more and then.
Oh.
You
That's
got pretty
close to 3.
That-
3 is pretty
That's
good.
pretty good for first. Honestly, 3 in a row right there. Pretty good. Let's go, Link. Oh, I forgot I have to leave the here completely. All right. Next guest we have is Dujitsu, who infamously has gotten this quite a few times in my stream. First guess, with left, right. We got left.
Okay.
Okay. Left.
Yeah, left, right.
Okay. Next one's a right. No.
Oh. And it changes every time, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's like, this could be like a power play in a Zooter tournament. You could just try to get the 1 in 32, and
Yeah,
especially if you know there's an item there, like maybe it got hinted, you could just be like, I'm going to try to get the 1 in 32 and get it
I
correct.
did this in a race once, and it took me over an hour to get it. And then,
Next is Salty. I think Salty Nux is the full name. Left,
Salty.
left, right, left. Left. Oh. Someone's got to get it, right?
I
We do
believe.
this-
How many more do we have, Vidya?
a lot.
Oh, we have a lot. Chat
Okay, good.
is popping off. Okay, who's our next one? Gem?
JCM.
JCM. Oh, sorry, JCM with left, right, right. No. At some point, I'm gonna run out of money, though.
Maybe that's the cutoff.
That's the cutoff. We go and we either, yeah. All right. Battlehawk with left, right. Man. Not doing well here. Our next guest is Field with left, right. Everyone's starting with lefts today. And it's not paying off now.
Am I current record holder? Has anybody beaten me?
I
don't
think you
so.
are.
You made it
Yeah.
out of this with 3.
Yeah, I made it to 3.
Next one, can't read that name here.
Warlock.
Wallach with a right, left, right. So we're switching it up, starting with a right here finally. Yeah, if you want goofy, unhinged content like this with a little bit of speed in it, you can come check out my channel at twitch.tv/nuclear. Also, Vidya does some unhinged content kind of like this as well.
I've never been unhinged.
With
in my life.
Blue Dog Races the Majora's Mask. You can check him out at twitch.tv/Vidya. Both of our names are linked in the title. Just click on that, give us a follow. We'd love to see you in stream.
Do it or I'll scream.
Please, my headphones are gonna be, that's gonna be really bad, chat. Please,
Yeah.
please go follow right now.
I'll literally ask Vidya to open up his dashboard just to confirm, or I'll start.
I'm not going to hold this chat hostage.
I'm kidding.
Next one is Ken with 4 rights and a left. The opposite of the anti-Jiggy.
There you go.
Didn't work out either. We're not getting very far in this chat. I believed in you. Next one is Gogus?
Gogus, yeah.
with left, right, left, left, right. All right. We made it out of green rupee.
It was right. Left, right, left, right, yeah. No.
Okay,
so then we have higher order failure said right 5 times in a row.
All right, I'm ready.
All right. I've seen it happen before.
I have seen it happen.
I feel like you just lose if this item is the light arrows, right?
Well, so normally to do this, you find the lens of truth.
Oh, you cheat. Cheating.
And you can cheat, which is probably illegal, but we do it.
Okay, then walk has 5 times, left 5 times in a row from walk.
Left 5 times from walk?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so that's like, but this item can be hinted. So again, it could be a power play to say, you know what, I'm gonna not find the lens and I'm just gonna try for this. I have seen it pay off competitively before. It's more of a play in if you do multi-world, which is a mode where you have a couple of different players playing. You can have lots of people playing. We're doing Yoshi with left, left, right, right, left. And you can be in what we call Burger King mode, BK mode, where maybe you don't have any items to do any more checks. So you might come and just try to 1 in 32 it, see if you get something here for the other players who's connected to your game.
Funnily enough, the most recent multi-world tournament actually banned doing 1 in 32 because for a tournament in a competitive setting, like it's just, you just luck out. It's not, it's not fun for anyone. Anyway.
This is Benny with 4 lefts and a right. We're back to the jiggy strat. Maybe this time it won't work. I believe in you, chat. I have a lot of faith in chat, and I probably shouldn't, but I really do believe in you all.
Nah, I believe too. Bummer.
Our next one, Dixie. With left, right, left, right, right. Left, right. I feel it in my bones. I feel it this time. Oh, okay. I shouldn't trust my gut. They say to trust your gut, and maybe I shouldn't do that. Next, we got Fiend with left, left, right, right, left.
Oh, I like that one. That one's gonna be pretty good.
That one, you're feeling that one?
I'm feeling that
one's in your gut?
Yeah.
Here's the trick. If you say you believe in every single one, eventually you're going to be right. And then we can all pop off and... Left, left.
Okay. Going for the tiebreaker.
Right.
Oh,
we can't get past this blue room.
Yeah, the blue room is the stopper.
That's the #1 boss in this game right now. Blue room. Blue dog, blue room.
So true. Oh my god, the final boss of both games.
Next we got Ganon with right, left, left, right, left. Right. Okay. It does feel bad when you don't get past the first room. Left.
People have tied with me though. We've made it to 3.
All right, here we go. Blue room, left.
No, Jin, you made it to 4.
Yeah,
Oh,
you got
okay.
you got out of blue. Okay, this
Oh.
is tying you.
This is tying
So
me.
Ganon 11 tied you. So
Right,
only
left.
Zeldathon members. Yeah.
Right? Come on,
I'm feeling it.
Ganon.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
No.
No. Yeah, I think Ganon 11 and Jiggy are tied for the furthest so far.
For 4.
But I'm saying, man, it's just Zeldathon team members who are making it to room 4. That's our club. That's our hangout.
Any other Zeldathon members in chat? Maybe you can get me through.
At Monica.
Next we got Panther.
Yep.
With right, left, 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 right.
Oh, true. It's only Michael's. Wow.
Oh yeah,
That's
only
crazy.
yeah. If your name is
Oh.
Michael, give us a.
Any
give us one
Michaels
right
in
now.
chat?
It's my human name. My lizard
My
name. is
human
Jiggy.
name.
Yeah.
Right, left. Okay. Left.
Ooh, that's another door.
Come on, Panther.
Panther, are you
Another
also named
left?
Michael? Ooh,
Oh.
Oh.
final one. This is the
Left,
final
left.
one.
So is this
Okay.
tied? Oh no,
This
it's red room.
could be it. This could be it. Right.
No.
Oh.
New PB though.
New
New
PB.
But this
Wait,
this
who
is
beat
still the
us?
Michael room. But Panther beat you both.
Panther beat us. Okay.
The Michael room. Okay, we've got Theo, who maybe his real name is Michael. I've been tricked before by people putting human names as their usernames, and that's not their human name. With right, right, left, right, right. Chat, type 1 in chat if your name is Michael.
How many Michaels we got here?
It's true. Monica's name is not Monica. I know that for a fact. It's actually Michael.
Next we got Sep with left, left, right, left, left. You know what? I believe that Mike the performer is being real with that one there.
Yeah, I think maybe he's the only honest one here.
Okay. 2 lefts. 2 lefts.
Ooh.
Oh, bummer.
All right, we're gonna do 3 more, and then I think it's time for us to go to the end of the game.
Yes, I agree.
So we got Zeno and Dranzior both said right times 5.
All rights for, okay. We got 2 all rights. I called my uncle at Nintendo and the answer was left, left, right, right, left. Oh.
Why don't we try that?
I'm glad you have
All right,
enough
listen,
rupees
I
for this.
give the uncle at Nintendo a try first, and then
okay,
we'll do
sure.
the all rights.
Sure.
I trust anyone who says they've got an uncle at Nintendo, automatically trust them.
Ooh.
Left, left, right.
Ooh.
Oh.
Right.
Ooh.
Oh.
Final
Back to the
one.
red room.
Final one.
You beat out the Michaels.
Left.
No.
Oh.
You lied. You lied. You don't have an uncle at Nintendo. What the heck?
That was really close.
Here's the real thing: is there's people out there who do have an uncle and who works at Nintendo, and no one will ever believe them for that.
Yeah, my uncle Michael at Nintendo.
My Uncle Michael. Uncle Mike at Nintendo. All right, so we have Zeno and Dranzier both with all rights, and then we are going to go fight Ganon.
We got one more after that.
Oh, we got one more?
Yeah. One more that I wrote down. Because I'm like, oh yeah, you only have money for this many more. So I wrote down that many names, but I forgot you get money.
You get money.
Yeah.
All right. That was not it. Jiggy, what do we got after Ocarina Time Pictionary coming up
Actually,
today?
yeah, right after this here on Oops All Zelda Weekend, we got ourselves Breath of the Wild All Dungeons run with Player 5. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I just watched one of his runs the other night on his channel, and it's wacky. Breath of the Wild is such a fun speed game to like watch.
It is.
You just see Link flying around with a bomb and like clipping through the walls. It's so funny.
Oh.
So
all right,
that'll be happening right after this.
One more. And JPEG?
Yep.
JPEG with right, left. We'll see if we get to know. Or actually, video could tell us what the prize would have been if we don't get it here. What everyone lost today.
Good point. I never looked at that.
I don't even know what we're playing for here.
Yeah.
All right. JPEG, I believe in you. Right? Come on, rando gods. Please, RNGesus. Give us the strength. I believe, chat. I'm a believer. I saw all your names, and I'm a believer.
Oh, we got the room 3. Room 4, the Michael room.
The Michael room?
This has still only been Michael's. Aww. All right, JPEG, it's time to legally change your name to Michael.
Yep.
Yeah, what was our prize that
Does
everyone
anybody have any
was playing for
guesses?
today?
Anybody have any guesses as to what was in that chest?
What was in that chest? I really would like to know.
Do you have a guess, Nukes?
A bloopy.
What about you, Jiggy? What's your guess?
I'm hoping a bottle.
A bottle? All right, let's see what chat says.
Yeah, what do you think was in there?
I saw a disaster about to happen, and I corrected it.
So it logically cannot be the lens, but I like your spirit.
Make me draw it? Okay, I'll draw it.
Yeah.
Ready? You ready? The prize was
A piece of heart. Honestly, I don't have a lot of health coming up on this fight here.
Yeah, well, don't die.
Is that vanilla? Like that? It is just a piece of heart in normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's true. You could have went and bullied some bosses for hearts. But Nukes is a pro. Who needs heart containers?
Yeah. I
Bro.
don't need them.
Friend of the stream in chat right now, OMG, it's Monica, just sent me an actual honest to God text message in the year 2024. And it is her taking a picture of chat with her phone and sending it to me. Monica, there's
Honestly,
better ways to do this.
That's prime content.
I love that.
But as Nukes is running to fight Ganon, welcome everybody again to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. We have a bunch of different runs coming up all weekend for today, for tomorrow. My name is Jiggy. I'm hanging out with you throughout all of them. But yeah, this is the ending. We're rocking and rolling towards the ending of Ocarina of Time Pictionary. Yeah. This room scared me as a kid.
Yeah, that's scary.
If you think this one's scary, one of these rooms still scares me.
Let me guess, Vidya, in Master Quest, they just add Stalfos to the room too.
It's either that or Song of Time blocks. One of the two.
Yeah.
I've been playing Master Quest on my show, and it's just been whenever they don't know what to do, they just add Stalfos. That's just the bit.
All right. Well, we might die here.
Good luck.
I don't got good health. If I get hit by these iron knuckles, we're screwed. Now there is a way, and I still somehow screw this up, but if you go at their feet here, I think I'm not lined up well. Yeah. If you go on their right foot, and I always mess up the lining.
It's tough because they start to turn, and you need to like adjust and like inch forward a little bit so you continue to be at their foot.
We'll go ahead just for
get some
for safety's sake. We'll go get a little bit more health. I do have a bottle that we can put a fairy in. Just make it a little bit safer because they do hit for hard, and again, we have ways around that, but
I had no idea there was a fairy fountain. Is this vanilla or is this fake?
it is. There's this. There's a wall here that you can kind of tell is a little bit differently colored.
Wow.
And those the GDQ scrubs in there do have other like resources that you can buy from them. I don't even
literally
know what
just
they sell.
teleport to the forest temple. You know. Oh, I forgot to ask you this, Nukes. What I think I know Vidya's opinion on this game, but what is your opinion on the Ocarina of Time 3D remake by Grizzo?
Yes, I love it. It has a lot of, like we were talking, kind of mentioned this briefly earlier. There's a lot of like nice quality of life updates to the randomizer with like D-pad hovers and such. And Grizzo kind of, added a lot of nice quality of life stuff to the remake as well, which I very much appreciate. Also, of course, when you go and grab a fairy is when you don't need it, which I'm gonna let this guy free, let you free, because we're gonna want the bottle for the fight coming up here with Ganondorf.
My honest thoughts on OT 3D, as someone who exclusively speedruns the N64 version, is I think it's pretty cool. I think that for people who are casually enjoying OT, if you own a 3DS, then absolutely yes, play the 3DS version. As far as the speedrun goes, I don't speedrun it myself, but I have seen a lot of people who do speedrun it. I've seen what it looks like. And I think it's really cool because they did patch out a lot of the glitches that make OT pretty interesting, which generally could lead into, the speedrun just being, a lot more akin to like a glitchless speedrun of Ocarina of Time, but it actually has like a ton of its own exclusive tricks and stuff that make it very interesting in its own right. So I think OT is really cool. OT 3D is really cool.
Yeah, I think I know earlier I was saying too, like Ocarina of Time is not a great game to play casually, especially if you're new to Zelda. I think that the 3D one does kind of correct that some. It would be more enjoyable for someone just wanting to casually experience Ocarina of Time. Just like Wind Waker for the GameCube versus HD, I would not recommend regular Wind Waker to someone playing it casually. Definitely play the HD version.
Well, then you gotta get a Wii U.
Yeah.
What are those?
Yeah. The only reason I still have a Wii U is Wind Waker HD.
I mean, who would own such a console like a Wii U, right? Like, what even is one of these things, right? Who's ever seen one of these
What
before?
is that?
What? I've never seen one of these in my life.
Is that where you put your floppy disk?
Is that like an extension for your Wii?
Ew. What are those?
Also, that was a nice Ganondorf fight there. We're able to stun lock him and just go there. You'll see me right there. I did a jump slash. I didn't really talked about jump slashes. They're really cool mechanic, combat-wise in Ocarina of Time. A jump slash, because I think you might better know how to explain this, but basically they didn't put a damage value for the crouch stab attack, so it takes whatever the last damage value was. So a jump slash with Master Sword is the most powerful thing you can use against Ganon. But you start off this fight here with him knocking away your Master Sword. The way around that, though, is we store the attack value of that before we enter this fight, and then you can use either the Megaton Hammer or a big Goron Sword, if you have it, to crouch stab his tail here for way bigger damage value.
So everything other than the Master Sword is hard-coded to do 1 damage to Ganon. So it doesn't matter if it's like a hammer jump slash or a light arrow or a Deku Nut, it all does 1 damage. The Master Sword is the only thing that does like its proper damage values to Ganon.
You can even use Deku Nuts. I think that's always a fun thing to showcase too here is Deku Nuts. You can just go through and Deku Nut on his tail 10 times.
It's probably the fastest way to do it if you forget to store the Master Sword jump slash. Yet another reason why Deku Nuts are cool. But enough about that. We beat the game!
Yay! We did it!
Congratulations. I think this was a rousing success with the Pictionary and all that.
A lot of fun with this. Time stops as we slash Ganon here coming up. And, depth perception there, GG. Again, if you enjoyed watching this showcase, I'm Nuclear. You can click my name in the title here, or Nukkuler, Nuclear, yes. Give me a follow for more Zelda content, Zelda randomizer content. I stream a lot of this, and it's always a wholesome, welcoming, unhinged time in my stream, and I'd love to have you there.
My name is Vidya James. I am the world's worst artist, and hopefully not the world's worst Ocarina of Time player. You can find me on Twitch. I'm Vidya, Vidya. I'm Vidya James basically everywhere else. Follow me if you want to see more OOT and MM content. But yeah, shout outs to Jiggy for running this whole thing. Thank you for having us on here. It was a blast to do, Jiggy. I know you got a super fun weekend yet ahead for you. So good luck with the rest of the marathon, man.
Thank you both, Nukes and Vidya, for joining us here and running Ocarina of Time Pictionary. It was a lot of fun. Please, once again, everybody who's watching, go give them a follow. Their name is in the title. You can go check out both Vidya and Nukes right in the title, and then I'm sure a moderator can give them a nice shout out as well. That'd be really great. Thank you both for running Ocarina of Time Pictionary. It was just a lot of fun. And I hope to see you both soon on another Oops weekend. That'd be really cool. All right. Running up next, we got ourselves Player 5 playing Breath of the Wild All Dungeons. So we're going to take a quick break here. So everyone stick around, go get some water or popcorn, stick around because Player 5 is coming at you with a really fast run. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Games Done Quick Hotfix Oops All Zelda Weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I am your host for this entire weekend. We got a bunch more runs coming at you, and this one is one that I'm really, really excited about. It's going to be Player 5 playing through all dungeons of Breath of the Wild. If you have not seen this run, it is genuinely incredible. So I'm not going to stall much longer. We're going to get right into it. Player 5, how are you?
Oh, hello everyone. I'm doing pretty well. Excited to show off my favorite game with honestly, this is my favorite category to like show people because I think it just has a nice mix of everything this game has to offer. So yeah, I'll be doing all dungeons, which is all divine beasts for this game. But with me, I've got the real Noman as my co-commentator to help explain all of the cool things we do.
Hello, everybody. I am the real Gnome, and I run this game too.
But yeah, I guess I'll just get into the run. Timing starts when we gain control of Link. So I will hopefully remember to count that off. I feel like I've done runs before where I just forget entirely. But it'll be like on a fade in.
Right. So Breath of the Wild All Dungeons is a pretty cool run because I feel like any percent is pretty short and there's not too many tricks involved. But All Dungeons is also my favorite category to show off when it comes to anything on stream, because you really do get to see every part of the map and a whole bunch of diverse tricks.
Player 5, as we're entering into this cutscene, tell me how you kind of like got into running Breath of the Wild. Did you like start right when it came out, or?
So 3, 2, 1, go. Time. Yeah, so I actually didn't get into speedrunning this game until, well, I guess I started somewhere around 4 years ago. Actually, at this point, it might be like exactly 4 years. Because I think it was like mid-June 2020. But yeah, I didn't speedrun for the first 3 years the game was out. It was more of a lockdown activity that I picked up, and now it's become my my main hobby.
Yeah, me and a whole lot of other runners also started around that time. That's actually how a lot of us met and became friends, is through speedrunning during COVID.
All right. Yeah, we just picked up the Sheikah Slate, and that was the first major glitch of the run. It's a scope clip where you use the scope to turn Link around, and if you're positioned at just the right spot next to a wall with just the right camera angle, he'll turn around, and that instant turnaround will put him through the wall.
Right, so this very beginning split might be a little bit overwhelming because we're going to see a ton of tricks. That was incredibly close right there. It really needed that sphere, and the Boko almost stole it from him. But this very first split is going to have pretty much every single movement trick that we used in the run. He's going to be picking up a lot of this food here. Some of it is for healing, and some of it is actually going to be for a glitch later on. That's going to look really insane when we get to there.
I was just like fighting for my life. That was the biggest struggle I think I've had, picking up those peppers. And the spear too. Okay, well, I didn't really warm up too much, so we'll see.
I've never seen somebody bob and weave the way I've seen him do that before. So this very first trick that he's doing right here is a shield clip. So what he's going to do is he's going to shield surf on a little lip of this building right here, and it's going to give him something called skew. And that means that it is a stored angle for when Link does a shield flip. And he's going to use that angle to clip through this window here in the Temple of Time so that he can get to the other side really quickly and not have to deal with the Boko on the other side. And this trick right here is something that revolutionized, this changed Breath of the Wild speedrunning when this was discovered. This is called BLSS, the Bow Lift Smuggle Slide. So basically what Link does is he will smuggle an item like a pot or like a bomb, and then by using that in conjunction with like doing a step-up animation on something, that's an animation that's unaffected by gravity. You can use the object's collision with a Link to push him and slide him literally any direction in the game and stay the same height. Immediately after the slide, you'll notice that he fell down a really long distance, and he did something called a fall damage cancel. So by interrupting the throw animation of his weapon with an equip of his shield or weapon, he can actually cancel all fall damage. He'll be grounded for a few frames, so if he does that really close to the ground, he won't take any damage. And again, using skew, he clipped into bombs. You'll see what I mean by the very first split of this run is extremely intense with a whole bunch of tricks.
I'm just gonna retry that.
Okay.
I think that should work. There we are.
All right, cool. We're good. So that right there is another movement trick that probably most people know that one. That one's called the Gamer Wind Bomb. Wind bombs in general are basically using one bomb's explosion to push another bomb into Link and send him flying. So that one has been around since around 2019.
This game is
Yeah,
wacky.
Windows are.
This is so weird. It's
They are very cool. I would say wind bombs are definitely my favorite trick in this game. It's one of the reasons it's still so fun. Just because like there's so much you can do with wind bombs, and they have so much depth to them. Because every part of the trick matters, right? When you place the bombs, when you enter bullet time, which direction you turn Link, which direction Link is facing before you do the jump. There's just so many ways you can like change what angle you get sent at that yeah, it's really fun to master. Get good at.
That is one of the really cool things about wind bombs is like it's easy to do but hard to master. One of the reasons it's so technical is that like there are two bombs. There's the circle bomb and there's the square bomb. And the square bomb will spawn in midair facing the cardinal directions on the map. So like all the flat sides will face north, south, east, west. And so what direction Link faces changes like how he gets hit by the bomb and what launch he gets. Okay, so now you'll see player 5 is heading to the Magnesis Shrine. And again, he'll do a BLSS over. Then he gets skew off of the side of the shrine. He picks up the ruby for the glitch that we're going to be using later. And again, he clips into Magnesis. And the reason we need to clip in and can't actually enter the shrine normally is because he never got the tower during this run. So if you don't have the tower, the shrines don't actually get lit up and you can't activate them and enter.
Yeah, and the tower, it's got a very long cutscene. So generally we skip them, or we skip it in like any %, or in this case, all dungeons. And the elevators are already active, so you don't really need it.
Okay, so that one right there, we call that one Canal Wind Bomb. That one's also really precise, just like in the Bomb Shrine, Gamer Wind Bomb. I wish I could explain how precise and how good Player 5 is at doing this. It really is the type of thing that like you have to try it and play the game to actually know how incredible what he's doing actually is. Like those are so incredibly tight to actually hit, and he's hitting them so well.
Yeah, that one specifically, the reason it's tough is because there's a wall right in front of you. And like wind bombs in shrines are way harder in general because, especially on plateau, because you don't have access to the paraglider yet. And so if you mess up, you can't just pull the glider to negate fall damage or turn Link. So they're very precise.
I guess while we're still on plateau and while we're seeing the same tricks like slides, wind bombs over and over again, we could explain the structure of the run. So basically, in a normal any % run, you can go straight to the end of the game and complete it. But because this is all dungeons, what we'll have to do is we'll have to complete the tutorial area of the game, the Great Plateau, to get access to the paraglider. And then once we get that, the map really opens up, and then we can start doing the dungeons. And there are 4 dungeons that player 5 is going to have to go through. There is Meadow, there is Naboris, there is Ruda, and Rudania. And after that, he'll have to actually go to the end of the game and beat Calamity Ganon, the final boss.
Which, yeah, the beating the game is part of like all the main categories in Breath of the Wild. And I think like one of the rationales for it in all dungeons is that castle itself is a dungeon. So yeah, we have to actually go and complete the game. But then you also have to do it for like all shrines as well. So maybe Calamity is also a shrine.
Again, I just want to point out, my god, that wind bomb, that was so well done, dude. It's so precise hitting that kind of stuff. But then he even got the ragdoll cancel off of the little stairs that the monk is like, that lead to the monk. That is so incredibly tight and precise to do.
I wish I could get that in my actual runs. The ragdoll cancel is quite random. Yeah, so the order we do the shrines is bombs, mag, stasis, cryo. And so the reason we do bombs first is for wind bombs as well as BLSS. So it's for BLSS you need to be able to pick up an item. But the first one we did was with a pot, so it doesn't need to be a bomb specifically. But because you can spawn bombs in wherever you want, you can BLSS from basically anywhere. And because of how like broken the glitch is, that's super useful. And it led to a whole reroute of like the Great Plateau, which before BLSS, the old like bullet time bounce route was like, I don't know, that was probably around for like 2 or 3 years or something without much change. It's got to be like 2 years at least of just unchanged plat. And now we've got BLSS.
Right, BLSS was discovered in like September of 2021. So when we picked up the game, they had already been running the current, they had been running the BTB route for at least half a year, as far as I know. And then we did a whole another 1.5 years on that route. We thought that they would never change the plateau route. We thought that, yep, it's set in the stone. It's the fastest that it can be. But sure enough, even with BLSS, it took some time for plateau to get rerouted. Probably like 3 or 4 months.
All right, so
Not just
yeah, now we're done with the shrines. We can go get the glider.
I think Plateau might be my least favorite part of replaying this game, but you make it look so fun.
It's it's a lot more fun when you can just do it in like 13 minutes. All right, here we get to see the fall damage cancel glitch again. Kind of glossed over it last time because there's so much going on, but just throw your weapon and then equip shield and boom, don't take any damage. It's really only useful on plateau because you get a free fall damage cancel in your pocket after you talk to the old man. Just open the glider. All right, there we go. Tutorial finished.
All right, what's worse? Glitchless Great Plateau or the entire intro to Tears of the Kingdom?
The entire intro to Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, man.
It's literally my favorite game of all time, and I refuse to replay it because of the intro.
Yep. Yeah, I've watched that way too many times. Like recently, Here's the Kingdom 90% or version 1.0 because they patched a lot of glitches. So most people still run 1.0 because it's the faster version. But yeah, it just got to sub 40. Moldy Meatballs got it to under 40 minutes, which is insane. And there were some like improvements to the route that happened, but I don't really feel like going back to it because you have to watch the intro every time.
Yeah, I would think like
The intro.
5 minutes is just intro at minimum.
The cutscene itself is, I believe, 4 minutes, completely unskippable, no inputs required at all. And then you also have to do the out of bounds movement at the beginning, which is like 1.5 minutes. Overall, it becomes like somewhere around 6 minutes to like get into the Room of Awakening.
For everybody who's just joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We got Player 5 going through all dungeons Breath of the Wild. You want to kind of give yourself a little shout out? I know you're doing a very tough trick though right now.
Oh yeah, this part is really tricky because you have to do, well, we're like really tight on food. I basically grabbed the minimum amount required for the glitch later, and then I have like enough to heal 1 heart, and every time you do a wind bomb it deals 1 heart of damage. So like the way the health routing works out, I can really only I think I can't mess up a wind bomb, and that you need like a pretty good chain of 2 wind bombs to get to the top of the pillar. But yeah, I guess what I speedrun Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom stuff. So I don't know. If you find that cool, then stop by. Oh no, it is actually not great. Hopefully that doesn't spook the fairies.
Okay, so right here he's going to be grabbing fairies. This is also going to be part of the glitch that he's doing later. Pretty much all the items in his inventory are going to be used for something really cool that we're going to see in just about a minute or two. When he's doing the slide, you'll notice that Link is like wiggling back and forth, and he's basically flicking the stick from left and right to build up speed in a backwards direction. And he uses that to cross the map. Earlier, when he said "whoops," well, that's not a great launch, but that's okay. That's serviceable. But yeah. Earlier, when he said "whoops," he lost all his speed and he came to a stop. And the reason that happened is actually because there's a hard cap on how fast Link can actually move in this game. There's a speed cap. And so if you wiggle and build up too much speed in the slide, you will lose all of your speed just if you hit the cap. So it's kind of like a game that you're trying to keep under the speed limit the whole time while you slide, just barely. So right now we've entered the first area of the game. This is Rado Village. And soon we're going to be entering the first dungeon, which is Meadow. Before all that, he has to initiate the quest to even gain entry into there. So he's going to have to talk to these bird people for a little bit.
Oh, you also might notice that Zelda is speaking Italian. And that is because it is faster in Italian for all dungeons. Any percent is run in French. Basically, like, certain cutscenes and dialogue are different lengths depending on what language you're in. And so if you take all of the cutscenes associated with a category, time them, put them all together, you can figure out what language you should be running in. And it's not necessarily based on, like, you know, how long the dialogue actually even is, because for any percent, it's mostly just getting the Sheikah slate, and you just like gain control of Link sooner in French. Even though, you know, it's Zelda stops talking at roughly the same time, it's just when the game actually gives you control again. Okay, so this is the glitch we were like talking about earlier. All the preparation. I will focus up.
Okay, so this glitch is called IST, and that stands for Inventory Slot Transfer. So what he's going to be doing is he's going to be doing a bunch of really jank inputs, and he's going to be corrupting slots of his inventory. So by like smuggling his weapon and then holding the items, and then smuggling the items, and selling the items that he's holding to the shopkeeper, he's breaking slots of his inventory. And what this is going to allow us to do is, if he breaks all the slots, which he's done correctly, he's going to rearrange his inventory and drop a bunch of items, and then he's going to basically remap the durability of certain weapons and shields and things like that onto slots of his inventory. The durability of items are stored in hundreds. So, for example, the shield, the pot lid, has 10 durability, which is stored as a value of 1,000. So now we're going to see that he's going to fire an arrow, save and reload, and he should have a couple hundred fairies, thousands of ancient arrows, and then I think maybe a couple hundred normal arrows as well.
No, normal arrows don't get changed.
Oh, okay. So in this setup, there are no normal arrows being changed. And so the arrow count, the reason he shot the arrow earlier is to put his arrow count on the rubies. So after selling those however many rubies, he now has all the money that he needs to get through the run as well. And so effectively, Link is now immortal. All the wind bombs that deal 1 heart of damage, he can do as many of those as he wants because he has hundreds and hundreds of fairies. You could stand still for like over an hour and like be taking damage the entire time while on fire, and he would still be alive.
A little foreshadowing for later. Although I won't quite stand still in the speedrun. All right, so this is the kind of like quest before you get to go to Meadow. And I'd just like to note that they gave you 3 minutes to shoot, what is it, like 5 targets? We did in like 3 seconds or something, according to the timer. A little bit excessive.
Not sure why they would give 3 minutes for that. It's a little much. So now that he's done with all of the dialogue, he's now going to be doing he's now going to soon be entering the dungeon. Meadow has every Divine Beast actually has a little bit of a entry segment where you have to do some kind of challenge where you hit a couple targets to enter each one. So for Meadow, he's going to be firing on the 4 cannons on each corner, and that's going to let him enter the dungeon pretty soon. And normally when you're up here, you're going to be taking cold damage the entire time. But because he has the fairies, we don't have to worry about making cold food or putting on extra clothes or anything. So it really does save a lot of time to just have hundreds and hundreds of fairies at your disposal.
That's a fun little wind bomb right there, because there's an updraft the whole time. So you have to like change when you drop the bombs and all that. Actually get a launch. Because the bomb spacing is super important. So if your bombs are too close together or too far apart, you just won't get hit by the bomb properly. Also, we use ancient arrows there because we have so many, and it one-shots the cannons. Normally, Teba gives you bomb arrows to use, but those two-shot the cannons, so we just swap to the superior version.
Yeah, you'll notice he has 4,000 ancient arrows, so that also is going to be really useful for pretty much one-shotting whatever enemy that we come across, or just really easily taking out any bosses that we have to deal with.
When I was watching you run the other day, and I saw you using ancient arrows on the cannons, I got so confused because I missed the part where you duplicated them. So I was just like, whoa, where do you get so many ancient arrows? What?
I picked them up.
Picked them all up. I feel like it opens up a lot of possibilities too, because you're not supposed to have, I mean, you can grind them out, but you're not supposed to have that many.
Okay, so in Meadow, normally, casually, you get to the, like you enter and you go straight forward and you get the map, and that lets you tilt Meadow back and forth. But we're actually going to skip getting the map entirely. We're not going to be tilting Meadow whatsoever. Instead, we're going to be sliding around and clipping through walls like he just did right there. That right there is called an ESC, or an extended shield clip. So sometimes it's a little bit too difficult to clip through the wall normally. And so by re-equipping the shield and doing another shield surf, you can go a slight further distance and clip yourself through walls that you couldn't have before. And he's just speeding through this. All of these divine beasts have this kind of gimmick where you have to activate the 5 terminals, and each one is kind of guarded by like a puzzle. But we're not going to be doing any of those puzzles. We're just... That was close. But we're going to be basically just sliding back and forth and then speeding through literally everything.
Dude, this part's really fun. This is a fairly new trick. So the divine beasts haven't really changed much in the last few years. There have just been like very slight modifications, and this strat right there is one of them, where you like time the opening or closing of that like little gate to when the giant, whatever you call that, is under it, so it like squishes it and shoots it out to hit the button. It is very cool and feels very satisfying.
I love that strat. I love having the wall come down on the mallet.
Yeah, you can see ancient arrows are pretty strong.
So this is Windblight, and because we got a really strong bow at Castle and the 4,000 ancient arrows, he's going to be able to take care of Windblight before you even get the chance to void it. So yeah, in about 8 shots, he's already completed the boss of this dungeon, and the dungeon's already over.
And yeah, that's the first dungeon. Honestly, like one of the reasons I like this category so much is that the dungeons themselves have really cool puzzles to solve, and the way we do it in the speedrun is like it's really efficient and uses a bunch of tricks that you wouldn't really think of in your normal playthrough. Also, with a lot of this game, it's become like BLSS or Wind Bomb to just like, cheese everything. But I feel like the Divine Beasts have, a good mix. It's not all just like the same thing over and over. Right, so one of the reasons that we do Mado first is because it gives you access to Rivali's Gale. It also gives you the best bow in the game.
Yeah, the Great Eagle bow is a 3-shot bow that does a lot of damage. And it also fires so incredibly fast. If bows already enough are just, they're very OP in this game. But the Great Eagle bow is on another level. It really lets you just burn through every enemy.
And it also shoots really far. It's like literally the best of every attribute that you'd need in a bow. Except, it's not like the best technically for like firing fast. That would be the Royal Guard's bow. And damage, if you had like a 5-shot Lionel bow, that deals more. But in terms of doing everything well, the Great Eagle bow just has it.
So now from Rito Village, we'll see that he's doing an incredibly long slide. And one of the things about BLSS is that you have to be holding a direction the entire time and also holding down the B button. So if there's ever any point that while he's flicking, the game like stops and thinks that he is not holding a direction, he won't be sliding anywhere anymore. He will fall straight down.
So hopefully I don't do that on one of these long slides.
Yeah, we call that hitting neutral. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
But yeah, the reason I have to do this slide that's like, across the whole map to get here is because like normally I'd be able to just like warp over to Cryonis. And it would cut the slide in like half. But because I didn't get the tower on the Great Plateau, I have to slide all the way. And it's actually faster overall, even though like that movement would be faster with the tower. The cutscene is just so long that it saves like, I don't know, 20 or 30 seconds to skip it.
If you're all joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on the Games Done Quick Hotfix. We currently have Player 5 playing all dungeons of Breath of the Wild. We're already on Dungeon 2, which is crazy. But yes, we got all kinds of different runs coming at you this weekend, so stick around.
Oh.
So one of the reasons he needed all the rupees at one point is actually because of this. He needed to get the Gerudo clothes to enter the next town. And the next reason that he needs rupees is about to come up within probably 30 seconds. And the total amount of rupees that you need for this run is about 1,020. 600 for the Gerudo clothes and 420 for the shock arrows that he's about to buy in this town.
Yeah, there is technically a way to skip the clothes. by essentially, like, if you enter Gerudo Town without the Vi outfit, you just get immediately kicked out. But if you unload that trigger, then you're able to be in the town without the Gerudo globes for a little bit. And if in that time you're able to go and talk to Riju, then you'll be able to progress the quest without the clothes, and then you get kicked out after because it'll have loaded in by the time you finish talking to Riju. And so there is a way to do that. It's just not nearly as fast as you might expect, because the way to consistently get the thing to be unloaded for long enough is to place a campfire down, look up while you're sitting at the campfire, and then drop down. You're like positioned on top of Gerudo Town, and so you need wood, and then sitting at the campfire, and then once you get kicked out, that's also a time loss. So it comes out to be like roughly even, maybe slightly faster to skip the clothes, but yeah, it is technically possible. Which reminds me, I need to still like look into that again.
Right, we're gonna have to time that at some point. So when he entered Gerudo Town, he not only bought shock arrows, but he also bought ice arrows. And this is gonna be a blast from the past. He's gonna do a BTB, a bullet time bounce. So he's gonna freeze this bokoblin, and by shield surfing on the frozen enemy in bullet time, he's going to be able to send himself flying at 20 times the speed. And that was a really good BT.
Does it ever get old? Like, does it ever get old?
No, this trick is amazing. Honestly, probably the reason I got into Breath of the Wild speedrunning is just I watched a run and I was like, that is so cool.
God, I love that trick.
But yeah, the reason we still use it is because it gives you a lot of height very quickly. And so you need to clear these mountains. BLSS can't go up or down very easily, so BTB is still full. At least right here. They're kind of mostly extinct, but if you have to do Koga, then it does see some use, and then other niche BTB setups for other categories. But yeah, the little quest line that you have to do to get to Naboris is retrieving the Thunder Helm from the Yiga hideout. But you'll notice I did not actually go through the Yiga hideout. I just clicked in the back. That's because the thing the game is checking for is that you have opened the the back door using magnesis and walked through. And so if you just do an easy clip in at the end and then walk through, you're good to go. Koga will spawn in.
Surprisingly enough, Koga is like simultaneously the easiest, but also one of the hardest bosses in the game. You'll see that he's gonna spam ancient arrows, and Koga takes like barely any damage from these. He tanks them. He takes them like a champ. So a lot of these phases are actually super hard to one cycle right here. But yeah, we just spam ancient arrows. Sometimes if you spam enough, you can move on to the next phase. Of course, we don't want to use all the durability of our Great Eagle bow, so he's going to be using the Claymore for that second phase of Koga. And now the third phase of Koga. this one very kind of recently had a new skip kind of discovered where. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. So normally you have to hit Koga with that metal ball once, and then he spawns another one, and then you hit him again. And it takes him about 10 seconds to spawn another one in. But by dragging it across the floor, hitting B at a precise time, it'll hit Koga and the floor and explode at the same time, and it'll do a double hit and skips the entire last hit of Koga that you have to do. Some of these cutscenes in all dungeons are pretty long, like this one of Koga getting crushed by the ball. But the worst of them is yet to come.
Oh man, that sounded like it hurt. I hope he's okay.
So P5 and Noman, do you have like a trick in this run or in any Breath of the Wild run that you think is like just the most satisfying? Like, is it ball time bounce?
Yeah, definitely.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to say the shield jump cancel with Wind Bomb.
The one we don't do because it's too hard.
The one that we routed out, yeah. So there used to be a trick in all dungeons where if you jump and pause, or while you're shield surfing, you jump and you pause and you hold an item, you can actually go into bullet time out of anywhere, in literally in any location. And we used to do that for the Naboris entry, so that we could do 2 wind bombs over and skip riding the sand seal all the way. But yeah, we don't do that anymore. It was way too hard of a trick.
And yeah, now we have DLSS, which essentially replaced the wind bombs because it's a lot easier. Part of the reason it's hard to do that wind bomb chain is like you have 1 wheel of stamina for this whole run, and so with 1 wheel of stamina you can do like probably 3 wind bombs max. And you have to cover a certain amount of distance to get to Naboris. And there's like this cutscene that happens when you get off of the sand seal that will actually refill your stamina if you're midair. It's like Riju will ask you, "Oh, do you want to give up? Like, should we retreat?" And you say no. And that will refill your stamina so you can do another wind bomb. But you'll also need to then shoot the targets on Naboris' feet. So you really need to do it in 2 wind bombs. So it was just like really tight. You had to have like 2 really, really good wind bombs, and like the shield jump cancel input is already fairly difficult. But now we just BLSS, which is a little bit slower. But not too bad. Okay, so something that you may have seen me doing before is menuing, like pausing a couple times before opening my glider after a wind bomb. I'm doing what is called a super launch, where if you get launched and then you create lag, so that when you open up the glider, you're doing it on the same frame that you have like lag, it will make Link move 1.5 times the speed. So you just look at a town or some laggy area, you consistently get lag on the right frame, and then yeah, your wind bomb will move much faster.
Right, super launches are technically a frame perfect trick. You have to basically pause, unpause, repause, and as you exit the pause menu, you have to frame perfect pull the glider out to get that speed up. And he actually, you could tell that he got it there because Link made it all the way to the lookout in one wind bomb, which is not normally possible. So instead of heading towards Naboris, what he's going to do here in the entry segment is he is just going to head way off to the left here. And as soon as you get off the sand seal, Riju gives you like just seconds of time before she asks you right there, hey, like, do you want to quit? You give up? That's the dialogue that he was talking about that refills your stamina. And instead we go to this rock, and surprise, surprise, we do another BLSS. We slide all the way to Naboris because it's way faster than riding the sand seal all the way here. Unfortunately for this one, you can't use ancient arrows. You have to use bomb arrows, but also, fortunately, it only takes one shot for each if you use the Great Eagle Bow.
Yeah, because it shoots like 3 at a time. So you just hit each foot once. Another good thing about all dungeons is that you get to hear nice tunes. Normally, like Breath of the Wild's music is pretty ambient. Not really there. And like any percent you get to castle and then the music starts actually playing. But yeah, like Koga's got a good theme. You know, Enter Naboris is a classic. Enter Ruda. You get to hear a lot more.
I remember the meme when this game came out that it didn't have music, and I was just like, you must have turned off your speakers. It exists.
It's there. It's pretty good.
Really good.
It's just less like present. Less in your face.
I always say it's just like, but would you really feel good if you were just walking around Hyrule Field or whatever and just hearing the same loop every 2 minutes? Like, it makes sense what they did. Or like here in the desert, you just hear ba-da-ba-dum, 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 ba-da, for like you're here forever, you know?
All right, so this is probably the newest thing I've added to my runs. It was an optimization that was found, I don't remember how long ago, over a year though. But essentially I picked up this extra like Claymore earlier, and that's so that I can drop it and connect that like circuit instead of having to like turn the wheel to connect it. I just drop a sword and it does the same thing without wasting nearly as much time having to like turn the wheel all the way around to get things to line up. And that will push the neck up. And you can see I'm using the duplex bow because it supplies enough electricity to essentially activate any of these circuits for just long enough for us to, you know, continue and complete the puzzles. Because yeah, if you shot it with just an electric arrow, like a single one, it would not work. But because the duplex bow has the unique property of shooting 2 arrows, one after the other, it actually lets us cheese a lot of the puzzles here.
Another nice thing is that because he has Rivali's Gale from doing Meadow first, that essentially lets him just like gain height and skip over a lot of like really like silly little walls and stuff that are just here. Like there is one terminal in here that is literally just you gale over a wall and you hit A on the terminal. So yeah, a lot of the puzzles could just be skipped with Rivali's Gale. So unfortunately there is this one terminal in here that you do actually need to get the map for, so you can't there's no way to realistically enter that room and activate that terminal without spinning the sections of Naboris here, so you do have to put down the Sheikah Slate and get the map.
It's like the terminal itself is upside down or something. No way, first try.
Oh, that was clean.
But yeah,
That was beautiful.
the terminal is like not right side up, so you actually can't activate it unless it's, you know, right side up.
Velocità spaventosa, non farti sorprendere.
All right, so I shot his field. Essentially, he gave me bad RNG right there. He will either start off with a rush in attack, which is what I'm looking for because I need to break his shield, or he will fly up and throw lightning balls at you. So I shot an arrow there to hit his shield so that he would get to the next attack sooner.
Oh my, I'm sorry, I'm just popping off here. You just annihilated Thunderblight. That was crazy.
Yep.
Thunderblight is my favorite of the blights, and I think he's the toughest, so that was, no.
Yeah.
Oh, he could be plenty tough if in that second phase. If you don't do basically what Player 5 just did, he could be pretty tough to recover from.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think he's the hardest of the four. So I don't know what you two think, but
Oh, definitely. He's got like the unique mechanic of he's invincible until you break his shield. Oh, now would be a good time for a break, I guess, since we finished the second Divine Beast.
Sounds good. So we are just going to take a quick break here, everybody. Thanks for watching, hanging out here at Oops All Zelda Weekend. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, I just wanted to say, if you have missed out on any content here, if you missed out on the first run, make sure you check out our YouTube at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We're going to take a quick 6-minute break here, and then we're going to be back with the second half of the run. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Oops, all Zelda Weekend. My name is Jiggy, and I am still your host. I have not been fired yet, so we're good. We're going to get right back into it here with Player 5 and the Real Noman playing all dungeons, Breath of the Wild.
All right. So I guess we can continue the run. So I will start in 3, 2, 1, go. So now we're in the second half. We've done 2 of the Divine Beasts. There are 4. Yeah, it's like roughly the halfway point, I think. Maybe a little over half.
So out of all the 4 Divine Beasts, which one would you say is your favorite to run through?
My favorite? Honestly, I feel like I used to always say, when the Breath of the Wild right there. Yeah, I used to always say Rudania was my favorite. It just feels really like satisfying to do the speedrun strats like quickly because of like all the darkness in the first part of it, and there's some pretty neat tricks that are like, you know, not just like a wind bomb or whatever that you wouldn't know is possible. But like the other ones, like they're all very cool. Especially Meadow now with the slides in that last terminal strat.
I feel like I used to enjoy Meadow a lot more before the slides were incorporated. I'm not too big a fan of those.
Funny how that works.
I would also say Rudania is probably the favorite. It's just the most fun to do the speedrun strats for.
Yeah, the only issue is that you have to enter Rudania first to get there, which is the
oh man,
not the most boring part of the run. You know, not to turn anyone away, but we're about to get to Zora's Domain to start the Ruda questline, which we already did. in Gerudo Town. The quest is basically get 20 shock arrows. I think it's 20, right?
Yeah, it's 20.
And so we just bought them. And now we sit through 5 minutes of mashing, talking to
Literally.
the fish.
I love
Yeah,
that
this is-
Zora's domain just faded into existence.
Oh yeah. No. We're there, waiting. Yeah, it makes it a little annoying because you have to know exactly where the staircase is to be able to like make your way to the throne room. Otherwise, you'll accidentally climb something and fall in the water.
I remember we used to come here through. We used to do Goron first, and then we used to come to Zora's domain. And you used to just see like this vague silhouette of a fish, and like you're like, okay, that's where I have to go. But now in the current route, we do Zora's domain third, and we do Goron last. And so there's just nothing there at all. It's just completely empty. And you're just like, okay, well, now I got to figure out how to get into this invisible room.
I feel like for a
This-
first-time player, it was either Thunderblight or Waterblight that were the hardest. I don't know. I just think Waterblight can be really dumb because of the water in the room, right?
Yeah. I would say in the speedrun, yeah, that's probably also true. Like, I feel like Thunderblight would probably be the hardest and the most punishing if you mess up. Because, yeah, if he gets his shield back, then it's really annoying to try to break it again. And then with Water Blight, with like the water on the ground, it gets annoying. Also, another interesting mechanic is that as you defeat the divine beasts, each blight will get like more health as you keep going. So Windblight had the least amount of health. I forget the actual number, but yeah. Now
I did not know that.
Yeah, so like with each divine beast you do, it gets harder to kill the boss. In this case, it doesn't really matter because we have like ancient arrows, but that is something to keep in mind.
I guess I've always
Yeah.
done Goron last, and that's like the easiest one. So
Yeah.
That's interesting to me that you've done Goron last every single time, because when I played casually, I did Noboris last, and that made Thunderblight so much harsher than it had to be. Because I think the first blight that you beat has 800 HP, and then it scales up, and then the last one that you beat has 2000 HP. So yeah, it's a pretty drastic difference.
I think on my first playthrough, I did Water Blight first, but that's because that's where the game kind of points you. But then every single run after that, I just rush to get Gale because
Yeah, that makes sense.
it's what makes the game fun.
Yeah, if you can like wind bomb, then a gale is not nearly as useful. But
Yeah, wind
it still
bombing-
is pretty useful.
They even added it
Wind
to Tears of the
bombing.
Kingdom, via Tulin.
Yeah, true. Wind bombing surprisingly actually gives more height than Rivali's Gale does. So it kind of trumps it. It like obsoletes Rivali's Gale. This section right here, we call this in the community, we call this fish drama. This is literally just 5 straight minutes of mashing A and B. And then somebody gets angry and runs down the stairs, and you gotta continue the conversation down there. But finally, all that text mashing is over, and we can actually move on to the entry of the dungeon. So player 5 is going to be doing a couple wind bombs up to Sidon right here, and this is going to allow him to start the entry. He has all the shock arrows and the Zora armor that he needs. So just like every other Divine Beast, it's going to have 4 points that he has to shoot, just 4 targets with some kind of gimmick. This one's actually pretty tough. There's going to be a one cycle that he can do. Normally you have to ride up the waterfall, and well, some people casually did it in 4 cycles, some people did it in 3, some people did it in 2. I think pretty much only speedrunners do it in 1 because it can be really tough to hit all 4 targets when you're up there.
Yeah, in fact, like the way we do it is by pre-firing the first arrow. Okay. No. I shoot the first one, it's out of range, so I want to knock it down early. Did that hit? Okay, we're good. Yeah, I fired that first arrow so that when I go up the waterfall, there are only 3 to shoot. Because, you know, we only have 1 wheel of stamina. Okay, perfect. And so doing 4 shots, you just don't have enough stamina for it, really. So you'll end up falling at the end. And so you're like trying to aim at the target while also falling, so it's pretty spooky. So if you pre-fire, then it becomes much easier. But yeah, that was the route of 1 cycle.
Again, I just want to point out how like a lot of these tricks are super, super precise. Like that first shot can be really hard to hit. A lot of time I will just aim and I will just like shoot and just hope. I will close my eyes and be like, please hit, please hit. So the fact that player 5 is just nailing all of these tricks, seriously, he's on another level, man.
Yeah, and if you all enjoy what you see, please go follow Player 5. You can check out his channel. It's pinned in the chat as well as in the title. And remind me, are you do other runs too, but you're working on another version of this run, right?
This is the run I'm working on right now. So currently trying to get a 125. And I'm getting close. I was ahead of my PB after finishing this Divine Beast yesterday. So, you know, we're getting there. But yeah, I do other Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom speedruns. Like recently I did Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded, actually.
That was the one I was thinking about that you're working on.
Yeah, that was really fun. All right.
Blindfolded was a fun time. So again, he's going to. It's the same gimmick in this dungeon. He's got to activate 5 terminals, each one blocked by some kind of puzzle that he's going to be doing skips for.
Okay, so right there I used gyro to quickly move the cog. He's a little bit of time.
That cog with a gyro, that thing fights you. It really does. It fights against you at wherever you move your controller. So
yeah, you can't.
That's a lot harder than it looks.
You can't like just move it in a circle. The way you want to approach it is like move the thing to the left a little bit and then move up and down so that the momentum of your controller will push it over the like halfway point, and then when you move down it'll then rotate the other way. And so if you just keep that motion up for a couple of repeats, then it'll move really quickly. Alright, so Ruta is like normally on a cycle because the last terminal that I did first this time with that Rivali's Gale that is always spinning. And so we used to do it last, which meant that it didn't really matter too much how like quickly you do the rest of them.
Yeah, because like no matter how quickly you do the rest, you'd still have to wait at the end for the last terminal to be in place.
And like terminals need to be, right side up to be activated.
So that's actually a pretty recent like reroute of Ruta right there, where you gale up and you do that last terminal first. That combined with this very last wind bomb that he's gonna do. It's square first wind bomb. Depending on which bomb you use, it changes what kind of launch you get. So by doing a square first, he should get a pretty weak launch. This right here is basically the main time save. And he nails it. That right there saves like 4 or 5 seconds.
Attento a quella lancia. Può arrivare molto lontano.
Yeah, so that right there could be the first phase is not too bad, but the second phase of Water Blight can be a little bit annoying because the water level rises up and you get all these little platforms, and you basically need to really nail headshots with all of these ancient arrows because again the blights gain more and more HP as you go along.
Okay, I went for the fast track.
So close.
It's really hard. It's,
I was
Butterfly's
gonna say, wow,
body is just
real
moving
emphasis
so
on,
much.
Real emphasis on the headshots. I'd never seen you get that close before to his face.
Yeah, I watched CGI do that. I was like, oh, that looks fast. Because you essentially, it's really hard to hit like all of the arrows with headshots. So like being point blank is important for that. But then when you're point blank, like the head moves just so much that it's hard to keep track. Also with all the like effects from the ancient arrows, it's really hard to see as well. Yeah, I tend to mess that one up. But
For everybody that is just joining us here, this is Oops All Zelda Weekend here on the Games Done Quick channel here at GDQ Hotfix. Thank you all for hanging out with us. We have a lot of really awesome runs, just like the one here that Player 5 is doing for us this weekend. Up next, actually, we have a Link to the Past roguelite, which is apparently a version of a Link to the Past that is a roguelite. I didn't even know they had that. So thank you all for hanging out with us here. And we do appreciate also all those bits. All of your bits, subs, and all of your bits and subs go, as well as Prime Gaming subs, go to supporting the Hotfix. So if you like what we do here and enjoy watching speedruns, consider subscribing.
yeah, the Hotfix shows are always really fun. And they happen all the time.
Feroce Fangirl, I'll get on it. That's gonna be my next show, is the GDQ Cold Fix.
Oh. But yeah, we're now 3/4 of the way done, the dungeons. The last one is Rudania, so you might notice that I am a little underdressed for the occasion, but that is just fine because I am equipped with 200 fairies. Well, I guess by this point we're probably at like, I don't know, 180. But I will be unlikely to run out because, yeah, I could stand still in Elden for probably like, I actually don't really have an estimate, but I would guess a couple of hours just standing in Elden to use up those fairies.
That sounds like a podcast idea. Just burning in Elden. Just do interviews of different Zelda runners and the show goes until you run out of fairies.
Mhm.
I remember when IST was first routed into all dungeons to get 99 fairies. It was actually an idea that I had, and when I routed in the fairy IST, we weren't sure if it would allow you to actually skip the Flamebreaker armor or not, and so we put it to a test. We like let Link actually sit there burning for a while. And I think we did this. I don't know if this was before we went to SGDQ or if it was at SGDQ 2022, but we had left the Switch on with Link just burning in Elden for like a couple hours, and he just would not die. he just stayed alive the whole time.
So right there, normally you have to save Yunobo by like firing a cannon to break the like rocks that are kind of trapping him. But the rocks load in when you get there. So like if you have a fast enough wind bomb, then you can actually enter without unloading the or without like breaking the rocks. They just aren't there. And so you kind of just go in, activate the cutscene, and come back. Yeah, Elden is an interesting area for speedrunning because there's a lot of lag. And so one of the things about this game is that, it's on the Switch. And we took advantage of lag earlier with super launches. But for the most part, lag kind of messes things up. Because if you try to do a wind bomb and there's like too much lag, it will just fail. And so you have to like move the camera to avoid that, because when you're looking up, there's just less for the game to render. So it just avoids creating all that lag.
Yeah, you'll see for a lot of these wind bombs, he's going to be looking up or straight down, because that just, whenever the frame rate gets killed by anything laggy, the wind bomb will just not work. It's funny that you mentioned that this game is on the Switch, because it's also on the Wii U. And let me tell you, this section is near impossible to run on Wii U. Even when you look up or down, it is just way too laggy.
I was actually curious to know how dramatic of a difference the Wii U version is from this game when it comes to like running.
I used to primarily run this game on Wii U back in 2020. I didn't have a Switch back then, so I was one of the few people in the community that played this game on Wii U, and there were so many points, like in any percent in the castle area or in Elden or in Zora's domain, where wind bombs just do not work. They had to find like alternate routes specifically for me to be able to speedrun this game.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice coincidence that we've got Nomen here. As like, I used to know Nomen as, oh, he's the Wii U runner. Or I got to know him. But yeah, it's like, I mean, like the speedrun used to be done on the Wii U because it had faster loads, which is kind of funny. There is like an update that they improved the load times of this game and just switch stuff in general, I think. There's like overclocking. But yeah, it made the loads so much faster that, it switched back to Switch being faster. I guess it switched to Switch being faster. And now, yeah, it's just so much nicer to run on the Switch, even though like all of the same tricks work. You just have to do so much to play around the fact that the Wii U loads slower and there's just like more lag in certain areas. Yeah, the Switch is definitely preferred.
So this section that Player 5 is going through right here, we call this Yunobo Escort, because this is an escort mission where you have to get Yunobo between like all these guardians and stuff on this specific path to each cannon. And he has to hit Rudania 3 times with Yunobo in the cannon to actually enter the dungeon. And this is probably one of the parts of the run that is the least fun. This is, Yunobo goes at such a slow speed. You're not allowed to whistle sprint because whistling will stop Yunobo. It alerts him and tells him to stop. And if you go too far away from him, if you're moving too fast, he stops. So a lot of this is just walking and just waiting for Yunobo to catch up.
And
What
also
are you
dying.
talking about, Noman? I'm having a blast.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad you enjoy this part. All power to you.
Yeah, we get to watch a fairy heal Link every 5 seconds. Oh my.
Okay, but this is one of the reasons IST is so nice. Because, like, before, you know, we didn't have Ancient Eras to just one-shot all of these, so you'd have to actually do the, like, stealth mission. Now you just kind of run through. And then, yeah, you don't need to buy Flamebreaker armor or, like, cook the fireproof elixirs to, like, exist in Ulden. And so that saved a lot of time as well.
I actually almost entirely forgot that before IST, we used to actually like save Rivali's Gales, and we used to like gale up and push rocks onto those guardians, or we used to like magnesis boxes and hit them from up top and like all sorts of nonsense. And now we just shoot the guardians.
You see, I'm like taking out and putting away the bow over and over. That's because every time you put away a wooden weapon, like it'll light on fire, right? But then it has like this really long burn timer. I think it's like 30 seconds for bows. So as long as you put it away within that time, it will put the fire out. So you can just have a wooden bow as long as you want. As long as you remember to just do a quick take out, put away.
That was another thing that was like really frustrating to learn, is to whenever you had like a wooden shield or a wooden weapon or a wooden bow, that you had to remember to keep doing that with like all of them to keep them all. So like if at any point like he had his potlet equipped and it burned up, it absolutely just ruins the run. He just would not be able to do any BLSS with that anymore because the shield is required to do that.
Yeah, we used to like grab I think, well, maybe not, but like you can grab a metal shield or a metal bow or something to make this part less annoying. All right, well, that is Yunobo Escort done. And now it's time for potentially my favorite Divine Beast.
Really?
This one is super cool.
This one is very cool for the speedrun. It just feels like really satisfying to do all like the speedrun strats. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do the like club strat.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
So this was literally like thought of maybe like what 2 days ago.
Yeah, I think it was 2 days ago. And it's not like it doesn't save time. I think it's just like a faster backup if you mess up. But it's kind of fun because like the divine beasts didn't really change that much for ever since wind bombs, I guess. And even then, some of the divine beasts don't even really use wind bombs.
Shout out to Moist Blood for thinking of this one. So, one of the gimmicks in this Divine Beast is that he has to light all these torches with this blue fire from the very beginning. And it's completely shrouded in darkness until he gets the map terminal. So, he has to keep, like, connecting these torches with the blue fire.
Do I not have the... Oh.
Okay, so that right there, that club, we'll remember that. That'll come in handy in a little bit. Then he's basically got visual cues, so he knows where these torches are, and he's lighting the blue fires with just arrow shots. And there were a couple other things that he did, like he blew up a wooden barrier on one of the Magnesis stores, and then he also got rid of a bunch of leaves that were holding something in a different room. And now he's got the map. So now the dungeon is going to open up and we're going to be able to see. And probably my favorite part of the dungeon is coming up right after this map terminal, right here. This trick shot that he's about to do.
You can see the Boku Club on the ground right there. The blue flame. Yeah. We used to have to... Oh, that did not go very far. You shoot there. And the arrow bounces off the wall, lighting the torch. Instead of having to go all the way up there. Oops. And so, yeah, the reason the club is better, or like it's a faster backup, is that if you miss the shot, then it stays lit. And so you don't have to walk back to the blue flame to relight your arrow. That's another fun one that most people don't. What?
Wait, what happened?
Did I not have the... Did the ball not fall into the hole?
Oh, I guess not. But I mean, that can happen sometimes, right?
Wow.
Yeah, that's really rare.
That's unfortunate. Oh man. Yeah, normally that will just fall right in. I was confused. I was like, did it just not give me the cutscene for it? They heard the jingle, but that was for getting through the door, I guess.
Yeah, so there earlier there was a door with like a little eye hole that you're supposed to shoot a blue fire arrow through, but if you turn the Divine Beast on its side, Link can literally just crawl and just walk right through the hole.
Yeah.
It looks so goofy, but it is such a funny skip.
I wonder how many people did that on their first playthrough. Thought that was the intended method.
Here he is. It's the big boy.
What?
Wow. Okay, that was a lot of shots for Firefly. But yeah. So now at the end of Divine Beast, of course, he has to fight the Blight, and Fireblight has the most HP out of all of them because this is the last one that we're doing. And on phase 2, Fireblight gets this shield, and the way to get Fireblight down out of this is to, while he's charging up his attack, you let him suck in the bomb, and then you blow it up. And then player 5 is going to go into bullet time and spam ancient arrows with the Jeb. That was a lot of shots. That was close.
Yeah, got up. Not facing me, so I wasn't able to get like headshots as easily. And the headshots deal so much more damage. Yeah, it's like 2 times the damage for a headshot, which is why bows are so powerful. And like bullet time is just overpowered. But yeah, now
So
we're
with
done.
that, we've got all 4 divine beasts finished, and now he's just got one last quote unquote dungeon left, I guess.
Link. Link.
Yeah, it's just castle
Grazie per
to
aver
fight Calamity.
recuperato tutti I colossi sacri e liberato gli
And because we've
spiriti
done
dei
all the
campioni.
divine beasts, it's like
Ora staranno
Calamity
aspettando il momento della tua battaglia contro Ganon
by
nel
itself
castello dei Ruli.
with half health.
E poi anche io
So
ti aspetto.
it'll be a bit of a breeze. And for this slide, you do need a metal bow, because otherwise it's just going to burn up on the way. Like you have no way of putting away your bow or, you know, putting out the fire if you start that slide. So you need a metal bow to be able to make it all the way to castle. Luckily, we grabbed one anyway. At the beginning.
So because he's sliding into castle from so far away, it is completely unloaded. Like it is low poly, like a lot of the textures and like rooms are just empty. And so we're gonna have to just kind of he's gonna spam unequip and re-equip like weapons and like stuff like that, because that kind of forces the game to load things in. So he got into the middle of the room where the cutscene trigger was, and he just forced it to load in. And now he's going to be taking on the final boss of the game.
And you may have guessed it, but doing ancient eras.
Okay, who's tougher, the Clam Man or Ganondorf from TOTK?
So with the Great Eagle Bow and Ancient Arrows, he could just spam headshot Calamity in the face, and the Ancient Arrows, thankfully, they stun him. Phase 2, Calamity gets a shield that makes him invulnerable, and because we have the Divine Beast done, we have Urbosa's Fury, which it strikes lightning down and completely gets rid of that shield. And so he's just going to spin and slam to use Urbosa's Fury, and it gets rid of the shield, and he spams more Ancient Arrows until he's done.
Wow. Crazy. Who's more challenging, do you think? The Clam Man or Ganondorf from TOTK? Which one do you think is more challenging?
The speedrun?
L'intero corpo di Ganon
I'm just saying in general.
sembra ancora maligno. In questo stato è invulnerabile
See, in general,
sott'acqua.
see, the thing is with
Tenterò di contrastare
with
questa
like Breath of the Wild, normally, you know, you get there and you've done so many shrines and divine beasts that like the final boss fights are a joke
buona fortuna.
for most people. But with Tears of the Kingdom, you know, you have to like actually get a flurry rush or something. So I would say casually, probably Tears of the Kingdom. But then in the speedrun, Tears of the Kingdom just like uses a glitch to duplicate your weapon and then deal massive damage. You just have to like flurry rush once and then he's kind of dead.
It really does flip, because in like Breath of the Wild, any percent Calamity suddenly becomes like insanely hard to do for like a first time runner. It's like probably the hardest part of the entire run.
In all dungeons,
Oh,
it's
also-
pretty easy.
Also, this is technically the last boss of the game. This is Dark Beast Ganon. He this is an auto scroller pretty much. He basically just has to wait until the targets light up and then shoot them. And he actually skipped the Bow of Light This is there's very few things that can damage Dark Beast Ganon, but ancient arrows are one of them. Light arrows from the Bow of Light, ancient arrows, I think Urbosa's Fury, and Master Sword Beams are the only 4 things that can deal damage here.
All right, so time will end. Wait,
Link, guarda la sua testa.
draft. Time will end when the explosion of the eye happens.
Forza, Link.
Time. There we go.
GG.
And yeah, that was the run.
Absolutely
Dungeons.
incredible. Incredible.
But yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed. I think Breath of the Wild All Dungeons is a treat. Yeah, hope you all learned something new about Breath of the Wild speedrunning. If you're maybe interested in trying it out yourself, you thought that looked cool, make sure to join the Breath of the Wild speedrunning Discord, where there are so many resources and people willing to help. It's a really good community. Like, honestly, the speedrunning community in general is very welcoming, and I've had great experiences with Breath of the Wild. I mean, I'm still doing it after like 4 years, so there's that. But yeah, thank you to GDQ for having me on. It's always a joy to show off my favorite runs. Thank you, Noman, for helping me commentate. It's been fun.
Me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much there, Player 5. This was an absolutely incredible run. Once again, if you guys are all joining us here, please go follow Player 5 over at twitch.tv/Player5 if you want to watch some awesome Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom runs. It's absolutely incredible to have you here, and thank you for joining us for Oops All Zelda Weekend. We will be right back. Right after this, we got Andy. Andy will be joining us here playing a Link to the Past roguelite. So it's a roguelite version of A Link to the Past. I'm really excited about it. It's going to be a super fun run. So definitely stick around because we got more Oops All Zelda Weekend coming at you right now at GDQ Hotfix.
Tutto questo tempo.
Welcome back to GDQ Hotfix. Oops, all Zelda Weekend. Are you all having a good time? Can I get a 1 in the chat if you're enjoying all of these awesome Zelda runs that we have going on today? Guess what? It's not just today, though. It's also tomorrow. We got 2 whole days of incredible, fun Zelda content just for you. Just for you. So I hope that you all will stick around. My name is Jiggy. I am the host here, and we're going to get right into the next run here because it's a doozy. Twitch.tv/Andy is here, and we got A Link to the Past Rogue. Andy, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing great, Jiggy. I'm glad today has been so much fun so far.
Yeah, it's
hopefully
been
we can
a lot
keep
of fun.
that train rolling.
I think so. So, Andy, for all the people that don't know who you are, do you mind giving them a little bit of a rundown on what you do? Because I think you have, in fact, played this game once or twice before.
Once or twice, yeah, a couple times. Maybe once on the GDQ stage one time. I'm not sure. My name's Andy. I play a lot of retro games in speedrunning and randomizer capacities. Lately, it's been a lot of Super Metroid. We've recently been testing out a quad randomizer where Zelda 1 and 3 and Metroid 1 and 3 are all in the same game. The things you can do with a Super Nintendo in the year 2024 is kind of crazy. But yeah, today we're going to be doing A Link to the Past randomizer with a little twist. We came up with a way to make it feel like a roguelike dungeon crawler. Basically, all the dungeons are going to be in Kakariko. All the rooms are going to be shuffled around, and you got to find your way through the dungeons. It's going to be a lot of fun. We should probably jump in if I want to hit this underestimate. So, shall we? You want to give me a little countdown, Jiggy?
Sure. From where? 5?
Sure.
All right. We're starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
All right. So, yeah, like I said, we got a little key sanity going on, but because the dungeons are all random, we don't know how many small keys there are. There could be more or less than there are normally. We're gonna go in here real quick. This is Skull Woods. Okay. The lobbies are all the same, but then past the lobby, your guess is as good as mine as to how things are gonna go. Okay. Oh, here we got a nice little Swamp Palace room. I should probably get this full magic. So, Jiggy, why is A Link to the Past your favorite Zelda game?
Funny enough, my favorite Zelda game is A Link Between Worlds, and I call this game A Link to the Past, or I call this game A Link Between Worlds Beta.
Beta, huh?
Yeah. But that being said, though, I do absolutely love this game. I think it still holds up to this day. We were just talking a little bit during the Pictionary show about how I'm notorious for thinking that Ocarina of Time is overrated and outdated. And I think that this game is the total opposite, where this game holds up to this day and is one of the best games to start with if you've never played a Zelda game.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
It's pretty crazy how different, because when a lot of people talk about like, ooh, top-down Zelda, the original, the definitive, the one that kind of really started it all was this game, even though, you know, we had Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, but they didn't really nail it until this one. And then people talk about Ocarina of Time and how that paved the way for all future 2D, or 3D Zelda games. But I don't know, I think this one's still just genuinely incredible. But I don't think I've ever asked you why it's your favorite, or if it is your favorite Zelda game.
It is my favorite Zelda game. This was the first game I ever beat as a kid without very significant parental guidance. And because of that, it kind of just became like my yearly playthrough, one of my yearly playthrough games growing up.
And now it's your daily playthrough game.
And now it's my daily playthrough game, exactly. Yeah, so all of these dungeons are completely random. There are some restrictions to the way these doors are shuffled. Like holes that you drop down to go to a different floor are not random. So we know that this dungeon has all of the floors that Tower of Hera would normally have, and then some.
So you have just the bombs right now? Is that?
Yeah, we just have bombs, which is great. Let me tell you, I love not having a weapon. But that's the fun. If we started with a weapon, it wouldn't really be a roguelike, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I thought about like maybe starting with the sword, but I was like, no, that's no fun. We like fun here, right?
Yeah, I think fun is pretty fun. So is it random which item is in each of the dungeons too?
It's just like a full-on item randomizer, so there might not be anything in one of the dungeons. There could be a lot of stuff in one of the dungeons. The big emphasis is that this is just a big dungeon crawler because all of the dungeons are right here, and then there's a lot of caves that have chests, like 1 or 2 chests in them throughout Link to the Past, and those are all just guaranteed garbage. Everything we could need is in a dungeon, basically, with a couple exceptions.
So you came over from Tower of Hera now to Desert Temple.
Yep. The dungeon we're in is in the top left of the screen. You can see it says DP for Desert Palace. And it'll have some sort of symbol like that for every dungeon.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it shortens up the game a decent amount. Like randomizing the dungeons adds some time, but then putting them all here makes these take, anywhere between an hour and a half to 2 hours usually, compared to like 3+. All right, we got a lamp. Lamp is a good item to find. We never know when we're going to run into a dark room. Let's see, what else is there? The number under the bombs, the 2 out of 13, is the number of chests in the dungeon. And the 2 is the number we've collected so far. And then the 249 in the top right is the total number of checks there are in the whole game. Okay. But yeah, we have so the item tracker on screen is actually connected to my Super Nintendo cartridge. And the program is like reading the save data as I'm playing the game. And it'll live update as I collect small keys and big keys and items and stuff like that.
That's really cool.
And then they decided we can take it a step further, okay? I'll pop this on screen real quick while we don't move anywhere. But this other program I have actually live makes a dungeon map for me. So we can see here, this is the map that it has made on the fly of the dungeon rooms, how to get to places. The little X in the bottom here is actually Link. It actually moves around as I move around, so it's just like live polling the game, which is kind of insane.
And you're using an SNES cartridge right now?
I am using an SNES cartridge right now.
Wow. How does that work? Like
magic.
Yeah.
I think the how does that work might be slightly above my pay grade.
That's yeah.
I just know how to get it to work on my computer. All right. We do have one useful item cave over here with our good friend Sahashala. Oops. Desert is my green pendant today. Have you ever tried out like a Link Between Worlds randomizers or anything, Jiggy?
So, I'm on the GDQ channel, so I can say yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, I absolutely love a Link Between Worlds randomizer just because of the fact that the nature of that game is that all the items are in the shop and you can go and get them all, and then it's kind of just constant go mode if you just buy an item.
Yeah.
So I like that just because of the way that the game doesn't rely on like this game, for example. I love this game, but also you have to find the dungeon item in order to progress throughout the dungeon because that's how Zelda works. But in Link Between Worlds, it's the way that they did that whole structure was they built dungeons based around you not purchasing the items or not having the items. So it's a lot of constantly going back to Ravio's shop to get the items. But if you buy all the items, then it's just a matter of figuring out what works for you and what is the way that you can get through the dungeon. So with the randomizer, it's just a lot of fun to go and kind of do everything in a wacky order if you can. So, but I know that there's I think another mod of like somebody did a mod of it that actually adds the items to the dungeons, and that I have not tried yet. So,
well, it's a lot of fun. Highly recommend.
Yeah.
It makes that game more fun for me.
I bet. Yeah. Yeah. That game is also.
I love A Link Between Worlds. I just think it had so much more potential if you couldn't just buy all of the items from the shop at the start.
Yeah. Which is completely a fair, it's a fair opinion.
It was made perfectly for what it was designed for, which was like commuting on a train or a bus or something and being able to play in like 30 to 60 minute spurts with the handheld console.
I don't think you're wrong. Funny enough with that game, I always say it's probably one of the most easy Zelda games on normal difficulty, but it's one of the most ruthless Zelda games on Master Mode or Master Quest. I think it's called.
Yeah, it's
Master
pretty
Mode.
rough on Hero Mode.
Hero Mode. I got it wrong.
Third time's the charm.
Funny is at Zeldathon, that's the only way I play it. So it's not like I haven't done that. Like I haven't done normal mode of Link Between Worlds in years.
Oh, there we go. We got a weapon.
Sword achieved.
Perfect. Okay. Now we can start cruising instead of panicking about running out of bombs constantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, the music we do have playing in the background is from the game Tunic, one of my favorite games of all time. If you like Zelda games, you will probably like the game Tunic.
It's a great Zelda game.
It really is. There's been very few games that have come out that have scratched the immense puzzle itch of like an old school Zelda game like Tunic did.
Was your first, like my first playthrough of Tunic is one of my most like memorable gaming experiences in the last like decade, just because I chose not to like, look at guides or anything. I just tried to do it myself, and it was just a great experience.
Yeah, it was good. It was probably like, oh man, I think I played it like 25 hours in 4 days.
Wow.
Yeah, they actually sent me like, do I still have it back there? I have a Tunic chest cardboard box underneath my Link to the Past shadow box. They sent me a Tunic plushie, and I have like a Tunic notebook with the Tunic language on it and stuff. I like Tunic, if you didn't know.
It's a really good game.
I did end up looking up stuff like once it was like, hey, you should probably decipher the language if you want to do some of these things. And I was like, okay, let's look up how to read the language, shall we?
I think I just asked chat, like, I was like,
Yeah.
hey guys, you do it.
And then, of course, one of the guys working on it, Kevin Regami, is one of my favorite people of all time. He released a really cool video about like the lore behind the Tunic language and how the music is also its own language, like all throughout the game. It's crazy. The little
Benji
things
makes-
that like 1% of the people will ever understand or realize exists.
Yeah, Finji makes some really good games. They make some very good games. And Tunic, it was funny because like I ended up playing Tunic, I think at like PAX East 2014 or 15. It was like a really long time before it came out.
Yep. I remember it getting announced at like one of the Xbox like E3 presentation or something in like 2015. And I was like, man, can't wait for this game to come out. And then I just kind of like forgot about it because it took like 8 years.
Oh yeah. But I think it was worth it. They did a really good job with it. So we're just love lettering. Hey, not sponsored by the way, but go play
not
Tunic.
Sponsored.
Go play Tunic. I saw you also got to play a little bit of Questmaster, which is like the new. It's not linked to it's not linked to the past though. It's Minish Cap styling, right?
Yeah,
Just
it's kind of like Minish Cap. It's got like equipable rings like the Oracle games.
I like that.
But all it is right now, you love the Oracle games.
No, I don't. I don't like them. they cause so much. They cause so much drama in my life, Andy. My life would be so much better without the Oracle games.
Yeah, for now, it's just a make your own Zelda dungeon game until later this year, probably.
I played a little bit of it at PAX East. It was a lot of fun, if you're
Feels Silk Song, man.
one day, maybe one day.
Metroid Prime 4 and Silk Song are going to drop on the same day, and the entire world is going to end.
I don't know. My Metroid senses are tingling. I will say that. I don't think it will be this year. I do think it will be a Switch successor game, but my Prime 4 senses are tingling. I won't lie. And I'm excited
by a
about
radioactive Metroid as a kid, I understand.
Yeah. And I'm excited about it. I know everybody makes memes about it. It's just like, well, no, I don't want to play it because it's been 10 years. But like, it's gonna be good, you know. Nintendo doesn't put out or doesn't stall on games that they know are gonna be good. Yeah, or sorry, they don't not stall. I can't words. They do stall on games they know are gonna be good. Like look at like Animal Crossing or any games that they delay. They do it for a reason, unlike sometimes other companies. So, but I'm excited about it. I think my biggest I guess like unknown, because like we really don't know what's gonna happen next, is like what will they do next with Zelda? Because like we got TOTK, and TOTK is like it's been out for a year and a half now, which is crazy to think about, and we know nothing.
Don't say that.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That Tears of the Kingdom has been out for over like a year and a half. It's crazy. I still have people.
Into dust.
I still have people that come into my show, and whenever I play TOTK, and they're like, "I can't watch. I haven't even made it off of the Sky Island." That being said, though, I think I spent 4 hours on that Sky Island. So,
dude, it was a really long tutorial sequence. I wasn't expecting it to be as long, and I was like, "Bro, this just never ends." And it was great. I loved it.
Oh yeah. A year and a month. Sorry. All right, Chad. All right, relax. I can't do math. That includes time.
We can get this.
Yeah, Andy, what are you thinking here? What are you thinking here? Also, for anybody who's just joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend. We're here hanging out with Andy. He's doing a Link to the Past, but it's kind of a roguelike. Mind telling everybody what we're up to?
Yeah, all the dungeons are randomized. All the rooms are randomized. We're just trying to find some stuff. All I have is a sword. Oops. All right, this is one of the other caves that can have stuff. Everything is very particularly laid out so that you can maybe check some of these item caves. Like they're all locked behind a couple different items that you might need. It's all very nicely spread out.
There's an algorithm.
Yeah. So for now, like at the start of these, we're basically just trying to find any items we can to be able to progress through some of these dungeons. Since we start with literally nothing, we're kind of just scrounging for scraps. Finding the lamp is really good because you never know when a dark room is going to come up. Any keys, a weapon or two is really nice. But for now, we're just exploring. So let's go to this dungeon up here, Palace of Darkness. We just basically need to scope out these dungeons, see what we need. If we need more small keys, if we need like the Cane of Samaria to get through a room, we just need to get a baseline for what we might actually need. Since all the dungeons are random, the item requirements are also kind of up in the air.
It's a little more like, I feel like a Metroidvania than a roguelite, because you're not like dying and progressing that way, but where like the Metroidvania aspect is, I don't know, it could be more like that. Maybe I'm nuts.
Yeah, I think roguelite is probably a little generous. It's definitely a dungeon crawlery kind of experience. You just don't know where the progress is going to come from.
That's the fun, though. It's finding the progress.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we're just looking for chests. So we know this dungeon only has 9 checks, so it can't be that big. This is an important find. So this is the Thieves Town attic. You normally bomb this hole open to release sun into the boss room. We still need to do this to kill the Thieves Town boss. So finding that is very nice. There's one door to go this way, I think.
And yeah, Andy, if you want to show off that cool tracker again, that's pretty cool. Like, it basically builds a whole map for you, you said? Like, of all the dungeons?
Yep, of all the dungeons. Let's see. Here we go. So here's my nice little map. We started right here. We only took this stairwell so far, and it just places all these rooms with arrows. So that if I have to come back here for whatever reason, I know exactly how to get back. Then yeah, the boss rooms are always, all the bosses are vanilla, so Palace of Darkness is still going to have Helm of Sword King. All the lobbies are the same, and these are all stored, so I can tab through them to if I need to see, like, oh, what did I need for Ice Palace again? Yeah, this is a crazy resource to use for these bad boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Doing it without would probably suck. Like, really suck.
Yeah, it's difficult to use it, and like if you're you can click on it and like make your own map if you want to. That's a nice beer. But it's definitely a little more difficult to try to, use it while you're playing. No, I did not make that. I am not smart enough to make something like that. But I applaud the people who are smart enough. Okay, I think we are done here until we get a hammer. Okay. Let's check out Eastern. All right. So one thing that I try to take note of, you see these locked doors up here. They lead to nothing, obviously. So if we see one of those doors being locked, we can kind of try and figure out where the best place to use one of these small keys is, since we might not find them all. This game is built on all the rooms are basically on a 2x2 grid. So there's some instances where, this long room, for example, is part of a 2x2 grid because it's two map tiles high. So we know what rooms are going to be to the left here because of how it's laid out. So the room to the left here is going to be the same as it would be normally, which is the little Freezor room in Ice Palace. There's like little quirks of game knowledge that can help you.
You're back.
That's
Welcome
fine.
back.
Everything's fine. There's little quirks of game knowledge that you can use to kind of help you, more optimally explore these random dungeon layouts. And yeah, this is running on original Super Nintendo hardware using a flash cartridge to play the randomizer. All right, this is why we like the lamp. If I didn't have the lamp, this room would be a big old pain in my butt.
Hey, Mirror Shield. Or not Mirror Shield. Big Shield?
Yeah, it's Mirror Shield.
Mirror Shield, yeah. Mirror Shield.
I mean, big Shield also works.
Big Shield,
It is a pretty big shield. And yeah, the randomizer community has made like hundreds and hundreds of different... Oh, that's not great. Different sprites to pick from instead of Link. Got a nice little pug here. My favorite, personally. Did I go to the right here? No. Okay. Let's go this way. Oh, well, that way's trash. All right, I guess just back where I came from. But yeah, being able to like change the I don't have it on right now, but you can change the color of all the dungeons. So like the walls are all randomly colored, and enemies can be randomly colored, floors are randomly colored, all the palettes can be shuffled. And just being able to, play different games' music through the randomizer is cool. Lots of little things to add replay value. Your favorite retro games.
Andy, when was the last time you played purely vanilla A Link to the Past? Like purely vanilla, no nothing.
Not too long ago.
Okay.
I did a 100% speed run for Parody Marathon not too long ago.
Very cool.
That Nuke's organized, actually. She was on here earlier. And you almost called Link Zelda. I heard it.
Big key.
You
know where that door? You have that big chest in the other dungeon. I don't know if you can go get that now.
I should be able to get it. So yeah, the one interesting thing about this is like, normally not every dungeon has a big key. And because all the big chest rooms and the door requirements are all shuffled, sometimes every dungeon has a big key. Sometimes a lot of dungeons don't have big keys. It just depends on how the shuffle happens, which is really cool. Like Hera could have like 4 of the big chests, for all I know. We don't know yet. Let's see. This is 3. I'm not sure how much longer I want to wander aimlessly through this dungeon, to be honest. Let's go this way.
What are some like key items that you just really want like right now?
Right now, the hammer's always good. There's a couple rooms that you need the hammer to progress through. Cane of Samaria is a big one, since it's really difficult to progress those rooms without Cane of Samaria. Other than that, we just want all of the keys that we could possibly find. I have to light these again. Keys are your best friends. Yeah, wandering aimlessly is absolutely, oh, hey, a boss. How you go through these. So fun Link to the Past fact, Jiggy. You ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready.
The Master Sword actually does less damage to the Armos Knights than the Fighter Sword.
What? Why? What?
Since this is the first boss in the game, and you might not necessarily think to use the bow if you're a child. You're like, I'm going to use my sword. They beefed up the Fighter Sword damage so that they don't take 18 hours to kill.
Like they are right now.
Well, it'd be longer with the Master Sword.
Yeah. Oh wait, no, you're not using the Master Sword. Yeah.
No, I got the little dinky, Connects toy sword.
Yeah, Uncle's sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't even know you could damage them without the bow. I thought that was like the whole bit because the bow is this dungeon's, item.
Yeah, no, you can actually kill them with the boomerang too if you want, but it takes 48 boomerangs per Armos to kill. So I don't recommend it unless you're really looking to waste some time. Let's go back to Hera since we got that big key. I'm going to go this way. Where's my map? Yeah, this way's fine.
If you all are just joining us here, welcome to the Games Done Quick Hotfix Oops All Zelda Weekend. We got Andy here playing Link to the Past Rogue. It's going pretty fun. It's going pretty well right now. I'm having a good time. I hope you all are too. Got that big chest.
Got that nice small key.
Yeah.
All right, we have one more direction to go.
You did say that they were the most valuable in the game, so
They really are. Although Swamps isn't super valuable yet because I can't get into the dungeon for a little while. But, you know, that'll be fine whenever that time comes. Can't go that way either.
yeah. I was wondering if you could progress in this dungeon. I know that you came here just for the box.
Possibly. Trying to figure that out. No small key. We can kill the boss.
Yeah. Hamburger.
Yeah, the hamburger.
Hanging out upstairs.
I could
Is
go
it the
for a
same?
pretty juicy hamburger right now, to be honest.
Me too. I don't want to think about it. I still have to sit through Skyward Sword. It's gonna be it's you and then we got Gymnast and Pippi playing Skyward Sword 80% after this. So I'll be hanging out for that. And then then I will get food. Is Moldorm 3 spin attacks and a bow shot in this game too?
Depends on the weapon. Definitely not a bow shot.
Okay.
The only other weapon besides a sword that damages Moldorm is the hammer.
Oh.
3 hammer hits, 3 Master Sword spin attacks, 2 Tempered Sword spin attacks, or 6 Fighter Sword hits. Fighter Sword spins don't do anything, unfortunately.
That's a bummer. It's in A Link Between Worlds. It's 3 bow shots and 1 spin attack kills it. Not 3 spin attacks and a bow shot. It's the opposite.
3 bow shots and a spin attack.
Yeah, you shoot them 3 times with the bow, and then just either whack them or, if you want to get fancy, spin attack.
Hitting Moldorm with the bow is pretty difficult, in my experience.
Yeah. But you can line it up in that game where it's pretty consistent. My gaming achievement, I peaked a long time ago, Andy, if you can't tell. Long time ago. My crowning gameplay experience. Now I just sit here in my gold box underneath the view on the GDQ channel. But my crown gaming achievement was I did Eastern Palace completely blind at a Zelda-thon a few years ago. Before the pandemic, and that was pretty challenging to do, but it was just complete like muscle memory. Like I know you have muscle memory for this game, but like I don't have too much muscle memory. But A Link Between Worlds, I can just fully autopilot.
Nice.
Yeah.
This game is kind of tough. There's not like a lot of the games that people do blindfolded runs of have like some sort of static movement option. Like Ocarina of Time, you can side hop, and the side hop goes the exact same distance every single time, no matter what. Link to the Past doesn't really have too many good, viable blindfolded options.
Yeah, I could only do that one dungeon, and that's just because I know how to count. It was all counting and listening to MC.
Yeah.
And MC walked me through that one.
I think there's been like 2 people that have done, maybe 3 people that have done blindfolded Link to the Past stuff. But it is not easy. Ooh, we got a Cane of Samaria.
That's big.
All right, we're gonna do a little cheaty glitch up here. I hope that's okay.
It is in fact okay.
How do you feel about cheaty glitches?
I think cheating is wrong. Hacking is wrong. I think speedrunning in general. No, I don't think. Day one, everybody. First day on the job, by the way. Jiggy was never allowed to host a show ever again. No, I think it's pretty cool. All right, show us off. What are you doing?
All right, we're gonna mirror the same frame as we go in this cave to get Link's state as a little bunny without our moon pearl. Okay. So we can come in here, open this chest. Bunnies normally can't open chests. And we're also gonna pull this lever. You know, bunnies don't have thumbs, so they can't pull levers, you know? Obviously.
Yeah.
So that's a little way to get around needing the moon pearl in the dark world in some situations.
So are you just stuck as bunny now? Oh, there you go. Now you're not.
Yeah, no, now we're not. There's nothing else really to do in the dark worlds outside of this area. So we should be fine.
Yes, if you are just joining us here, this is Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We're here with Andy. Andy is playing A Link to the Past roguelite. And if you just want to go through a little quickly what we're doing here and how it works again for all the new people joining us.
Link to the Past. You have to collect all 7 crystals. Go beat Aghanim 2 at the top of Ganon's Tower and kill Ganon. And we still have to do that, except all the dungeons are in Kakariko and all the rooms are shuffled. So every dungeon is brand new to me. We got to figure out where all the items are, find our way to the bosses in a timely manner. Since I gave myself a pretty tight estimate for this for some unknown reason. But yeah, so it's like playing A Link to the Past for the first time. Kind of like booting up a random like fan-made Zelda game, where there's a lot of similarities with what you know of, but a lot of differences too.
But you made some progress here. You're in the fish room.
Oh yeah, we're kicking. We're cooking now. Zooming, if you will.
You got the boots.
Ooh. Almost
no
used that
key.
small key.
Don't want to use.
Okay. Don't want to use that key right now. Not there. Not yet. But yeah, so it's essentially like a Link to the Past, but a dungeon crawler. Just one of the many ways you can choose to play A Link to the Past.
And Andy, you play this game a lot on your show, but you don't just do like this either. What other styles of like this game or if other Zelda stuff do you do on your channel?
Well, lately, actually, I've been playing a lot of Metroid. I love Super Metroid.
Super, yeah.
I wish I had played that game as a child, but I did not. So instead, it's one of my favorite games that I played as an adult. My mom bought Metroid 1 for the NES and was like, "Wow, this game sucks," and we never owned another Metroid game after that.
Oh man.
Which, fair. Metroid 1 is not the greatest video game of all time. I'm sure some people out there like it.
I like Zero Mission.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
The Metroid 1 remake is not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Metroid 1's just not a very good video game. But lots of NES games aren't really good video games anymore. But
what's your take on Metroid 2?
Metroid 2. I never played the original.
Really?
Never had it. I have watched some friends play it, and I've played the remake, Return of Samus.
Yes. return to Samus. Let's return to her.
Yep.
No.
And that was a fun video game. I think that it's when Metroid Dread came out, it made it really hard to go back and replay the Metroid 2 remake because Metroid Dread basically just did everything that it introduced but better. But it was still fun.
I think I'm a huge mega supporter of Metroid 2 and Link's Awakening for the technology that they did because you played them on a giant brick of a Game Boy, and the fact that they truly are real Zelda and Metroid experiences, just like Super Metroid, just like A Link to the Past, but on a handheld. It's crazy. Both of those games got remade because they were just that good for the time, and I still think both of them are just incredible to play nowadays too.
Oh yeah, Link's Awakening was one of my favorite games. I had an original brick Game Boy and I had a Game Gear, and I learned to appreciate the value of the Game Boy lasting for 8 years on one set of batteries.
Oh yeah.
Compared to the Game Gear's 8 minutes.
Hey,
you basically just had to play your Game Gear while plugged into the wall, or else you would bankrupt your family.
We have the equivalent now. We got the Steam Deck versus the Switch. Switch lasts all day. Steam Deck lasts an hour.
We're doing more cheaty glitches here. Don't mind me.
I was wondering, what are you doing here, Andy?
We're clipping. So the mimics, mimic your movement, right? And we can buffer them 1 frame at a time into the wall, and then once they're far enough, the game's like, you're out of bounds, and tries to push them out. But if they're far enough in, you can get the wall to push them even more out, thus the door opening because they're no longer on the screen.
Very cool.
Gets around needing the bow.
Because you haven't found it yet, right?
Exactly. Okay, we've done a lot of this dungeon.
Yeah.
I think we do something else. Let's see. Let's go to Turtle Rock. Turtle Rock needs the Canis Mari, and I just got that. So let's do that.
This is one of my favorite dungeons, not only in this game, but also in A Link Between Worlds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turtle Rock is definitely a confusing one in A Link Between Worlds.
I actually think it's super good in A Link Between Worlds.
Yeah.
It's a smaller
it's a lot
dungeon.
Of fun.
Yeah. Smaller dungeon, but has all the different stuff that they wanted to throw into it. A lot of fun.
Yeah, they got a lot out of a small dungeon there.
Yeah. And you get the Hylian shield, if you want it.
Yeah.
Just makes you Ganon super easy at the end because you can just block every attack that he can do. Except for the fairies, the death fairies or bats or whatever they are. Can't block them.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice.
Ooh, ice rod.
Ice rod. We do need the
Ice
ice
rod.
rod, it turns out. Turtle Rock is a crystal. That's what the C under the TR stands for. Oh, the real boots. Nice. I had what the randomizer community calls pseudo boots. The ability to dash while not actually having the boots, just to speed up the game a little bit. But with pseudo boots, you can't do stuff like bonk things off of torches or bonk rocks open, stuff like that. Hey, a bow.
Hey, there you go. Well, that means you can go get that one key that you had to bonk off the
yeah, now we can go get the torch key from Desert. Oh yeah, the flashing red square. We can't talk about that. So the compasses actually have a use in this mode, which is great. When I approach the room where the boss is connected to, a red square will flash under my rupee count. So we know that I need the hook shot to get to Trinex now. So we make a note of that on my map. Let's go this way. Yeah, love when maps and compasses can actually be useful in a randomizer, since they're normally not super useful. At least in Link to the Past. Link to the Past map is kind of hard to read, even normally. It's kind of hard to tell where like chests are, and dungeon layout can be a little tough to decipher, compared to like, you know, your Ocarina of Times, like any Zelda game after this one. They were still working on the map in this game.
I'd actually argue they didn't get it right until Link's Awakening. Weirdly,
yeah.
It's definitely challenging to find the chests and all that stuff.
The map also doesn't work in this mode, really. As you can see, it thinks I'm in a black square of nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, this map is just overall kind of difficult to decipher where like chests and stairs and stuff are. But it's not too bad for a game from 1991.
I'd say it's pretty okay. Pretty okay.
Yeah. A slight step up from Zelda 1.
Oh, only a slight, yeah.
And then I don't think Zelda 2 had dungeon maps. I think you just had to make them yourself.
I don't remember. It might. Yeah, I don't. I think you're right on that.
Which is
Zelda
great
2 is
because
wacky.
Zelda 2 dungeons are just filled with up and down elevators that all look the same. I remember finding my dad's original Zelda 2 like players, not the instruction manual, and it had like 80 pages of notes you could write in the back.
Yeah.
And I think my dad had filled in like 50 of them.
Wow. That's
with
awesome.
various notes and tips for himself later.
See, nowadays people would just complain. You know, people just complain if you did that. You know, including me. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I would also complain, or I would ask chat to do it for me. Like that's there's no way I would have the patience to go through. But I guess like back then, you know, you were supposed to devour games super slow. Where nowadays, games that are super big, like Breath of the Wild 2, like they take long, but that's because they're so damn big. You know.
Yep. And then Nintendo also releases a huge guide.
Yep.
With like any piece of information you could possibly want, and even a lot of information you probably didn't know you wanted along with it.
Gotta get that Prima guide, you know?
Yeah. Papa Andy was a gamer, it's true. Zelda 2 was, I think, the first video game I ever played, and I was like, you know, my dad would die in Zelda 2, and he would just hand me the controller and be like, here you go, and I would just like have a great time fighting mobs right outside the starting area until I died because, you know, I was 2 or 3. You know, my dad's got to get that experience somehow, you know?
Yeah, I was gonna say you were actually helping him progress in the game.
Yeah.
That game is like a wacky. I don't know. I think Zelda 2 is misunderstood. I actually think it's
I love Zelda
pretty
2.
Good game. It's just hard. And now that it's on
real
NSO, it's really accessible because you can rewind and do save states.
Yep.
Still hard, but it's accessible now, in my opinion.
Yeah, NSO having a built-in rewind feature and save states and stuff is really cool.
I do think though, if I was sitting at the table with Doug Bowser, you know, who has total power, obviously, over everything Nintendo. I think I would say that there's 2 Zelda games that deserve a minute to like, just to not a remake, but more like a reimagining of the of the actual like gameplay. And I think that it's Zelda 2. I think it just needs a full-on quality of life reimagining, because new players won't do it. I know they won't do it.
Yeah.
And I think that it's actually Majora's Mask, because I think Majora's Mask has like so much creativity, so many like characters and branching stories. I just think it's a little hard to actually like get through it and to know how to play that game for the average Joe. And I always mention it because like Jamie and like a whole bunch of our friends love Majora's Mask, but I always say it's just like you have to be have a master's degree to enjoy Majora's Mask.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot for me to deal with as a kid.
I couldn't do it as a kid. I was scared. I had too much anxiety about the clock.
Yeah,
you know?
the clock was tough. And just like all the bomber's notebook was like not the easiest thing to figure out when you're, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh.
I am done here for now. But yeah, that was a hard game for me as a kid. I never 100%ed it until I was an adult and, could understand time and how and when to do things properly, I guess.
Yeah. And by all means, I'm not saying it's a bad game. I think it's an incredible game. I just think that how do you make it a little bit more accessible without losing its morals? Like, I'm not saying remove time. I think time is imperative for that game.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely.
what makes it unique. But it's just like how do they make it a little bit easier to track? And they kind of did in the remake, but Grizzo took some liberties, to say the least.
Yeah.
Not every boss needs an eyeball. Let's just say that.
Hey, listen, Link Between Worlds also has lots of eyeballs in it, okay?
Yeah, but not all of them. I mean, Hilmasaur has a giant red dot and like...
Yeah, he's got the jewel.
He's got the jewel and...
he does have
Turtle,
2 eyeballs, though.
face.
Let me tell you.
You're right. Turtle, you just bop in the face.
Yeah. Man, the bosses in that game are cool.
Except for Sandworm. That's my least favorite boss in the game.
Oh man, you just don't mash fast enough.
Sandworm, it has so much health that it's disgusting.
Yeah, Sandworm does have a decent chunk of health.
That being said, though, that is a cool fight.
I think the sand rod was a criminally underutilized item in that game. They could have done so much cooler stuff with it.
I think that the tricks in that game are also just really, really fun. Like,
oh yeah,
everything that you can do.
That game's insane.
Tornado rod, using the fire rod to boost out of bounds is just so much fun. Clipping into the void and then using tornado rod with the ice rod is just everything's fun,
Yep. That is the one game. Like I'm kind of like over remakes and stuff. Like I just want some new games. But if any game was gonna get like remade or ported to the Switch, I want it to be A Link Between Worlds, without a doubt.
It's funny
that
because I
game
know
needs it so bad.
The Luigi's Mansion port is coming in a couple of weeks. Luigi's Mansion 2 for the 3DS. And that game is a game that desperately needed to be changed for it to be better. Like, it could literally be better in every way if they just removed the leveling. There's a whole level. It was back when Nintendo did levels for everything. It was like a level selection screen. But apparently they're not changing a lot with it at all. And if they wanted to do that, if they wanted to port a 3DS game and not change anything, A Link Between Worlds doesn't need anything fixed. It's just give it higher quality textures and you're good.
Yep.
Maybe add an even harder mode.
A double hero mode.
octuple damage. You just
I feel like
die.
at that point, it's probably just like a one-hit KO mode.
Yeah.
Oh man, where am I going? I don't know where I want to go, Jiggy.
I mean, you got some cool stuff, you know? You got some options.
I do have some cool stuff.
Yeah.
We're gonna explore desert a little more from some desert entrances I haven't been to yet.
Have you been to every dungeon yet? Have you been through?
Except for I could do swamp. I should do swamp.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Good call, Jiggy. I forgot that I had the flippers, to be honest.
Because you've been to Dark Palace. You've already done Dark Palace.
We didn't do much in there. I didn't
Yeah.
have any keys, which I have a couple now. Oh, no keys.
Yes, for those who are joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. Andy here is playing a Link to the Past roguelite. Basically, all of the dungeons. All the dungeons are available, and we are kind of going through them. Andy's going through them and finding items to progress slowly through all the dungeons. I really do think it's a little bit more like a Metroidvania. It's like you find the item, and then it's like, oh, I can go here now, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
It's a lot of cool. It's very cool though. Definitely check out Andy for all
removes all
kinds
the
of
boring overworld stuff, you know.
True.
Like, you don't need to spend 2 minutes running all the way to Turtle Rock anymore. It's 5 seconds away. Yeah, we've been doing this a bunch lately. There's a mini tournament going on for this mode, basically. Do I have this boss key? I do. So we've been doing it a bunch as of late.
That's pretty cool.
So what do I want?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go for it. Go for it, Jiggy.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll just keep interrupting me, trying to plug you. If you guys like A Link to the Past as well as other Zelda games, please go check out Andy. His channel is pinned in the chat as well as in the title. Go
And it's
follow
on my
him.
shirt.
It is just twitch.tv/Andy. It's,
You know, sometimes I forget my name, so this shirt really helps me out.
Do you have a big key?
I do have a big key.
And it's a small key. Let's go.
Let's go.
Conversion. Let's see. Here's a question. Are there any A Link to the Past mods that allow streamers to have chat determine what dungeons you enter when going through a door? Interesting.
I believe that the game is not stable enough to probably have that happen.
Yeah, I was gonna
even
say,
with
this
something
is
like
a
crowd
stats game.
control, Link to the Past is really finicky. I don't know, just like older like NES, Super Nintendo games don't like being altered very much or very easily. And like even like two things happening at the same time is often like how you do a lot of glitches in these older games. So I think something that complex is probably not super doable with the base Link to the Past game. Anyways,
I would think somebody would have to more or less redesign it from the ground up, like they did with the Ocarina PC port, for them to do something like that. Because again, for anybody who does not know, Andy is currently playing this game on a Super Nintendo. So
yep. My good old trusty SNES Junior.
I have no idea how you have a system connected to, like a card, a SNES card connected to an auto-adapting map, which, you know, if you want to show that off, that's pretty cool. Andy has a map that auto-updates based on where he is in the game. So it's really cool to check out. So the tracking is not stupid.
Yeah, you can see the red X on the room in the bottom left. That's actually Link moving around live.
That's really cool.
Pops on, like I could just leave the screen like this, and you can still see where I'm going technically. Just follow along, chat. It's fine.
It's kind of crazy that like it auto updates that fast.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Impressive.
Do you have like a cable coming out of the card or what? Like, what
I do. Happened? Yeah, it's I have a micro USB cable plugged into the cartridge that plugs into my computer.
That's incredible.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I know with the item trackers that can automatically track you finding items and keys and whatnot. It just reads the save RAM because it updates every time you find something. So that's pretty easy to do. Live tracking your position in a Super Nintendo game. I have not even the slightest idea how it actually functions. So do these puffs have little eyeballs on them? What do you think, Jiggy?
I don't think so. I mean, they do in A Link Between Worlds.
they do. That's true.
They do have they do have them in A Link Between Worlds, but I think that's just because they wanted to update this boss's design, to add a little bit crazier. But
all right, another crystal.
Is there a top-down Zelda that you don't like, Andy?
Ooh, I don't think so. Like, obviously, there's ones that I like more than others. Like, like I do really enjoy Minish Cap, but I have a hard time like not getting bored at some point replaying it. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's like too side questy for me at certain points in the game to like progress to the next like
library.
Yeah, the library
that
might
sucks.
be the library might be where I start to lose interest at some point when I try to replay. Triforce Heroes is maybe the worst Zelda game of all time if you're playing by yourself.
Count. I don't count that one.
That game is extremely fun if you have a good two friends to play with. I do think the design choice they made to let you just do the final level of a Worlds without doing any of the other levels in it is kind of weird. We like jokingly, myself, ADEF, and another friend of ours, DGR Dave, just like, what if we speedran this game and they just only do the boss levels of every world and that's it? That's the speedrun. I was like, man, that's kind of lame.
But they are the best parts of the game. The boss levels are actually, most of them, not the giant vulture. That one sucks. But
yeah,
everything else, though, is actually, it's really creative. But
that game, it also has like the most insane difficulty spike of any Zelda game that I've ever played.
Really?
Like the first like 7 worlds are like completely fine, and then like the 8th worlds just absolutely dumpsters you. The difficulty spike was insane. I think World 8 probably took me, ADEF, and DGR Dave like maybe like 30% of our gameplay time.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy. What am I doing? I need the hammer for this dungeon, right?
Still no hammer.
But, nope, still no hammer. But yeah, I do really enjoy Triforce Heroes with friends. It's a good time. Let's go to Thieves Town. That's
Andy,
true. All games are fun to play with friends. That's very true.
You're not wrong. Would this be a good spot to take a break, or do you want to get through?
Oh yeah, we can do that. I am down to take a break here.
Awesome. All right, everybody. So we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with Andy continuing A Link to the Past Rogue. Stick around because we got more Oops All Zelda Weekend coming at you right now. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Games Done Quick Hotfix. Oops, all Zelda Weekend. Who do we got here, Andy?
This is my dog, Juno.
We got some incredible runs happening all day today and tomorrow. And Andy here will be continuing A Link to the Past roguelite. So excited to have you here, Andy, and excited for that Juno's here.
Yep, Juno's playing now. I've had my turn. She actually is the one that plays Zelda under my desk while I'm streaming. So
that makes sense.
That's why all of my speedruns have PB'd in the last couple of years. This girl right here. But yeah,
Awesome.
she can hang out as long as she wants to. It does not look like it's going to be for very long. But yeah, welcome. If you're just coming in, we are doing A Link to the Past, but it's a dungeon crawler. All the dungeons are in Kakariko. All the rooms are random and shuffled. So we are, experiencing all these dungeons for the very first time.
Shout outs to Kelpsy in chat.
Yo, shout outs to Kelpsy. That's my wife.
So Andy, just to bring people back into it, kind of what are we looking for? How are we looking? We still don't have a hammer, but what else are we looking for here?
The fire rod is really the other big thing. Hammer and fire rod, and then we need to find out if I need more keys of some sorts. This is the boss room, right? Yeah. But yeah, hammer and fire rod are the two big items that I'd really like to find. Fire rod is more so just for some of the bosses. But hammer will probably let me progress through a couple dungeons that I haven't been able to progress in anymore.
That'll be good. That'll be good.
Other than that, we're cruising.
Have you been inside Hyrule Castle yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I did that a bunch earlier. I believe next we're going to do some Misery Mire. You normally need the boots or the hook shot to get into Misery Mire, so I wasn't able to do it until not too long ago. Oh, all right, Juno, you're slipping. Juno's very chill dog. She's down to just vibe and lay down in the most awkward, uncomfortable looking position.
Most doodles do.
Yep. All right, so if I want to get back to this boss room, I need to go that way.
Making your way. By the way, if you're all watching this on YouTube, be sure to press the like button on this video and subscribe to the Games Done Quick channel.
Woo!
I had to say that.
Did not know that you guys were doing YouTube streams too.
I don't think we're live on YouTube. I'm pretty sure this will be.
Oh, okay.
You're talking to the future.
Oh,
viewers.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello,
Leave a
future
comment.
YouTube viewers.
Honestly, I'm kind of bummed that they didn't bring this boss back for Link Between Worlds, but the Shadow Beast we got was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was an interesting take on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I also feel the same way. It was kind of an underwhelming boss.
Actually, the hand boss in the woods might be my least favorite of that game, because that one you can't quick kill. You just have to rub up against a wall the entire time.
Yeah, that's fair. You can cheat it pretty easily with the tornado rod.
You just clip through the wall, right?
Yeah, you wait for it to like do its little fist punch attack, and you just tornado rod where like the stairs appear once the boss is dead, and it just kind of like forces you into the stairs. That's it. Oh, hey, look. We found a hammer.
Yay!
All I needed to do was come into this dungeon for 2 seconds. All right. Well, now we're schmoovin'.
Yeah.
Even more so than before. Now we're just kind of hoping that the fire rod just falls into our laps at some point while we're trying to find these bosses. Where dog? She's so right after this, actually, we're going to visit Kelsey's parents for Father's Day weekend. So she's been in high anxiety mode because we're, like packing bags and cleaning the house and stuff. And that's synonymous with leaving her behind. So she always gets a little mopey and sad when the bags come out for packing.
Yeah, most dogs are knowers. The moment, even my sister's cat, he's a knower. If there's any kind of a backpack, even he knows. It's
by talking to the future viewers, I was technically talking to you. That's true, Railcoon. You specifically, nobody else actually. Juno does not. Sometimes we'll for the social media, we'll put Juno in the suitcase and then take a picture. But she doesn't ever really go in on her own accord. She just sits there and mopes. Okay, we can definitely do more of this dungeon now. Let's see if we can beat it. See, Misery Mire was a pendant also. Okay, so I need to... We know all the dungeons we have to beat now.
You're getting there.
One of the quirks of the dungeon door shuffling is the boss doors don't close, and that can be bad sometimes. With this boss specifically, you recoil with your hammer off the mask.
Yeah,
and if you just get sucked through the bottom door with like a bad input or something, the entire fight restarts. Oops.
I mean, heck, that's just what happens with Hamburger as well, That's the whole bit.
Yeah.
With
fall down, fight, restart.
Fall down, fight, restart.
It's all a sham for likes. Don't tell them of my strategy, Clink it, okay? Even if we tell Juno that she's coming with us over and over and over again, because, she totally understands what we're saying. When we say she's coming with us for a car ride, she still gets mopey.
Oh, my parents' dog, if you say car, he's ready. Like, George knows. He gets ready, gets excited, but if anyone, if he doesn't go, then he gets upset, but.
Yeah. Juno loves car ride, but hates the harness that she has to wear while in the car. So she's very excited until the actual car ride starts, and then she's like, maybe I don't. And then she gets over it once the car's actually moving.
Making some progress here, though. For anybody who is just joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. Andy is currently playing A Link to the Past roguelite. The way that this game works is that all the dungeons are accessible right in Kakariko Village. So Andy's just going around finding items and progressing slowly because it's a randomizer.
All right. Doesn't help that Tile Room is also really slow, you know?
True.
This is the last thing we got to do in this dungeon, though, and then we're all done. Never have to come back.
Unless you missed a chest,
Eastern. Right? We got 9 out of 9 in there. So
Nice.
we definitely did not. All right. We're 5 out of... God, I'm missing 6 small keys for this dungeon still.
Coming to Eastern Palace so late.
No, we can't go this way. I don't really want to do this dungeon. I changed my mind.
Bye, Eastern Palace.
Let's go back to Meyer. Meyer's still got a lot of stuff in it. I should probably go back to Swamp, too. I kind of just beat the boss and left. But that's okay.
Big chest.
I don't have that key, though.
Nope.
So a lot of the randomizer options the Link to the Past randomizer is open source. So lots, people can, if they know what they're doing, they can make whatever modes and settings they want. But the base Link to the Past randomizer does not have the dungeon shuffling capabilities, since it's still relatively unstable. Seeds can be unbeatable from time to time, although it's not super likely anymore. It can still happen though. So there are some Discord bots that the Link to the Past randomizer community uses that can generate seeds for you. I don't know, doing a little bit of research to find alternative methods, I guess. But yeah, the stuff on like the main Link to the Past randomizer website is all like extremely stable, never fails to generate, all the stuff that gets pushed from them has to be of the utmost consistency. Oh, let's see if I can pull this trick off.
I believe.
We're going to do a weird trick here where... Oh, I don't have a fire rod. We're not doing a weird trick at all. Just kidding.
I thought you got the fire rod.
Nope. We got the hammer. We're still looking for the fire rod.
And then the ice rod, yeah.
Yeah.
Bummer.
Oh, no. Okay, well, I don't think I'm doing anything in here anymore either. Back to Swamp. Oh, I did most of the stuff in here. I did not mark down my notes properly.
You only have one chest in here, right?
Yep, just one chest left.
One chest.
What did I miss? Okay. It's that way. The weird trick that was going to be tried, we were going to abuse the fire rod's area of effect and use the game store's values in a really weird way, and we were gonna move the fire rod area of effect to hit a switch that was off screen to try and save a small key being used. But without the fire rod, we can't really do that. I need to push the block. Going through a lot of these rooms backwards when you normally never would is extremely weird feeling. Like they were developed with only one direction to traverse in mind.
It's not totally because you played them a million times and you just know how to do it.
Yeah. Ooh. Please. Okay. Hey, the last chest. That's not a fire rod. Ugh. All right. Trying to think. How else? I don't think we can get anywhere else in here from here. Yeah, this room is that. And I think this room is also a dead end.
That's not good.
Yeah, this is a dead end. Okay. What am I missing in here? I'm missing something. Something is not right. Yeah, we can't do any of Ice Palace yet because we don't have a big fire source. We need to kill one of the little Freezor guys in the first room.
You can't use the lamp, right?
Nope. Cannot use the lamp.
Can't use the lamp.
The lamp pretty much only gives you the light cone in the dark rooms and lets you light torches. It has no ulterior uses or alternate uses like some other games where you can use the lamp to like kill some enemies, light Gibdos on fire. Yeah, none of that works in this game, unfortunately. Yeah, this just takes me here. Let's fall down a hole. Okay, this works.
I actually don't know the question, like the answer to this question. So, like, if you do.
Not really. I learned OT any percent back in like 2013. And I finished one run ever. Fun fact, doing glitches in Ocarina of Time, at least back then, was kind of hard.
I still think it's hard.
The resources for learning were just not there yet, really. Is this also a dead end? No. I have done Zooter a handful of times. Oh, we can't go that way. Yeah, we can. I'm silly. One of the really fun things about the dungeon randomizing is the use of these crystal switches. Can be pretty convoluted. And it's also really easy to forget that you saw a crystal switch somewhere if you're not paying perfect attention.
I mean, I forget often in vanilla. You
Yeah.
know? They're hard to remember. But
yeah, I've never really like speed ran in a serious capacity any 3D Zeldas. I'm much more of a 2D speedrunner.
hey, The carrot.
That's a Cheeto, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Twilight Princess is my favorite 3D Zelda, though.
Really?
I have like Twilight Princess and Breath of the Wilds / Tears of the Kingdom on like the same tier.
Big fan.
I just love how dark Twilight Princess is.
It gets creepy. It definitely gets creepy.
Yeah, it's creepy, and like the undertones are all like pretty dark and gloomy, which is like, you know, Ganon's trying to take over the world. Like, things should be pretty dark and gloomy, you know?
Yeah.
And then Wind Waker just looks like the happiest, cutest little game with its cell shading and, you know, character emotions or whatever.
And the fact that, you know, you plunge a sword into a man's skull.
Yeah. But you know, yeah, everything's just so like bright and seems cheerful, even if it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, Majora's Mask having the darker vibe, like darker, like creepy vibe to it. That's like, I don't know. I just feel like that's how Zelda games vibes should be.
I mean, it's a fantasy, so it's like, I feel like there's room for both too. You know, that's why it's like, it makes sense. That's why like Breath of the Wild and TOTK I feel like work really well together, because they both have different vibes, but also the same in a sense. The Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask style too. But everybody who's watching, if you like 2D Zeldas and you like what you're watching right now, definitely go follow Andy. Andy's channel is just twitch.tv/Andy. It's also in the title. You can click on the name and give them a follow. All right. If you don't, I'll be upset, and you don't want to get me upset. Andy's seen me upset. It's not pretty.
Yeah, Jiggy doesn't get upset very often.
It's really hard to get me upset.
And that's how you, like, those are the people, how, you know, like when they're upset, like, oh, you don't want to be anywhere near this person when they're upset. I am similar. I don't really get upset very much.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen you upset.
There's not enough time in the day to be upset at stuff.
I think that's a good way of thinking. All right, Chad, what do we think? Do we think that Andy will get the fire rod or another entire heart?
Well,
oh, no, you just got it.
Oh, there. All right.
I did not know.
Dude,
I promise.
Does caster cursing exist in video games? Because I think it just happens.
I'm really happy that happened.
All right, we are done with this dungeon once we kill the boss. Very nice. Where am I? God, this map is huge. Yo, look at this map that this thing made for me. Okay, look at how ginormous this is.
Yeah.
Look at this.
For anybody who doesn't
how are you
know,
supposed to figure out where you're actually trying to go on this map?
For anybody who does not know, Andy has a wire coming out of an SNES cartridge, and it is creating this live map for him. It's really cool. Also, really helps because, yeah, I don't know. I would have been lost hours ago.
Yup. 100% seed? I hope not. I don't think I'd have enough time to finish if this was 100% seed. This boss is a lot of people's least favorite boss from this game because
the moth
is unnecessarily, well, not unnecessarily difficult, but it's more difficult than it seems.
I'm happy the moth didn't make it to A Link Between Worlds. Yeah.
The moth, so when you slash an enemy into a spike, the spike does the damage instead of your sword. And because of that, they program Mothula to take 0 damage from spikes. So you have to slash Mothula in very specific ways to actually damage it.
I will say that Mothula is just such a good Zelda name, you know?
It really is.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm glad it didn't make it out of beta. There are people in chat that are probably getting sick of that. Who's this guy who's but for the record, I do love Link to the Past. I'm not I really another heart, let's go.
It's all Jiggy's fault, man. All right, there's one. Oh, I have the hammer. Why did I mirror? We have one more item cave, two more item caves that can have stuff in them outside of dungeons. We have this one, and then we need one is locked by the fire rod, so we probably won't ever check that one if I had to guess. Outside of these large item caves, we have Blind's House, Mini Moldorm Cave, Hype Cave, Kakariko Well. Nothing else is outside of dungeons. So
what's Hype Cave?
Hype Cave, back in a really early version of the randomizer, the item placement algorithm was really bad. And there's a cave next to Link's house in the Dark World that has four chests and like an NPC you talk to for an item in it. And it just had an extreme bias to have important items in it. So it was deemed Hype Cave because it always had something good. And the item placement algorithm has been fixed for a long time. And so it's no longer very hype generally. But it's still called Hype Cave because nobody thought of a name that's better for it. All right, we have 5 things in here.
I'm so excited. I'm really hoping that you're gonna get another heart. I just I know you just got a heart container, but you're 4 away. You know?
I am 4 away. It's pretty rare to see anything close to 20 hearts. Even being at 16 already is kind of like not great. I don't have the big key. Oh man.
And still no fire rod.
Still no fire rod.
Is that
Even
the only big item that we're missing?
Bombos would also work because Bombos works on the ice enemies as well.
Yeah.
Either one of those things would be great. Mostly just to get, like, I just want to get into Ice Palace. That's all I'm really hoping for currently.
What does rogue mean? Andy is currently playing a version of A Link to the Past that is kind of like a roguelite. All the dungeons are in one location, and Andy can kind of describe it a little bit more.
Yeah, all the dungeons are in Kakariko. All the dungeon layouts are completely random. The rooms are in a random order made by the randomizer. So the goal is just to dungeon crawl, find the items we need, and beat the game.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The goal is actually just to find all 20 hearts, apparently.
Yeah, I think you're just going for 100% at this point. Okay, explain. Explain what just happened.
Link can fly. The Link to the Past has certain priorities for certain actions happening in the game. Dashing, for whatever reason, has a higher priority than falling down a pit. So if you are dashing, you will not fall down a pit until the dash is done. The game also gives me more heart containers.
That was a full heart. You're missing. That was a full heart.
The game also needs 2 frames of something being done generally to recognize it as as a priority change. So if we unpress the dash button for only 1 frame and then repress it, we don't give the game enough time to recognize that we should fall down a pit. So we can move one pixel at a time in the air by doing that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's not possible to get locked. Like there is an algorithm. The fire rod's not in the ice palace, right?
I mean, it could be if the Bombos medallion's available. Soft locking is generally not doable. If you use tricks and glitches to do things out of sequence, it is technically possible to be able to lock yourself, but usually there's some protections in the randomizer logic to prevent that from happening even still. So it's unlikely, but in like very, very rare circumstances, if you bomb jumped across gaps and used glitches to progress a dungeon when you weren't supposed to, there could be a very, very unlucky scenario. Oh my god.
Let's go!
All right. Of course, it was the one place I didn't want it to be, right next to Trinex, because I didn't want to come back here without the fire rod. But we got it. That's fine. So yeah, incredibly unlikely that you'd be able to lock yourself out. And usually, if you're good enough to, be using glitches and strategies to do things out of sequence, you're also good enough to generally be aware of the things you're doing and not using keys when you shouldn't, for example. But yeah, there should be some protections in place even if you do those things by accident. All right, Ice Palace time. Ice Palace is the last crystal dungeon I need to beat. I believe I need the Ganon's Tower big key to beat the dungeon. There's one other direction I have to go in Ganon's Tower, so I could be wrong, but I think I need the Ganon's Tower big key.
You got this.
Hopefully we just find it in Ice Palace and I don't have to think about it.
If you all are just joining us here, welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend here during Games Done Quick Hot Fix. Hot Fix, everybody. We got all kinds of awesome Zelda runs this weekend for you, today and tomorrow. Right after this, we actually have Pippi in a top hat and Gymnast 86. They will be doing a Skyward Sword any percent run. So that'll be a lot of fun. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. We got all your Zelda content today and tomorrow. But Andy is going through the Ice Palace right now here in Link to the Past Rogue.
It's actually really funny. Ocarina of Time actually just got a roguelite ROM hack made for it.
Really?
Within the last week. And it looks really, really well done. I haven't tried it myself yet, but
I wonder how that works. Is that just same deal kind of?
I don't think so. I think it's a completely revamped version of OOT. Known OOT enjoyer Jiggy.
Yeah,
I'm sure he would love that.
I'm actually playing on my Zelda Wheel show. I'm playing through Master Quest right now, and
oh, nice.
That game is a mess. Whenever I call it the poor man's randomizer because it's their official. but when they didn't know what to do, they just added more Stalfos. That's just it was just like every dungeon has a room with 3 Stalfos in it just cuz.
Yep. Or like 4 Song of Time blocks. So you have to sit there and play Song of Time for no reason. What do we have on the docket tomorrow for Oops All Zelda, Jiggy?
Tomorrow is actually I'm really excited about tomorrow as well. Tomorrow we're kicking it off actually with we're kicking it off with more Link to the Past. We have TGH doing a classic Link to the Past randomizer. So that'll be a lot of fun. That'll be a full showcase. A little bit different than what you're doing here, but
Slightly.
yeah. But I'm excited about that. And then we have the NES block, which is Zelda 1 any%, no up A.
Nice.
And then we have Zelda 2 100% all keys that Ice Blue is going to be doing.
Nice.
And then we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up tomorrow with the SGDQ preview of Twilight Princess random co-op with Spike, Vegeta, and Gymnast, which it's funny because they also did that at Colo Live with you a few weeks back.
They did, yep.
So.
They God, it's such a fun run. I love Gymnast and I love Spike Vegeta. Who doesn't love Spike Vegeta?
I love the dynamic because you'd never think about it. You know, Gymnast is highly technical, and then there's Spike.
Yep.
No, Spike's also technical, but funny enough, Gymnast will actually be on the next run as well. But I'm excited about all the runs tomorrow. JSR in the chat will be there doing that Zelda 1, and then we got some cool stuff. So excited to bring a lot of fun different categories to the GDQ channel before we have SGDQ in a couple weeks. So.
Oh yeah, for sure. Who doesn't love a nice little Zelda block, huh? Let me. I have an idea for your next show, Jiggy.
Okay. All right.
Oops All Mario.
You want to do Oops All Mario?
I mean, why not?
I mean, you're not wrong. It could be fun. The one that I'm currently thinking about is Oops All Pokemon. Hey, you got it.
No, we did get it. We
got it.
We should be able to finish the game now.
I believe. So do you need anything else, or are you going right to Ganon?
We have to beat Ganon's Tower still.
Okay.
And then once we do that, we're done. I can kill Ganon. We just gotta make sure that I can actually beat Ganon's Tower.
Yeah. EMP, any seasons, ages, or Minish Cap planned? Not for this Oops All Zelda, but maybe next time. I'd have to find somebody that can make ages and seasons fun.
You just gotta like two games, one controller. Find somebody who can just play them both at the same time.
Be funny. Also, just to clarify, that's my opinion. That's not the GDQ stance on ages and seasons. It's gonna be in big notes.
All opinions on this show are Jiggy's, and GDQ takes no responsibility.
This is gonna be a big note. Jiggy, we like ages. Please don't put us in this category.
All right, let's take a look at my map. All right, here, Chad, I'll show you guys my map. We want to get to what we call the Tick Room. This room in Swamp Palace up here has the word Tick in the top rooms for whatever reason. So let's see, where am I? I'm here. I need to go down in the Eastern Room. Easy peasy. I like ages more than seasons.
It's funny because I feel like people are the opposite. I think that we
You
talked
calling
a little
me?
bit about
Am I
this.
not people, Jiggy?
No, but like, yes, you are people, Andy. No, it's strange because like to me, I think that Ages is like the more complete Zelda game, but almost everything sucks about it. You know, when it comes to like the gameplay. It's funny because like I feel like Seasons has the more like rush down like fight stuff, where Ages is all puzzles all the time. Another heart container.
18. Unfortunately,
really?
is the max we're going to be getting here.
Yeah.
All right, we found Aghanim.
This is very funny. I just got an email that said that Spike actually did his tech check. And thank you,
Oh my
Spike
goodness.
Vegeta. If you're listening to this right now, thank you for tech checking. We will, in fact, have a Twilight Princess run tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know if that's supposed to the tick room is supposed to imply that like Argus is like a big like tick of some sort. Or what, but
All right,
all
here
right,
we go.
this Ganon fight's one of my favorite Ganon fights in Zelda games.
I think it's the best. I know others would disagree.
It's got a very good like difficulty. Like you don't want your final boss to be like a walk in the park, right?
No.
It's got a good difficulty, you know. Once you get towards the end, you can fall off and you know the whole fight restarts. He does a lot of damage. And it's as a speed run, it's relatively difficult to execute well, especially in like a high pressure, like you know, PB world record pace situation. We're gonna do a little glitch here called torch glitch. We light the left torch before the right one goes out. The right one will never go out ever.
That's wacky.
All right, and the pig is dead.
GG.
We'll have time right when I cross the bridge and the screen starts to fade out. And time.
You were literally right on time, Andy. You told me 145.
Yo,
and,
winner. Perfect.
Like, perfect,
I
yeah.
am surprised that we came in at estimate because I might have imagined telling you that it'd be 145 to 2 hours, and then I saw 145 and I was like, uh-oh. But we made it.
Good job. Good
Oh,
job.
man.
This was a lot of fun.
This was a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed. Link to the Past, dungeon crawler, only dungeons. It's the best way to play the game. IMO. TGH will put on a great show of the normal Link to the Past randomizer tomorrow. But Jiggy, thank you so much for having me. I am so glad you're putting on this show for GDQ. And I'm looking forward to Skyward Sword coming up next.
Me too. Thank you so much, Andy. Once again, this was absolutely incredible. And once again, everybody who is watching, please go follow Andy. You can check out his channel at twitch.tv/Andy or just in the title of the show. But we're not going anywhere. Up next, we have our final run of today. Skyward Sword any percent with Pippi in a top hat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us, and we will be right back. Welcome back to Games Done Quick Hotfix. Oops, all Zelda weekend, day one. We still got a whole other day of this, so you all better be you better be here or I'll be upset. So definitely stick with us here. We have a jam-packed schedule tomorrow, as well as of course today. I hope you all enjoyed the runs. But we are rocking and rolling here with our last run. And before we get into that, I just want to say for all you people that are watching us here, Games Done Quick is going to PAX West. So not only can we meet you there in person and you can watch the show, but also submissions are opened until June 21st. So use !PAX in the chat for more info on how you can submit. I would love to see you there. I'm hoping to be there myself. So let's get into it on the final run of Oops All Zelda Day 1. Here's Pippi in a top hat and Gymnast with Skyward Sword any percent. How are you guys?
Hi, everyone. How's it going? I'm Pippi in a top hat, as mentioned. Gymnast 86 is here with me. You want to say hi?
Hi, I'm Gymnast 86. I've speedrun this game before, and I sort of know how it works.
Sort of. As well as anyone does. But welcome. This is Skyward Sword any percent for the Nintendo Wii. This is kind of going to start off at a breakneck pace. We sort of just jump straight into the deep end and is going to get a little technical and also a little weird. Yes, this is the Zelda with the mandatory motion controls. Yes, you can speedrun that. But before we get started, a couple of quick notes so that we can get right into the run when I hit this little go button. We will be running the game in Japanese. It saves time. For some reason, it scrolls faster. But also we'll be running this on a hero mode file, also known as like a New Game Plus file for most games, because it comes with 4 distinct advantages. 1, we are going to deal more damage. Deal more damage, have a longer range with our Skyward Strike attack. That's the important part. 2, we are going to take more damage. That's not foreshadowing at all, don't worry about it. 3, we can skip cutscenes, clear that would be fast. And 4, we can play funny mini games and those amuse me. So I think that's all of our preamble. I think we're ready to do a run. Are we ready to do a run?
I think we're ready to do a run. Sounds good.
Awesome. Jiggy, would you like to count us in? Did we lose Jiggy?
I can,
hello?
in fact, count you in, but math is scary for me. I had to think about it for a second.
Okay.
All right. We're going to be starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. So step 1 is going to be skipping a bunch of cutscenes because, as I said, that hero mode file is going to instantly come in handy. I'm just holding the 2 button. There's a bunch of cutscenes. But then the next thing we're going to do is do some things that are not actually required if you were to just do a normal playthrough of the game. We're going to talk to Fledge, who's sitting right over here. And he's going to tell us how his day is going. And then we're going to go outside and we're going to save a cat. So this is going to be setting up for what is probably the most visibly memorable trick in Skyward Sword speedrunning, which is called Back in Time, which is that thing that we do where we play the video game on the title screen. But what we're going to be doing for most of that is flag manipulation. So all I'm doing right now is setting a bunch of seemingly arbitrary flags in memory that I'm going to be abusing later. So while we do not need to rescue a cat, in an alternate timeline, this is very important. Also, apparently, even though I've played the game before, this is Owlin, and he is telling me that he lost said cat, and also, whoops, he is trying to tell me how to use targeting. That silly jump there is what I like to call final boss skip, because Owlin is secretly the final boss. We have done it. Second try.
Yeah, so that jump skips what would otherwise be a very lengthy text conversation that Owlin likes to give you about how to grab onto ledges. And we already know how to do that, so we would like to just jump past that trigger.
Yeah, secretly I've played this video game before. What a nerd. So we're gonna run up here and grab, this is not Owlin's cat. and there's a rumlet. It's not even a cat. It is somebody else's, but Owlin lost it, and we're returning it. He's a bad cat owner. Now, the next thing that's going to be important is the camera was showing us the entrance to the goddess statue, and it wants us to go up and trigger a cutscene at the goddess statue. But the important thing is that if we go up there, there is a locked door. If that door was open, we could just run in and get the sword early. However, the door is closed. And I'm really interested in this post. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That post is just high enough so that you take damage. If it was any lower, you would not take damage jumping off of it.
That's really
Actually,
cool. Do we think that's consistent?
Oh, yeah, looks consistent as far as I can tell.
Now, 2 data points may make a line, but I'd be more confident if we had 3.
Yeah, we should do it again.
Yeah, we want to make sure that this wasn't a fluke. Oh.
Oh.
Hey,
Very consistent.
I died.
Oh. That's okay. That happens sometimes in video games.
We'll just reset. It's fine, right? Nobody.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nobody.
No one has to remember that. Don't reset the run or anything.
Oh, we're screaming. The mandatory.
I also do that when resetting sometimes. Yeah.
The mandatory bit has been performed. Yes, this was all intentional. By resetting the console, as I hit continue, I can spawn Link into the title screen map with full character control. And I'm immediately gonna jump and avoid again because it's gonna warp me to the other side of this door. And then I'm gonna do something called a bit save. So we're gonna interact with this save statue and save my file on the title screen. And that does a couple of things, but the important one right now is that when we respawn, we're gonna respawn on that spot, which looks like exactly where I saved before, but it's actually not, because we're on a different layer of Skyloft. Things are gonna be a little bit different. Such as the fact that this door doesn't exist. Just like I set that up.
Oh my god, foreshadowing.
Yeah. And now since we can get in here, we can pick up the sword. And it's ours now, right? It's definitely my sword. It's not. It's a loaner. I got it from the library. So anything that we do on the title screen is not going to get saved to our file. It's just going to persist on the title screen until we overwrite that data, which we can do sometimes. But in order for something to be saved onto our actual file, we have to do what's called an RBM, or reverse bit magic. And hey, Jim, you found that.
I did.
You want?
Well, I realized what it was. I didn't technically find the first
that's
instance
true.
of it, but...
You want to say what an RBM is?
Yeah, so right now we're on the title screen, and if we start our file, basically any progress that we made on the title screen gets wiped before our file starts, unless we set that progress after we hit the start button. So what Pippi's going to do here is she's going to hit the start button at a very specific time while this pillar is forming up, which is the Farron pillar. And because of when she starts her file, the flag for the Farron pillar getting set is actually going to persist onto our file because it happened after our file started loading. And thankfully the timing for these is very lenient. You have like a full second to start your file and then apply any flag that you can reach on the title screen to get it onto your file. So now we have the Farron pillar up.
Also, because we bit
is...
saved, we can go through this door again, and because I didn't hit start before I picked up the sword the first time, as I said, it was a loner. But now it's actually mine. There's no title screen in the way. This is mine. I'm keeping it.
Yeah, so we also just straight up skipped the practice sword. Yeah. We're not going to get it.
This is actually the only sword we will be getting throughout the entire run. It does pitiful amounts of damage and is very short. It does not have a lot of reach. Ooh, there we go. But it is good enough to finish the entire game. Believe it or not. With
not just swords, but is that I believe that's the last item we get in the run?
We get the tunic at some point. We just don't keep it.
Oh yeah, that's right. We do temporarily get the tunic.
We get a change of clothes and then we change back. We will be completing this run in pajamas. But yeah, we will not be picking up any items throughout this entire run. We actually, the way Skyward Sword does items, if you don't pick up the first item that the game expects you to get in sequence, which would be the slingshot, you do not have access to the B wheel to like trigger your items and swap between them. And so it just soft locks if you try to get them out of order.
Yeah, this game's item system is very anti-speedrunner as far as that goes.
But that does mean we get to be cool, and our options are get items or don't get any at all. We don't get to pick and choose. So we picked don't. But I'm gonna go talk to Groose now, and this is probably the only time we're talking to Groose this run.
Yep,
that was Groose.
That's all of Groose you get. Hope you like that.
And now as we're still running around Skyloft doing some setup, I actually have to do a quick chore. I'm going to judge a woman's furniture. This is mandatory for speedrunning, but we are speedrunners, so we're gonna do it fast. Everybody ready?
All right, I'm ready.
And go.
Okay. I think the closet looked a bit tacky, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm not a huge... Yeah. The bed placement had really bad feng shui.
I think the table sucked.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a mandatory part of the speedrun. Don't worry about it.
Why? I gotta ask why. Why?
So as I mentioned, we're setting some flags. And one of the flags that we want to set is set by exiting that woman's house. That's it.
Yep.
Wow.
But
we need to specifically exit that house.
yes.
Do you even... okay, this is where I haven't played Skyward Sword in a couple months. Do you actually go in that house in vanilla?
I mean, you can.
You are not required to ever go into that house in vanilla, no.
Whoops. I didn't shake off the thing fast enough, so I had to murder it. But we will now be going to rescue our Loftwing, which was why we went to talk to Groose, was to go trigger the like rest of our Loftwing's been kidnapped quest line. Oops.
Oops.
All Zelda.
All Zelda.
Yeah, all
there she is. That's all Zelda.
I'll leave now. It's fine.
She will, in fact, yell whatever you set your file name to in just that one text box. It's pretty great. You can make her say whatever you want. But we're actually going to save and quit because we're going to be setting up for probably the most confusing trick in this run, right at the very beginning. But I'm going to be copying file 1 to file 3 for future use. And the important thing to remember is that when I load in to file 3, I will be loading in at this save statue. You know, the one I just saved at. Right? Here. Right before rescuing my Loftwing. And this is going to be very important and be very convoluted. But before we get to any of that, we do have to actually rescue my Loftwing. There we go. And since I've never played this video game before, definitely believe me on that, Zelda is going to teach me how to fly the Loftwing in Japanese. Everybody can read in that, right?
Definitely.
Nice.
I took that in high school.
Oh, nice. I took French. Is that applicable here?
Only in Breath of the Wild. We found that out today. Breath of the Wild is in French.
But the next thing we're going to be doing is something called Wing Ceremony Cutscene Skip. And I only get one shot at it before I have to go to a backup. But it is a 2-frame trick, and it only loses a couple seconds if we don't get it. But it's really funny if we do. Also, I can smash into Zelda with my bird. Jim, you want to explain Wing Ceremony Cutscene Skip while I get distracted by doing the trick or trying to?
Yeah, so this game has a save prompt functionality after certain scenes that happen. So right here, there's a save prompt that's going to pop up. And right after the save prompt, the game is supposed to trigger a cutscene before the wing ceremony. But we actually get control of Link right before the cutscene starts, and there's a 2-frame window that you have where you can side hop out of the cutscene trigger, and then just skip the cutscene, which is, useful, saves like a minute. In this case, though, we have to load a backup instead, but it's okay because this backup is very funny.
It is. The backup is very funny. The backup is going to play Donkey Kong. So I've never played Donkey Kong before. I assume that this is how you play it. So I know it has barrels.
Yep. I got a barrel.
Got a barrel. You play as Donkey Kong in the original Donkey Kong, right? Then you throw the barrels?
Yes, I believe that is how it works.
And you ignore the princess in a corner, right? You don't interact with her at all.
Nope.
And you go up the slope. Oh.
And then the barrel hits you.
Yes.
Yes. This is the perfect recreation of Donkey Kong.
And what a surprise, we have died. That's gonna be happening a lot in this run. How many deaths are in this run? I don't even remember.
Like 23. But also, yeah, this sequence right here is the most complicated, or at least one of the most complicated back in time sequences. We're going to be doing a trick called a file dupe. So basically, Pippi is going to be saving the information on file 3 over the new game file that she has on file 2, which is not technically a file yet. However, the game has not updated the information from file 3 onto file 2 quite yet, at least according to the title screen. So it still looks like a new game file, but it does actually have all the information from file 3. And this is important because we want to specifically start this file as if it is a new game file, because it allows us to do what's called a reverse bit warp, which is basically a fancy way of we want to load into the loading zone that we just triggered in back in time while starting our file, which in this case is the sky. So we've essentially loaded a copy of file 3 into the sky right now. And we also want to take damage from this Gwei, so nice job.
Yep, got one hit off on us. Spawned a little close to me. Interesting. Where he spawns and how he moves is completely RNG, and sometimes he spawns with a different colored rupee, and that's bad. And then he despawns, and then you're sad. But the important thing is that, so we are on a copy of file 3. Oh, come on. Hi! And when file 3 we made earlier and hadn't saved the Loftwing yet. So while we were on the Loftwing, we didn't save the Loftwing. And when we die and hit continue, we didn't enter back in time this time. We go over here, and we are now over here. I'm going to, real quick, go on a quick detour. Just for funsies. I have a friend in here. Where is he? Hello? Hi, friend!
Hello, friendly Chew.
No, come here. Come here. Oh, he got shy. There we go. I just wanted a hug. It's for my mental health, okay?
You are valid.
Thank you. But don't worry about that. That's important. So now that we have hugged Chew, we're gonna go down here to bonks, where I rescued my Loftwing earlier. And oh hey, what's that, Zelda? My Loftwing? Who put that back? But since he's in jail again, we might as well rescue him again. Just convenient.
How many times do you have to save him from jail?
Hopefully twice.
He gets it right this time. He knows not to go back.
Yeah, he knows not to go back. Zelda's gonna try to tell us how to fly the bird again. But we know how this goes. We already learned how to fly the bird. We know how to fly the bird. We know how to do all sorts of things on the bird. So I just want to go over here. And I'm sorry, Jiggy, we're going to be doing some math. We're going to be counting to 11.
That's so high!
And we're gonna fly over to the Farron Pillar. Now, reminder, at this point in the game, casually, the Farron Pillar should not be here. It's here because we did that RBM earlier. And And also, we should now be able to jump off of our bird. We can do that because we got that Phi text in the sky before we died to the Gwei. And that gave us the ability to jump off of our bird. So Zelda is still giving a tutorial up there. We abandoned her.
She's going to be giving that tutorial for a long time.
Yep. Fun fact, in this Zelda game, Zelda does not get kidnapped.
Yeah. Quite impressive, really.
Yeah. Yeah, she goes an entire, like, hour and a half without getting kidnapped. It's really neat. But now, I'm going to introduce a concept that is really good in playing video games casually as well, is that whenever you enter a new area, the first thing you should really do is just, as soon as possible, go save your game. Because it can be really annoying if you, like, do something silly and lose progress. Like, I don't know. Die.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
The developers really should have made those cliffs shorter so players wouldn't die there.
Yeah. They should have put up a fence.
Yeah.
This has been a very internal joke. There's supposed to be a fence there.
There is supposed to be a fence there, but we're not on the right state of the map.
All right, I'm going to do some file copies, and Jim's going to get to talk about it.
All right, yeah. So we just landed in Farron, right? We're making good progress. First, we got to go to Farron, then Eldon, then Lanayru, and then we can do fancy stuff to beat the game. So the way that we have to get to Eldon, which is next, is we have to beat Skyview Temple. So right now, Pippi is going to do a very long back-in-time sequence to get to Skyview Temple. And specifically do another reverse bit warp into Skyview Temple, which is also going to skip a significant portion of Skyview Temple. So she's doing all this flag saving, selecting, and all this stuff so that we can be able to call our Loftwing in back in time, and then fly out over to the sky here. So all of the specific file setup stuff that we did earlier was basically to make sure we could get a specific state of the sky to load in back in time, because this is the only state of the sky that does not crash due to memory limitations in back in time. So now that we have that all set up, we can extend the reach of back in time from just being on Skyloft to now being in Farron. And this will allow us to get to the Skyview Temple much quicker. Because normally when you go through the game, you have to, talk to Impa on the sealed temple, do this stupid thing where you place a beacon that nobody likes, save all the Kikwis and all that fun stuff to finally then get to Skyview Temple. But because we're on the title screen right now, we can actually manipulate the properties of certain objects on the map depending on what file we select. So for instance, right now, as we go over here, Pippi's going to select file 1 and is going to magically make this log come down so that we can climb up the cliff and just skip having to talk to Impa at all and placing that stupid beacon that nobody likes. And so this allows us to get to the main part of Farron Woods much quicker, which is very good. There's also a pretty neat small time saver coming up here where Pippi's going to jump off of this log to get onto the higher cliff. It's actually a lot harder than it looks. All right, nice. Very good.
You love it when log jump cooperates.
We love it. All right, so now we're in the main Farron Woods area. And normally, of course, the game tries to prevent you from being able to skip the Kikwi quest at all. But we're also, once again, not on the correct layer of the map. So there simply are no Kikwis here, which is very convenient. There's supposed to be a Kikwi getting harassed by some of the Koblins here that you normally have to defeat, but not here. We can just walk right past it. So the main difficulty that we have to overcome with getting to Skyview Temple here is we need to make a vine come down so that we can swing on the vine and get up to a higher ledge so that we can get to the next area where the Skyview Temple is. Unfortunately, the vine is not down, so we have to save at the statue there and then reload the map with a file that has the flag for that statue being down active. And if you remember earlier when we judged a woman's furniture and then exited her house, this is the flag that's used for. It's to bring that vine down.
So legitimately, thanks to judging furniture, we can continue the run.
Thank goodness.
Yep.
All right, so we reloaded now. The vine is down, so Pippi just has to walk all the way over there. And then she will be able to enter into the deep woods.
also important to note that if I press file 1 and face in certain directions, it'll automatically start a cutscene. This is very funny. If it does it twice, we don't quite soft lock, but soft lock our actual ability to move the character, and now we just have a creative background for the title screen and cannot traverse anymore. So we're not going to do that. Hopefully, don't want to soft lock.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good. Alright, so here to skip the entirety of the Deep Woods, Pippi's going to be selecting some files in a certain order, which is just going to teleport us right to the Skyview Temple entering cutscene. Very convenient. And now we are finally ready to enter the Skyview Temple. Pippi's going to hit start on the file that she's on, and then after a little bit, she's going to hold 2 to skip the cutscene and reverse bit warp into Skyview Temple, skipping about 2/3 of it. Because we're not going to spawn at the entrance, we're instead going to spawn where we saved File 3 on Skyloft, which was at the Upper Academy statue. So we dropped in at the coordinates of where the Upper Academy statue is, but into Skyview Temple, and this conveniently just happens to be very deep in the dungeon. So that we do not have to do really any of it, almost. We do have to reload the room, though. Because when we start this deep into the temple, the game's not expecting us to load immediately into this room. So there are certain objects that are missing on the map that we need to progress. But thankfully there's this room that we can go into and then just leave after defeating our good old friend, the Staldra.
It's very convenient that this door is here. Now that we're entering back through the door, you'll see some of the assets that failed to load the first time, such as this Boko, Bai Boko, and this spider. Oh, I jumped into the boy.
Oh, okay, we can try again.
Yep. He's a very scary spider. Does the Boko see me? No, he doesn't. He just felt like talking. Oh, there we go. I jumped with good timing.
All right. Good spider jump.
That is not a very difficult trick, but is one of the scariest tricks in the run. Unironically.
Yeah, basically, because normally when you're doing, like, a speedrun where you could reset if you, make mistakes, you only have 2 hearts at this point, and if you get hit by that spider, that's 2 hearts of damage, which kills you. And the problem is, there's not really a point in Skyview Temple before that spider jump where you can save, so if you get hit by that spider, you lose 5 minutes, because you have to redo that entire back-in-time sequence all over again. And this is why Pippi elected to go for having 4 hearts instead of 2 here.
Thank you to that chew that gave me a hug. It gave me the emotional support I needed to get through a big scary spider jump. A really good friend.
Yeah.
So it expects you to have the slingshot by now, and also the beetle, which are projectiles that would hit these vines down. We don't have either of those, and as I said, we can't get items. So instead, by voiding, I can make the Skyward Strike be just far enough by releasing in midair to hit the second vine down and be able to get over here to get our boss key. And believe it or not, that's the entire dungeon.
Yep.
Hooray!
Yep. How many dungeons are we doing, by the way? How many do you feel like doing? H, by the way.
Oh, yeah, H. Gotta insert our 3D H.
H is for
I'm
hydration.
feeling 2 dungeons, I think.
Only 2?
My personal
Yeah.
feeling for the day.
Which one's
Two
so
seems
this
good.
one, and then what's the other one? What other one?
Well, obviously, we go in order. So if you are talking about playing through the game casually, it should be Skyview Temple, and then we go and start Earth Temple. And then
I don't like that one.
What if we just? Well, don't
It's
worry, we're
okay,
not going to
nobody
do
likes
half
that
of it.
Can we
We're gonna
do
skip half of
the
it.
best water temple in all of Zelda, in my opinion?
Unfortunately, no.
Aw.
We will not be seeing Ancient Cistern, even though it is the best water temple of all of Zelda, and also it is the best temple in this game. But unfortunately, you have to watch all dungeons for that.
Yep.
Next time. By the way, if
All
you're
right,
all
so yeah,
joining
now
us here,
50
welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend. This is our final run of the day, but we got a whole second day coming at you tomorrow. Currently, Pippi is playing Skyward Sword any percent, and we're just rocking and rolling right now. Definitely check her out. Her name is in the title of the show.
It seemed like a pretty decent Girahim one.
Yeah, he was kind of nice. Thanks, Girahim.
I would like to formally congratulate you on beating the man who stole your haircut.
I know. I'm just claiming it back. Like, I definitely had this haircut first. When did this game come out?
2011.
Nobody needs to look at my high school yearbook photos. I definitely had this haircut first. Don't question me, okay? But yeah, that is our first boss done.
Or did you want to get the heart?
Nah, it's fine.
No,
We don't need it. The heart would be safety for a later trick, but we don't get to keep it until the end of the game. We only get to keep it temporarily, because we are actually on file 3 right now, because that is the file I hit start on when I entered Skyview Temple on the title screen. So we are on file 3 right now. However, it is tradition that we end speedruns on the file that we started on, so we will be ending the speedrun on file 1, and we'll be transferring our progress at some point. But that doesn't transfer literally everything, so we will not be transferring our heart total, so I could pick up that heart container. I'd only get to keep it until we switched.
Yeah, we're going to transfer 1 flag.
Yep, that's it. That's all that progression takes.
Skyward Sword any %, aka File Management Simulator.
Listen, my desktop is so clean.
Listen, have you seen the route doc for this? It's an entire color-coded Excel spreadsheet with everything that you need to do on it.
I need y'all to know that I made the Etsy version. I made the like Pinteresty version. I have it in analog. That's in front of me right now, just in case.
You have real media? Whoa.
I do.
That's rare.
Yeah. It's just easier to lets me be in split screen a little bit less. But so now that we have picked up the Ruby tablet, which should give us access to the Elden region, we are trying to get back to Skyloft to put the Ruby tablet in the pedestal that had the Emerald tablet at the beginning of the game. However, getting back to Skyloft would be very slow. So instead, we are going back to Skyloft on the title screen because that counts. This is very fast. This is, in fact, the intended quick travel method in the game is dying repeatedly.
Yes. They just didn't tell you that in the guidebook because it's, it's supposed to be a secret.
Yeah, that's the pro strat. But I once again did a reverse bit warp. I started my file and then entered a loading zone. And as you'll note, it took me off the title screen. It put me in the actual file 3 statue, which file 3 was the file that we picked up the Ruby tablet on. So we can place the Ruby tablet and watch this pillar of light form up. You get to see the full animation this time without a title screen in the way. I know it's a very nice treat. And afterwards, we're gonna get to watch a cutscene.
Wow.
This is my favorite cutscene.
I've seen cutscenes before.
It's stuck. It will never progress. It just gets stuck there. That's one of the reasons why we do this on hero mode, is because that is a soft lock. And being able to skip the cutscenes lets us just skip the soft lock. But now that we have finished on Skyloft, we are going to go to the Elden region to go to Earth Temple, because that is where Earth Temple is. But getting there is slow, so I'm going to use the intended fast travel system in the game. You might be wondering why this is faster when it does just put us back on Skyloft. We're not going to the intended beginning of the Elden region. That would be slow, and we'd have to do a bunch of like magma stuff. What?
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at every time the yelling.
Yes.
The yelling every time. Because you don't have the sailcloth yet, right? Technically, you don't have this.
We do not have the sailcloth, and we in fact will never get the sailcloth. This is relevant. We take damage every time we fall more than a certain distance. This will remain relevant until the end of the run, that we do not have the sailcloth. We're gonna call our bird and go back to the Farron region, because that's the fastest and most direct way to get to Eldin, is to go to Farron, right?
Yep.
That makes sense. The map of Hyrule is very convoluted, so, you know, we just have to make sure. You'll also notice that, as Jim said earlier, any other version of the sky where Zelda is not giving us a tutorial where she doesn't remember our name and thus replaced it with an exclamation point, is going to crash if we enter it on the title screen. So I am being very careful to every time I enter the sky for any reason on Back in Time, I am looking at file 2, because that is the one that doesn't crash. Let's hear it for file 2.
Woo, file 2 in the chat. Let's go,
also,
file 2.
I hope you liked this log. It's back. That log, by the way, was our reward for talking to Fledge and listening to him talk about his plans for the day. So we're gonna once again do a bit save here. We're bit saving file 3, and what that does is the same thing we did to get those coordinates that Jim was talking about earlier for Skyview. It's going to steal the coordinates of this bird statue that we just saved at, and the next time we load into file 3, it's gonna put us at those coordinates. So y'all remember geometry, right? I like XYZ coordinate values?
No! Hippie, I'm here for Zelda. I'm here for Zelda. Not geography. Not geography.
Geography. Well, there is a lot of geography in this too.
Geology? No, wait. What did you say?
Geometry.
Geometry.
We could do.
Gee, I'm a tree.
That's also some geometry or some geography or some geology. It's a rock. It's a rock. That's geology, right?
It's floating in the sky. So I don't technically know if it's part of geology in that sense, because geology is the study of the Earth.
I don't know either.
Is it the study of the Earth or study of Earth, like rocks specifically?
Yeah, that's what I'm unclear on also.
Anyway, we're going to do another reverse bit warp. Right into Eldin. The pillar was invisible. Trust me, it was there. Oh, we're here now. In the sky. Once again, no sailcloth. I could not avoid that damage if I wanted to.
Oh, hey, we got a tunic.
Oh, yeah, we did. Nice outfit
neat.
change. I kind of liked the other one better, though.
Yeah, me too.
Do you think he'll be offended if I ask him to change back?
No, I mean, the pajamas are probably more comfortable anyway,
Yeah.
honestly.
Maybe it was just, like, kind of hot here, and this outfit is a little more cooling effect. I don't know why it would be, because it seems to be more clothes, but, I don't know. Anyway, we're out of bounds.
Just casually running up the mountain.
Yeah, so, this collision, like, terrain is a little bit interesting. We're sliding. Oh, no. That's okay. We can...
Thank goodness for those 4 hearts.
I mean, I would still have 4 hearts there, even if I didn't do safety strats.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
But, oh, come on. There we go. That's what we want to happen. That is actually perfectly okay. We wanted to die soon anyway. I know that's such a surprise in this run. But we are actually very far out of bounds, and we're going to go back inbounds, but we would like to go back inbounds at the top of the volcano, because that means we skip all the volcano-y things. So I'm just gonna do a side hop across this lava, and do some little slippy slides down here. We would like to be a little bit careful not to fall behind those rocks, because that would be a soft lock. And then, because we got to a new area, we would like to save our game. Because remember I said earlier, always save your game. Always save your game. I don't see a way to die around here, but there's lava, like, everywhere. Hey, I found the lava again.
Yeah.
So the game right now wants us to use the digging mitts, which we definitely have. Don't worry about it. And go dig up 5 key pieces to open the door to Earth Temple. We're not gonna do that because we have magic. Instead, why don't we just set the flag for the Earth Temple door being open and then just walk in? That sounds faster, and like it includes less digging and items we don't have.
Yeah. It also includes a nap, which is my favorite part.
Yeah. Remember, everyone, sleep responsibly. Get your nappies when you need them. Link did put back on his pajamas for the nap. It's very important. He put up back on his pajamas. And then he put back on his clothes when he woke up. And then he heard us talking earlier about our thoughts on his clothing. So when we go outside, he changed back. This is in fact because of file shenanigans that decide what outfit Link is wearing. But now is gonna be one of the funnier tricks in the run. So Jim, you wanna talk about this one?
Yeah, so the start of Earth Temple, we got this this very interesting trick called the Keys Yeet. So if you remember earlier, we don't have any projectile weapons. We don't have Slingshot, we don't have Beetle, which you're expected to have at this point. But we do have the projectile from our Skyward Strike. And so at this point in the dungeon, Pippi has to cut 3 ropes to lower a drawbridge to the rest of the dungeon. 2 of these ropes are on the ground, so we can just, hit them with our sword regularly. But the third one is up high, where she's aiming right now in first person. And basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to use this keys, very nice, first try.
Beautiful.
Wow.
To cut that rope down with our Skyward Strike. Because normally you can only shoot your Skyward Strike straight, but if you're targeting something, Link will actually shoot the Skyward Strike in the direction of whatever he's targeting is, including the vertical angle of it. So that's how we can aim our Skyward Strike upwards to get that rope.
That was great. That was really cool. How are you in here without the earrings?
So you don't need the earrings for the Earth Temple for some reason, because this game physically makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I guess they just only have like a few rooms that check for earrings, and they're like, yeah, you won't be in here if you don't have the earrings.
Yeah, I believe it's only Hot Cave that actually checks to see if you have the Fire Shield earrings. Everywhere else in the game does not care. And we do not go to Hot Cave in this run, so we do not care. But now that I've successfully yeeted that Keys, which was a very kind setup, there's a lot of RNG involved in that. But thank you. Keys' name is Archibald C. Yeatington. That's what the community named him. And sometimes he just doesn't cooperate. But today he was being nice. But I'm actually going to do what visually looks like the same bit interaction that I did earlier, that we get to take another nap. Hooray. Congrats, Jim.
Yay!
And we're going to once again push a gravestone. And what we're essentially doing is like setting flags on the wrong map is how it's equating to other things. And before, when we did this, we were on the Eldin map. We were outside in Eldin, but inside Earth Temple is a different map. So if anybody's played the game casually, you might remember that there's this like whole ball rolling puzzle that you need to do, where you use the beetle to go cut some ropes, and you use bombs to like blow stuff up, and I don't have items, and that sounds long and boring. And why would I do that when I can raise the bridge just on my own? I'm so strong. Oh, I didn't raise the bridge.
Oh, you also jumped into lava. Why'd you do that?
I don't know. Link was standing on it for a second there. It's kind of magical. I think there might be magic in this run. Well, I might as well hit continue, though.
Yeah.
Get some more health back. Oh, by the way, the bridge is raised.
Neat.
So the room needs to reload to realize that we set the flag to raise the bridge. Skyward Sword, you need to do what's called a commit for your RBMs, usually, which means that you make a change to something on the map, and then you usually have to reload the room. So watching the cutscene that showed us that the bridge was down counted as a change on the map. and also put Link on top of the lava for a second. And then we died to reload the room. This next section I'm gonna get through by screaming. Come on, Link, scream. Oh, he's not screaming a lot. Oh, there we go.
She's trying.
Nice. So that's called a stutter sprint. And what you are doing there casually is you're supposed to use bombs to like blow up the rocks blocking an alcove and take a nice little breather halfway through the slope. But this is a speed run and breathers are slow, so we don't want to do that. Instead, we're gonna go straight up to the boss key, and just by rhythmically spamming the A button, we can artificially extend how long Link's stamina bar is to get up slopes like that. And just like that, we only did, as promised, about half the dungeon. We skipped the middle half. And now we're gonna go into the boss. And I'm not missing anything for the boss, right?
I mean, I think the game wants you to have the bomb bag, if I remember correctly.
But there are bombs
But
on
you
the
don't
stage.
have that. That's true, there are bombs on the stage. You think you might be able to use those?
I mean, that just seems like a logical solution to the problem.
The good old orb boss.
Yes, this is our spicy meatball.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very spicy meatball. So yes, the game does expect us to have a bomb bag for this. But once again, since we didn't pick up the slingshot, no! I don't want a soft lock. Why would I do that? And so we kind of make do. But first, please allow me to introduce I'm pretty sure this is the longest, like, dialogue segment in the game. Yurahim just really likes the sound of his own voice. Like,
Befitting of his personality.
he just wants to show off that he's... Uh-oh, and Fi talks to us here. He still thinks he has my haircut. He's wrong. It's mine. Can't have it back. Just gotta resync my motion controls, because reminder, a lot of the movement in this game, and all of the sword, is wiggle controls. And those like to forget what direction is forwards. So when you see me do those little random slashies at the nothing, I am not shooing away bugs. I am trying to reteach the controls what direction the TV is in. And also here's Yurahim. Do you know what he's saying?
I think he's saying that he was actually the original haircut holder.
What a liar!
Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust him.
All right, here is our meatball. And the first thing I want to do to defeat a spicy meatball is blow up a bomb in my face. And the second thing I'm going to do is blow up a bomb in his face. So essentially what we're doing here is we're kind of trying to juggle Scaldera so that he stays at the top of the stage so that we can keep hitting him with the bomb refills that are only at the top of the stage. After a certain point, these bombs will not reach him anymore. So if he gets too low down, we can't hit him with the stage's bombs, and we would be expected to use bomb bag. That should be good. And I'm just gonna let him give me a little burn there. It's fine. We're just letting him think that he's the one in charge. But now what I've done is hopefully balanced his damage cycles so that he actually never left vulnerability. So when he transitions and he does the big walkie legs like he do now, he does roll all the way down to the bottom of the stage, but he never actually leaves vulnerability if you do it right. And thus, when we hit him with a Skyward strike in the eye during his rear back animation, he just takes damage, and then we can wail on him. And we don't have to do the second phase of the fight, and that's the part of the fight that would require bombs. So, we're done. That's 2 dungeons.
Yay. That's
And
2 whole
we've-
dungeons.
Yeah, we finished your least
which-
favorite dungeon, Jiggy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, I was corrected by chat. This one is not my least favorite. It's the one with the frog face. That's the one.
Fire,
Fire
Sanctuary.
Yeah, which is also the one I think you need the earrings for. This one you
Yes.
don't need the earrings for.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Thank you
Fire
for that
Sanctuary.
correction, chat.
I will have y'all know. Again, we will not be seeing it in this run, but Fire Sanctuary is a really great dungeon in a speedrun context because it's so broken.
It's just really broken.
Yeah, I like breaking things. But anyway, we have struck the crest at the end of our second dungeon, which means that we have picked up the Amber Tablet, which should give us access to Lanayru region. And oh, I did not mean to hit save and quit. Thanks, Analog Glitch. We do not need to save and quit there. That actually does not affect anything, though, because I am immediately going to go back inside of Earth Temple. Don't worry. I have a plan. It involves a bird. A couple of them, actually. The first one is this bird statue. Because I'm going to resave my game. I didn't want to save it outside. I want to save it inside.
I don't need a bird statue. I have an amiibo.
We do not have an amiibo for this version,
amiibo.
unfortunately. Now, instead of quitting, I am going to, once again, activate our fast travel system. And now I said earlier that we did both of those dungeons on File 3, which means File 3 has the Amber Tablet as an item. But we would actually like to finish on File 1. So we're going to load our inventory into the title screen by picking up $5. I bet you didn't know that that's what $5 does.
Ooh, I
$5
love
for a
$5.
whole inventory?
Yeah.
It's a sweet deal.
Yeah, it's really discounted. Beetle is so upset about it.
Yeah, we're not getting Beetle out of business with that one.
And now we're gonna do pretty much the same thing we did at the beginning with the Emerald Tablet, and we're going to RBM the Amber Tablet being placed onto our File 1. Now, the game is a little confused, so this is Invisible Idaho. Don't worry.
What?
Fine. Link just
Where did it
placed an
go?
invisible item. It exists. It got placed. You saw him do the motion. And then exactly like we did before, once again, the timing windows are actually very lenient, which is very kind since we do them multiple times. And now we actually stashed where we wanted this file to be a long time ago. So we left File 1 for safekeeping during that first very long bit interaction where we went to Farron for the first time on the title screen. We stashed it in Farron and just left it there. And now that we have the Amber Tablet on File 1, we're going to use that to get to the sky. Because very importantly, File 1 cannot call our bird. It automatically calls the bird when you leave a pillar, which is how we're on our bird. But if I were to jump off of the bird, I would void infinitely. Because I can't call the bird. As you may have guessed by the fact that is the case, we will not be going to the sky anymore on our actual file. We will in Back in Time a few times, but we will not be worrying about any more flying segments in the actual game. But this is our third and final area of the game, and we are not going to be going straight to Lanayru Mining Facility, which would be the third dungeon in the game casually, because it's boring and I don't like it. Instead, we are going to be using good gaming practices and saving our game, because that's my PSA for this run, is twofold, actually. Always save your game when you enter new areas, and also respect fences. Respect fences. However, there's no way to die over here that I can see, so... It was hiding behind the little lip there. I didn't see it coming. But now we're going to once again be taking a venture out of bounds. So we've done a couple of reverse bit warps, which implies that there should be a not reverse bit warp, right?
Yeah.
I think that's how that works. So we're gonna do one of those. Jim, you want to explain the difference for us?
Yeah, so a reverse bit warp is where you start your file and then enter a new area. So load yourself into the area that your file is saved at. The area that you travel to back in time, but with the coordinates of where your file is saved. This is the opposite. We're going to load into the area our file is saved at with the coordinates of back in time. So we're essentially transferring the Upper Academy coordinates from that bird statue there onto the Lanayru mine map, which places us way out of bounds.
Yeah,
like really far out of bounds.
Where are we? Oh, not even on the map.
We're not on the map, yeah.
Well, Jiggy didn't want to do geometry. I don't want to do geography. Or is that cartography? I really don't know.
Something topography.
Yeah. I don't know. We're just gonna run around. You might have noticed that some of this collision isn't real. Some of it's a little janky. Some of it is real. But we're going to try to navigate our way out of bounds back over to one of the areas that is inbound, which is the entrance to a very late game area called the Lanayru Gorge, which is usually where you would go towards the end of the game to save the Thunder Dragon. When you're trying to do the Song of the Hero part quest, you would go save the Thunder Dragon, and when you save him, he goes, "Hey, do you want to play some fun minigames?" And normally, if you're thinking logically about how a speedrun would work, we should say no, right? Because that would take time. No, we want to play minigames. So in order to play minigames and have a grand old time, we do have to save the Thunder Dragon, which is going to involve a lot of back-in-time shenanigans. But the first thing we're going to do is save our game.
I don't know if we wanted to do the
I was going to say
break now.
Would this be a great time to take a quick break, Pippi?
Of course.
Awesome. All right.
An excellent time.
So we're going to take a quick break, everybody. The rest of this run is going to be coming at you here in about 6 minutes. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. And thanks for hanging out here at Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on GDQ Hotfix. We are continuing the Zelda Skyward Sword any percent here with Pippi in a top hat and Gymnast. Ready to rock and roll?
Let's do this. Do I count us back in?
All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.
All right, I'm just gonna resave for safety because you can never save too much. You did again. What if I die? If you have missed the run up until now, I definitely don't have a propensity for hilarious deaths. That's my best friend. He's a cactus.
That feeling when you died a cactus bomb.
I wish I had a best friend that was also a cactus.
You can share with me. He's a very good lad.
Will you introduce me?
Yeah, I think I can do that. All right, so we're going to be doing something that is called Fast Farron Bit, which is going to involve some janky file setups and broken cutscenes. So doing that just allowed me to instantly call my bird on the title screen. Now, what we're trying to accomplish here is we're going to be doing 3 RBMs because we need to move a minecart in order to save the Thunder Dragon. And in order to move the minecart, we need to get a rock out of the way that the game would expect you to use bombs to deal with, but we don't have those. So that's the first thing we have to do is blow up that rock. We're doing all of this just to blow up one rock. I wish I were kidding. But then if we want to move the minecart, we are going to actually have to get it close to the end of the tracks. So that's going to be the second item itinerary, is skip a lot of the slow minecart moving segment, because if anybody remembers this casually, this is a very slow auto-scroller that expects you to have all these items and, like, follow this minecart along and do little tasks for it, and, no. I don't wanna. So we're going to move the minecart towards the end of the tracks. And then our last item on the to-do list is to actually save the Thunder Dragon. So, believe it or not, hitting start right there just blew up a rock. And if you don't believe me, I can try to convince you by blowing up other rocks. And resaving my game. And now, if I move the camera correctly, let's see if we can get a peek. Oh, did you see that explosion over there?
Yeah, there was the rock.
That was the rock that we were trying to blow up. It doesn't...
It was kind enough to wait for us until we looked at it.
It doesn't... It's kind of... It likes to do a performance. It wanted to wait until it was actually in frame to do a curse bloaty. But all right, that's 1 of 3 done. And now we're going to do some of the same things again, because we are going to be going to Farron for all 3 of these bit interactions. So that means 3 whole broken cutscenes. Shoutouts to the shed being open that we opened earlier and back in time. And then this time we're going to go a little bit further into Farron, because we would like the flag associated with rescuing Machi. So while we didn't do the Kiwi quest, the Kiwi quest is supposed to give you you rescue a bunch of Kiwis and you get the slingshot, and then you can progress, and it's really slow, and they have to do it in all dungeons, and I don't want to do it. So while we skipped all of that, we do still have to interact with 1 Kiwi, which is actually a good thing because I really like Kiwis. I just don't want to save them.
How much longer is all dungeon compared to just any percent?
All dungeons world record is like a 256, is it?
254.
254.
So it's an hour and like 40-ish minutes longer than any percent.
And you do a lot more dungeons.
This? Is it a lot like this where you're doing a lot of menuing, kind of?
Yeah, a very significant portion of it is menuing. Not, it doesn't take up like as much of the total runtime or as much of a ratio of the run as the any percent speedrun does. The any percent speedrun also nice log. The any percent speedrun spends 30% of the run on the title screen. All dungeons is like less than 10%, I believe.
Yeah, there's a lot more dungeon movement. You have to like use items and stuff.
Ooh, wow.
I run any percent because I don't know how to use items. Oh, come on. Where's the cutscene? All right, so now we are on the correct layer to see these Bokos accost this poor Kiwi. Oops, I missed one of them. Hey you. There we go. And we are going to talk to the Kiwi. Appreciate what the Kiwi has to say. And then stop talking to the Kiwi. I speak Kiwi, if you didn't know. Now you know.
Oh, that's what you secretly took in high school.
Exactly. You thought I was taking French. I should have been taking Japanese, but it's okay. All right, so once again, because we made a change to our file, we have to do something else on the map. Luckily, the devs for this game were very kind and put a bunch of random rupees places, which we repeatedly in this run use to, excuse me, to set flags so that it accepts our other commits. We just need to spawn a random rupee. That's the same thing I was doing earlier when I bonked trees and back in time as spawning rupees. We see a lot of rupees in this game, but fun fact, the 5 rupees we saw earlier that we picked up, we didn't get to keep those. We're broke. Neat.
R.I.P. Me too.
Yep. We're going to succeed at the run and fail at capitalism.
Worth it.
Beetle rejoice.
I await the day where I can RBM my taxes completed without actually paying any money.
I set the flag for it. What do you mean that's fraud? All right, once again, we're going to be doing a regular bit warp. This is not actually to set a flag. As I said earlier, we moved the minecart to a different location, so it'll be faster to move it to its final resting place. And now we are going to go pick it up there and bring it to the end. So this next trick is called Jank Jump. Jim, you're an expert in all things Skyward Sword. Can you explain to me exactly how Jank Jump works?
No, because it's jank.
Thank you. This has been an expert opinion.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the collision of the ground here is really weird, but we want to jump up to this higher portion of it, and we can't grab the ledge up there just by running up to it. We actually have to jump up to it for Link to grab it. So Pippi is basically getting as far along on the edge as she can before the collision stops, and then is gonna have this specific angle and hold a specific control stick direction to jump up onto the corner of the ledge right there. And that is the jank jump, which thankfully was not jank this time.
Well, it was still jank, but it was the good kind of jank, not the bad kind of jank.
Yeah, that's right, good kind of jank.
Yeah, voiding is actually believed to be necessary there for some reason. We're not sure why. But also we are out of bounds, if you can tell by the fact that the collision just ended under my feet. Bit warping tends to put us out of bounds. Now we're gonna do a trick called a brake slide, which we do all the time in Skyward Sword, but really not in any percent. Come on, that'll work. That was not a very good brake slide, but I did some stutter sprinting and it works.
Hey, look, the minecart's here.
Yeah, that spawned in the minecart. And do you see that little pedestal over there? That's where a rock should be. It's not. Neat. Now we don't need bomb bag. But we do have to actually just slowly escort this minecart this short way to the end, because for some reason, like, it needs to like pass over a certain point on the ground.
Yeah, so for us to actually change the state of the map so that the Thunder Dragon exists, the minecart has to pass over a specific part of the rail to make that happen. And this kind of sucks because there is actually a very quick and easy RBM that you could do to just set the minecart to the end of the track here. But if you do that, then the minecart does not pass over the piece of rail it has to pass over, and the Thunder Dragon is still dead, even if you change it to the past.
What is the RBM? I don't actually know.
It's exiting Rhina's house again.
If only we could do dig spot RBM at any percent.
Yeah.
But, oh, hold on. I almost forgot. Always give your cactus friend an extra hug. We got the minecart over that spot in the ground and got it to its final resting place. And you'll notice I sat down for a minute. That wasn't personal preference. Link needs to be at over 2 hearts in order to do this next trick because, hey, remember how we don't have the sailcloth? So we're gonna take some damage, and in preparation to take damage, I'm going to want to have more than 2 hearts because it'll deal 2 hearts of damage. However, it is optimal for me to be as close to death range as possible, which is why I stayed at 2.5 hearts. Technically more than 2. That's math. So this will actually be our last bit interaction of the run. Believe it or not, we're going to be done with the title screen. Sort of. We will see the file select screen one more time, but don't worry about it. It's fine. But the next thing we're going to do is, you might be wondering how we get from having beaten 2 dungeons and saved a dragon to having the end of the game. And shout out to everybody in the community who did a lot of work to figure out how this trick works. But particularly your average Link who figured out how to put it all together. We are going to be doing a trick called Girahim 3 Escape. We don't beat Girahim 3, we escape. And then we beat Girahim 3. After we've escaped. But so basically what we're going to do is we're going to rescue the Thunder Dragon. And then we're going to talk to the Thunder Dragon, and the Thunder Dragon's going to say, hey, you want to play this fun minigame? And we're going to go, yes. And he's going to go, so you're on New Game Plus, so you can fight whatever boss you want, because I'm going to assume that you beat them all already when you played on your normal mode file. Please ignore the fact that I didn't play a normal mode file on this SD card. I downloaded the saves from friendly speedrunners on the internet. But we thus can interact with Girahim 3 in the Boss Rush minigame. And if we beat Girahim 3 in the Boss Rush minigame, it's going to tell us good job, and then it's going to spit us out. That's not beating the game. By the way, I'm dying again on the title screen just to respawn that vine from earlier. Remember that vine? Yo, remember Vine? But it's been a bit. That's how long this speedrun has been going. I've been on the title screen for years. But so we don't actually want to beat Girahim. As I said, we want to escape, because at the bottom of the spiral that Girahim is hanging out in the middle of is a save statue. But that save statue is out of bounds. So we would like to get out of bounds and get to it and save and quit our game. And if we reload our game after doing that, nope, didn't get enough distance there, that's fine. Then we will, hey, grab the rope, thank you. Then we will spawn into the actual Girahim 3 fight, which is right before the end of the game. Now this is gonna look a lot like that first long bit interaction I did, but with less file shenanigans. And also this one comes with a nice friendly confirmation that you did it correctly. Fi pops out of your sword to tell you good job on the RBM. At least I assume that's what she said. Again, I took Kikui in high school. Not Japanese.
Yeah, looks about right.
Ooh.
That 2 in the text told you that you beat 2 dungeons.
Oh,
that's what that's for.
Nice.
Yeah.
So we have spawned the Thunder Dragon, who is mysteriously saved now, and I'm also going to save my game. This is actually just a safety save. There is a slight chance this can soft lock. Can never be too careful. But so there's a slight complication to how Girahim 3 Escape works, because Girahim wants to be at the top center of the stage. And unfortunately, a set distance below him, there is a void plane. So we cannot get too far below Girahim. So if we want to get down to the bottom and to the side of the stage, we have to bring Girahim with us. And we're going to accomplish that via some silly platform shenanigans. Hey, Jim, you want to talk about how platforms work?
Yeah, so Girahim 3, the first part of the fight takes place on this, shiny orange platform that's hovering in the air. And if you fall off the platform, it's supposed to respawn you on the platform. However, the way the fight works is that if you knock Girahim off the platform, a new platform spawns below him, and then you use that platform becomes the new, platform that the arena is on. So as Pippi knocks him off here, the new one forms below him. He's now lower, and then you do normally you do the final blow there to advance the fight. But we're just gonna wait.
Yep.
Normally, if you do that, the platform that Girahim is on will then move to the center and back up so that you stay in the same spot during the fight. But what we want to do is we're actually going to do this clever little technique that's going to continuously spawn platforms lower and lower so that we can get down to the save statue that we want to get down to. And basically we do this by timing when we fall off the top platform so that the platform that Girahim is on is only going to move horizontally for a little bit before it tries to move vertically to go back up. And this way we can essentially just keep on getting lower and lower for every single platform that spawns below Girahim here.
All right, this last one's gonna be a little bit different. We're still gonna dangle. Don't worry, silly dangles are not going anywhere. But I do require a bit of audience participation, and Jiggy and Jim can do this as well. Oh, so what console did this game come out for? Ready? 1, 2.
Whee!
Now he's gonna punch us. We're gonna do some fast little quick spins. Jump down, and the platform is now low enough that I can jump out of bounds and hit save and quit at this bird statue. Game saved. And everybody say goodbye to the file select screen, because we are going to go out to the menu, load in, and you might notice by the fact that the timer is no longer at the top of the screen that we have escaped. If it ever loads in. There we go. We have escaped. However, we're out of bounds, and I want to be inbound, so we're just gonna. Hey, Link.
We're gonna do a little slippy slide.
Oh, there we go.
Up the wall here.
Link.
Oh, no, okay.
What side of the wall do we want to be on? Link. Link. Hey. Get in bounds. Out of bounds is actually very bad.
There you go.
Just kidding. Inbounds is really boring. I want to be out of bounds again. So
there also just is a crack in this wall.
Yeah. So, fun fact, there's an invisible wall right here.
Yeah, that's why we can't just run over here from where the statue is, because there is just an invisible wall right there.
Yep.
That is double-sided.
Yep. So we have to go back in bounds with that fun little butt slide, and then out of bounds by jumping through a fence that has a hole in it. Respect fences. Respect this gap in the fence. And now we can't find Girahim. Girahim is actually very much up and inaccessible, but whenever I can't figure out the answer to a problem, I try getting in some cardio. So,
Nope, you fell through the floor.
there was a hole in the ground.
Yeah, that was weird.
I found Girahim in the hole, though.
Oh, that's convenient. Yeah.
But he is out of bounds with me, and I feel like he might want to be inbounds. Or at least...
Yeah, I think it's best to get him back in bounds where he's comfortable.
We care about Girahim's comfort right now, okay? We want him to be in the comfiest place possible for when we stab him in the chest. Or the foot.
Or in the leg.
Yeah, no. Link did not want to grab the edge there. That's alright. So we cannot deal damage to Girahim while he's out of bounds, or else the game will crash. It doesn't like that very much. Oh, there we go. That's the ledge. Now you'll notice that Girahim is kind of sliding. Oh, and is doing some poppies.
You still have the Knight Sword, don't you? You don't have the Master Sword. Does it?
Oh, yeah, no, we don't get any more swords. This is the Goddess Sword.
Oh, okay.
This is the Goddess Sword. It's the babiest sword. We call it the toothpick. It's the babiest sword that you can beat the game with. Now, I'm going to attempt to do the hardest trick in the game. That's not a joke. If I don't get it, we'll just do some backups. But in the meantime, hey, how does Girahim 3.2 work? That's what we like to call him.
Yeah, so the game normally expects you to have the Master Sword here, but we do not have that. And so Girahim's damage expectations for the fight are scaled with the power of that sword, which I believe is 8 times more powerful than the Goddess Sword, if I remember correctly. So we have, super baby sword right here. And the fastest strat for Girahim 3.2 right here is we actually want to try and get him into a stun lock by Skyward striking his chest after we hit his sword out of his hand. But doing that is actually extremely difficult.
Yeah.
Because of the timing on how long it takes the Skyward strike to charge up with the Goddess Sword. Without that, okay, nice. So yeah, getting the volley there is actually pretty nice.
Oh, we got another one.
Because then he also gets stunned like this. But yeah, getting the Skyward Strike into the stab motion to stun lock his chest is probably the most precise timing trick that you have to do in this run.
Yeah.
At least if you want to, like, do Girahim 3.2 as fast as you possibly can.
And unfortunately, sometimes when you get nervous, your hands shake.
Yeah.
That's not great for having to hold a Wiimote in a very specific position. So, that's okay. But once again, as Jim mentioned, this is damage-based rather than hit-based. So, like 28 times or something like that you have to hit him total. It's ridiculous. So, we're just gonna... Oh, okay. Sure, that works. We're just gonna keep doing this. This is kind of the easy part of the fight. It's just more. Oh, I got some lag from the smoke. I hear that the smoke is foreshadowing that Girahim might be evil.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was evil.
But now that we have beat Girahim 3, what comes after Girahim 3?
Girahim 4?
That's how math works, right?
Ganondorf.
Ganondorf. What's that?
That guy.
No, this is Demise.
Who?
This is Demise.
I don't know who that is.
I don't either. I know we
Yeah.
have to beat him, though.
Looks
Luckily,
like
he's
Ganondorf to me.
Yeah, luckily he's hit-based and not damage-based, so...
Yeah, thankfully the only disadvantage that the Goddess Sword gives you in the final fight is it's just shorter, so you have to get slightly closer to Demise to actually deal damage to him, but thankfully you don't need to deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, that was the hard part right there.
Yeah, you just absolutely went crazy. Wow. Claps in the chat for that one.
All right, when he falls down the first time, it's actually a lie, so be ready on time, though. Time.
GG.
That was Demise.
GGs.
Wow, that was crazy. that was crazy.
Yeah, just kind of cut straight through him. May I ask, what was my final time on that one? Because I do not have a local timer running.
That was, I'm just waiting for a 1:18:15.5.
I will take it. I will take it. It's not gonna PB, but that's decent. I'm here for it.
Pretty great.
We have destroyed Demise. But thank you everyone for coming on this journey with me. I know we skipped some parts and we also turned into a comp sci lecture occasionally. It's fine, don't worry about it. We're definitely allowed to do those. But thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you so much, Jim, for joining me on comms. It's always fun to do comms together. Thank you so much, Jiggy, for having us on. And once again, shout outs to all the great people that put this run together. If you're interested in Skyward Sword speedrunning, there's a lot of great people who've done a lot of work to make this run possible. There's other categories. It's not as bad as it looks. It's actually really fun and cozy. But particular shout outs to Your Average Link, who found Girahim 3 Escape, and our routing gurus, Pepernicus and Azer. And I think that's everything I had to say. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Pippi. Everybody in the chat, please go follow Pippi at twitch.tv/Pippi in a top hat. The chat message is pinned, and then she's also in the title of the show. Go give her a big old follow if you wanted some more Skyward Sword content, because you do a lot. You don't just do any percent. You do like randomizer and all that stuff, right, Pippi?
Yes, I really enjoy the randomizer. Co-op randomizer is my favorite. It's great. We do all dungeons, whatever we're feeling. So Skyward Sword's a fun time.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to Gymnast. We're going to see Gymnast tomorrow, so definitely excited to see the Twilight Princess run. But thanks again, Pippi. I really appreciate it. Awesome. All right, so everybody, that was it for Oops All Zelda Day 1. Day 1 is done. But we will be back tomorrow. We got some awesome stuff going on here on the Games Done Quick channel. So if you're not already following that, you should. If you're watching right now and you're not following twitch.tv/gamesdonequick, what are you doing? We actually have next weekend our annual Juneteenth celebration. That's going to be next weekend. If you want more information on that, that's going to be exclamation point Juneteenth in the chat. But not only that, but again, tomorrow we will be here. We're kicking it off at 1 p.m. Eastern with more Oops All Zelda Weekend. We're going to be doing a Link to the Past randomizer with TGH, then followed by Zelda 1 any percent with JSR, and Zelda 2 100% all keys with Ice Blue. And then we're wrapping it all up with Spike Vegeta and Gymnast, bringing a little bit of a SGDQ preview of their Twilight Princess randomizer co-op. So I really hope that you will be here tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out with me all day. I've been here, and shout outs to our awesome team over doing the tech. They are incredible. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow. My name is Jiggy. You can follow me at twitch.tv/Jiggy. And I'll be here tomorrow. Type 1 in the chat if you will be. Bye-bye.